Welcome back, everybody, to the UKL Four Nations Autumn Split. My name is Trajan. I'll be your host on the desk for the first two games. I'm joined by Temporal and Bloxer as my beloved analysts. Now, we're getting a few weeks deep right here. We're starting to see the winners rise to the top. The teams that are struggling continue to struggle across both of our two groups. But one of the main differences that I've loved to see, both of you, I don't know if you agree with me, but it seems like we don't have a Tempest Gaming style, we're a cut above, we do things clean and by the book and with strategies employed. You know what I mean? It seems like a lot more chaos just day to day. There are some teams that thrive better in that environment, but ultimately we don't seem to have quite as much composure perhaps as in previous splits. Temporal, do you agree with this sentiment? You've been here for a fair few splits, you've seen a lot of games. Do you feel like we're a bit faster and a bit looser, or is it just that, is it meta, or is it the teams? What do you think is causing this?
We're a bit closer at the top. I think you're right in that there's no Tempest Gaming. These five players are better than every other five players right now. Three teams come to mind: Inverdant, Ruddy, and Nuke. They are all
Hmm.
so close to this. Nuclear Vikings probably the closest, not in how they've
Hmm.
obliterated the competition, but in how even in their losses, it was pretty clean and pretty close. Verdant, I think, would have achieved this if not
Yeah.
for the fabled Silas support trying their best against Good Chi that was coming in with some super subs and a bit of a team rebuild that
Yeah.
they'd like build as like, oh, we're having to put some new players in, but actually it was enough to smash Verdant.
Yeah, I think I would have picked Verdant to be that team coming in. Not that they would be head and shoulders above everyone else, but that when they won and when they played, there would be a little bit more, like I say, composure going into it. However, there is still a fair amount of scrapping going on. There's a lot of hands checking being done. Bloxer, do you think this is like meta dependent in some way? Do you think they are incentivized to be scrappier and more heavily on the fighting, or do you think this is just the way we've chosen to approach the game here in the UK?
I think it's a bit of a combination, but in a lot of ways, I really felt like summer is the time when everybody was going to let loose, have a good time.
Yeah.
It was going to be crazy, and then things would go back to normal for this autumn winter split, and it really hasn't happened
Yeah.
that way. I wonder if it is more of a meta based thing because of that, because I know that in the UK we like to have a bit of fun. UKL is absolutely a bit of a crazy competition, even at the best of times. But I think the meta really is lending itself more to having to scrap with each other. You get a lot more of these exciting fighting picks we're seeing in a lot of these different lanes, and it's leading teams to not be able to play this really calm, collected style that perhaps our top teams used to play in the past. Instead, everybody's sort of scrapping with each other. I think it's more fun to watch, definitely. I think the way that we were watching Tempest, a split ago, just destroy everybody, there was no real surprise when they ended up winning. Now it's a lot more close, a lot more fun, but yeah, it definitely isn't as clean as it used to be.
Yeah, we let them know that they're allowed to play crazy, and they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, why would we? Why would we go back?
Why would we do anything else?
We're having
This is
fun. I don't know you
good.
guys." Yeah, so they seem to be happy enough to go with that, and to be honest, it is pretty dang fun to watch. Let's take a quick look at our first matchup here before the draft comes around the corner. It is Team Vertex versus DMG Esports. Both teams somewhat on the struggle bus for the first couple of weeks. Take a look at Vertex first, a new organization coming into the UKL Division 1. And we can say at least they have settled on a top laner. Sharpie is reprising his role now 3 games in. And honestly, I think he looks pretty darn good at times. Then Mike, Heyo, Nectarios, and James. So Temporal, I guess, how do you feel about Sharpie? Because this seems to be the top lane that they have settled on. Like I say, I think there's been some moments where he's looked pretty good. At least, it's less of a roller coaster than with Sin and Bonmi and the previous iterations. So, what's
Hmm.
your take on the top side right now?
I think coming over from Sin, it's much similar to how he was replaced on Demise Academy back in the day. I don't think he's someone who sort of gets through the whole split applying their style unless you've really
Mm,
built the environment to it. I don't think this Vertex held on quite in that way. We were on the verge of seeing like the Kaiser tops again and like the crazy solo lane
yeah.
outplays, which is great, you're not quite able to build around things anymore like that when you have got the grubs and you have very fixed positions on the map. See that in the
Mm,
current latest iteration of lane swaps at Worlds. It's not quite as free flowing and able to be manipulated on the fly. So with that, someone a little more structured and a little more focused. I've enjoyed Sharpie's play so far. Excited to see more of them tonight.
yeah. And we did see the Sin Fiora, and we were wondering if the
We were
ghost of
wondering.
Lars was possessing us again. And then I heard since then that we might actually have summoned the ghost of Lars back into Div 2, and
Oh,
that
yeah.
it was playing in the open qualifiers. So just seeing it on the stage woke my man up again, and he thought, okay, I've got to solve this. I can't let
Yeah.
this be
Yeah.
Fiora's legacy in the UK and Ireland scene. But we'll see how that narrative develops as the splits continue. For the bot side, for Vertex, Bloxer, I have quite liked a lot of Nectarios' play. I think he's been played quite
Mhm.
aggressively, and we've seen a wide range of picks. We've seen the
Yeah.
Syndra, and we've seen the Ezreal. We've seen a lot from this guy. For the bot lane, given that we've moved, or we were sitting in this kind of Ezreal, Jhin, Ziggs sort of trifecta, a little bit of Ashe kind of sprinkled in there. We've now got the Syndras popping them again. What is your take on these mages returning to bot lane? The Ziggs obviously somewhat evergreen, but the Syndra now as well. Are there any other mages we could look out for? Or I guess what's your feeling on the bot lane meta now that we have some magic damage going on down there?
It's absolutely wild that we've managed to move away from the basic ADCs of the hyperscalers in the bot lane, and yet the
Yeah.
supports are still the exact same that we've had for the past 8 months in a row. I've been on a hiatus, and I come back, and it's like the support role hasn't changed. But you're absolutely right. It is very, very different with those mages in the bot lane, and I think it's really unlocking the rest of the crazy picks that we've been seeing elsewhere. You know, when we're talking about why things are getting scrappy, part of it is because we're seeing tons of Yones and Yasuo's in the mid lanes. We're seeing a lot more AD focused top laners. I mean, this team is a great example. You're getting things like the Olaf in the top lane, and you can really facilitate that by shifting a lot of that AP focus down into the bottom lane. I'm not sure what else we're really going to be seeing pulled out. The Karthus, anytime it's good in the jungle, ends up in the bot lane at some point. I wonder if we're going to also see the sort of crazy poke bot lanes that you can sometimes get of I don't know, Xerath Vel'Koz, if we're really trying to lean into it. But I think Syndra kind of strikes that perfect balance of being able to actually lane in a way that an ADC does usually, and work very well with the standard support picks that are still very strong in the meta. And so I could see that hitting a lot of ban tables if it's going to be as strong as it is going forward.
Last time I coached, it was Syndra in the bot lane, and it's unassailable. It's so hard. It's like trying to gank a Caitlyn. You mentioned Karthus. Karthus is great. We hurt Louise in the waiting room. I noticed the cringe, the pain of having to relive last week's Karthus jungle.
Yeah.
As we inflict more pain. It's decent. Karthus needs a bit too much money. Scat of the week is like ever present. There is no number check. There is no stat check. It's the like get out of here peasant special, and it's still super powerful.
Yeah, I was going to bring up the Karthus jungle just to get your take on it here, but we'll take a look at DMG first, just because you have the draft coming around very, very shortly. So let's get ourselves acquainted with that roster just before we get into there. Nefarious in top lane, not Nectarios in the bot lane. Akira mid lane, Rigged jungle, one of our Karthus aficionados, Reinhardt in bot lane, and Gibble on support. Now, this is a team as well that I think is really struggling to find their pace. I think they seem to kind of metronome between very good ideas and very bad ideas multiple times in a single game. So I'm really just looking for consistency from these guys, because I think there is quality in there. We just need to get a whole game of it in one 40-minute stretch, and then we could probably beat some pretty strong teams, given how chaotic the league generally is. I know there's definitely some mechanical skill to be leveraged there. To jump back onto this Karthus jungle, as it pertains to Rigged, I guess, as we get into the draft, is it something that actually, I guess, in a Karthus jungle picking environment, does that play well in a chaotic fighting all the time meta? Is this something that you can use to punish teams for this, Bloxer, or is this I really wish someone would give me time to get my 2 items and no one is kind of scenario?
You're so dependent on that first ult working if it is going to be a massively scrappy game. And unfortunately for Karthus with his current scalings, he doesn't do that much damage with the ult at that level 1. Once he just hits 6, rank 1, it's not doing enough. You've got to be so precise with it to actually get that final kill, or physically be present for that gank, which is taking away from farming, which is what the Karthus wants to be doing. And I think it is also interesting that we've got a lot of junglers who can invade pretty effectively still around, and it's making this Karthus a bit uncomfortable. I think he would rather, with his current scalings, that we were able to sit back and just chill for 30, maybe even 40 minutes, and then he can just drop tack nukes on people after that point.
Yeah, and we'll see if the Hecarim is allowed to come through. I'm expecting it to be banned away. This was, of course, where DMG acquired their victory, was off a Hecarim 21 kill game, I believe it was. Pretty
rigged absolutely sent it. That was
yes,
absolutely
the game
fantastic.
was looking heavily rigged in that one. It was not doable for the enemy team. So he has an ability to thrive in that style, and that was very much a game where the 15 kill Hecarim could just solo carry the game in that instance. It has been banned away, but we know he has the archetype down, and I want to see what his approach to this game is going to be, as the bans against Vertex are the Heimerdinger and the Skarner, so a bit of a pocket and a bit of a meta. We'll see what the last pick coming out is going to be. Notable Vertex also banning away that Syndra, so we're not going to be able to see a mid or bot lane for this one coming in.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Nocturne. He very much fits that style, and he has come through on the world stage. Stridebreaker takes a bit of a hit on live, but not too much. And you still very much embody that feast or famine style we've come to know from magic damage junglers in AD assassin.
Yeah. We have instead opted for, we've tried to ban the shadows, I guess. We've banned an empty square where you just can't see him because he's ulted in that little box, I suppose.
There's some technical difficulties. We'll get that one sent over to it.
Possible champ portrait dropping.
Oh, it's Karthus. There we go.
So he's earned himself a Karthus ban. Struggled in the last game, but certainly is competent in the champ. Everyone knows that he's got plenty of games on this pick. And the Jhin being that first lock-in for DMG. So we are still seeing a lot of V1 Jhin. This is the... if the Karthus jungle is the meal tilter, V1 Jhin I think is the pivotless tilter, or maybe V1 Eshel, maybe either of them I think would drive her up the wall. But it still seems it's still pretty safe. It's still pretty comfortable into a lot of matchups. You can go shift to farm, or you can go flight to kill. It seems like there's a lot of way to approach the game with this pick still.
Yeah, I really like the Shiv Infinity Edge sort of duality. It's really strong. Kaiser coming in against it, so not opting into the Ashe, which is pretty interesting for Vertex. They instead want to play a bit more flighty. This is even better for DMG with that reduced consistent damage compared to something like an Ashe or Fortune perhaps. They are able to play through a fight and get rotations on the Jhin. If Vertex don't stack up a proper tank, that may come to bite them as the Nocturne does come through.
I mean, Vertex have already half-locked themselves into a dive comp. Like, you have to go with these picks already. The Kai'Sa has a pretty good time into the Jhin. You're not going to be worrying too much about him taking over this lane, especially if you can pair up the Kai'Sa with something that can really work just in the 2v2, even beyond once you can again get the Nocturne in. Something like the Nautilus is ever present and even better in this sort of situation. And the Nocturne just has to go in. If you don't get that level 1 ulti off, it's kind of like the Karthus. If you don't get that rank 1 ult off, you are falling so far behind, and you can get to a point where you are basically only useful for getting rid of vision for the enemy team if you fall behind. So Team Vertex, they really do need to get going. I agree, they need a tank as well to be able to help them walk in, because you need someone to face check and get that vision initially around these objectives. Otherwise, your Kai'Sa, your Nocturne, they really struggle to get these sorts of fights going by themselves.
Now, I'm presuming this is a Volibear jungle. I don't think we're blinding Volibear in this day and age. And, you know, the Rod of Ages Flicker Blades build is really cool, but I don't think we're blinding this champion. Now, in the jungle, Temporal, are we just going back to... Are we just building Stridebreaker and Volibear? Or are we still doing an AP hybrid? Like, how do we jungle Volibear in the...
Yeah, DMG, I don't know how you got Kobe to sub for you for one game. I know he's over here in Europe casting Worlds right now, but literally the only human I've seen who still locks this champion in on live servers is crazy. It's fine. It's acceptable. We're still looking at that dive presence, much like Nocturne. You spike 6, you spike hard. I think Neeko is fantastic here. It's really measured, and it's not only sort of a dive forwards, but you sit between. The Volibear coming forwards, the only way to evade your ult is their ult, and they still take the damage, they still take the difference. It's a great sort of position. Vertex's comp looking good here. If DMG are going to wrap theirs round, I want to see an Ornn in top, sort of pair up and allow the Ahri to become the full threat we know she can be. But otherwise, DMG are going to be short on finding damage once they find a target.
Okay, so I'm wondering, the Neeko core still flexible as well between mid and support. We have seen it in both roles played at Worlds, and it certainly offers good setup for Kai'Sa, good CC options there. The damage is very high, and in mid lane it's very hard to punish and can just clear waves into the
Small chance Vertex blunder this. Throw a tank on 4 and the Volibear goes to top lane. It's a small chance, but they are leaving that window open.
Yeah. We're focusing support bans right now. A lot of tanky engage has been knocked away from both sides. The Alistair ban and the Rel ban. We still have a Leona on there. We still have a Nautilus. We still have enough classic pairings with the Kai'Sa that I think at least one of them will make it through, even if they don't want to opt for the Nico. Now,
Unless that's the Leona on the last ban, it has to be locked. It has to be locked. There's no other option.
It works really well with the Kai'Sa right here. I mean, I quite like the Nico alongside the Kai'Sa, but I don't think into Jhin particularly. I think you want something that's a lot more hard engaged to punish the Jhin early on. The Nico works really well in the mid lane into the Ahri as well. It's pretty much a stalemate of a matchup, and Nico's just that perfect wombo combo champion. I think she's better than Orianna in a lot of ways. That's
okay.
aggressive.
Okay.
We wanted aggressive.
All right,
but,
Carrier.
oh boy.
Okay.
Yeah. We're still denying Jhin the ability to stand and press R, I guess.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
certainly can't take the punishment on the back half, whereas Leona very much can from Jhin, and Pyke I don't think can take a lot of punishment if the engage is not perfection.
For dive buddies, we're on theme, but unlike TFT, we do need a bit of a supporting cast. DMG should probably feel free to just open up here. I think Vertex have sort of spoiled their first great three. They really do lack the one who goes first now.
It better be the best Nico ult you've ever seen, right? That
Yeah.
Nico better flash into the back line, pop Blossom down, and then the fight
Yeah.
goes. But that's a risk, right? You are pretty much guaranteeing that your Nico dies immediately after that, and you're hoping everybody else is able to keep it up. And I know Nico is great on that burst damage, but she does decent damage over time. You don't want her to be that initial death necessarily. Yeah, I'm
Going
not
the
sure
other way,
about that one.
DMG now have so much that can go first and plays in the space between, which I previously praised the Nico ult for, but that's a big cooldown. Rakan can do that just by walking. Poppy is an okay pickup. Volibear will mash that 1v1 post level 6. He does not care for the bottom of her health bar being particularly tanky or her high damage output. He will just chew straight through it. Bit of a bizarre lock.
So there's technically they kept the flexibility in top and jungle until the very end.
Yes.
So I'm expecting the top Jax. This is something that we've seen out of Nefarious before. And I think Volibear, it is a champion that it's become a champion that there are Volibear players, but this is not a champion that everyone is maintaining their hands on. You know what I mean?
You're not wrong. The Poppy matchup is exceedingly simple, though.
Yeah, it is.
You're completely not
press
wrong.
Q, you mouse over the Poppy, and you press Q, and you press E, and then you press
Oh no,
W.
you start you
then
like
you
so
walk
that's
away.
that's the good trading pattern. But in truth, the Poppy matchup is much similar. You walk into the wave, she walks into the wave, hammer down. It's like, oh, my health bar W.
Yeah.
She has to now exit the wave after pushing
Yeah.
it. You've not pushed it. See you under my tower in 30 minutes, Poppy, when I've got 50 CS on you. It's not playable.
So, still, until I am proven
No, yeah,
otherwise, I'm
let's
still
be
assuming
convinced it's probably
this is
the
a jungle
standard
Volibear
arrangement.
because it's rigged. And, you know, if he's the Hecarim player, he's probably also the Volibear player. So, just refuses to engage with the current crop of bruisers, and I respect that.
What year is it?
Yeah, exactly. So Vertex, they had the 4-dive squadron with the Poppy that it's not as efficient of a diver, though there is Flash as a skill and Flashy is a thing you can do. And you're kind of maybe guarding against the Jax flank, maybe the counter Rakan, you throw the Poppy W up and you potentially save Kai'Sa from getting ruined on the
You
engage
spoil
there.
numbers advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's doing a job. Is it actually fine into the Jax specifically? It's been picked into the Jax kind of intentionally. Like, is this actually a good Poppy pick in terms of the lane, or are we
Pre
really just
level
hoping-
11, 1v1, good times. Good times. After that, struggles.
Yeah, I worry about the split push potentially here as well. Obviously, anytime there's a Nocturne on the other team, it does hurt the split push a bit. You can get him there very quickly. But at the same time, the Jax, post that level 11, like you're saying, is going to be absolutely fine if he wants to sit on the side lane. There's not really anybody I'd worry about being able to go and get him by themselves. You'd have to bring a dive buddy with you. And at that point, you're bringing people away from these big teamfight situations. At the same time, though, I think that Vertex are in a really good spot. I think up to level 6, and once they hit level 6, they'd better make that level 6 work immediately for them. I'd love to see everybody bar the Poppy, and maybe even the Poppy, get involved bot lane on a dive on some big play that tries to get a kill over onto the Nocturne, onto the Kai'Sa and get things going, because you need to be able to unlock your Pyke and get him out of that lane. But against a Rakan Jhin, you don't want to leave the Kai'Sa alone in this lane. That doesn't work very well for you. So you need to at least get her ahead enough that you can then unlock the Pyke so he can go other places. Because Pyke Nocturne can work together very effectively, but you've not drafted yourself a composition where you can just abandon the rest of the lanes and allow them to do their thing. You need to babysit constantly, and that doesn't allow the Pyke and the Nocturne to sit together and be out there most effective.
Yeah, so potential danger in the early stage for Vertex to look out in that laning phase, but once the level 6 hits, it can certainly hit very, very hard. We'll see if DMG are able to maneuver around it. If we do end up with a bit of a split push threat, that would certainly be pretty cool. I'm not sure how much success we have seen on the split pushing so far. We do love to 5v5 right now, and if that comes down to it, I mean, I'm probably taking Vertex for that. We've got Neeko and Kai'Sa, like, we're just, the 5v5 is very nice. And for DMG, besides the Jax, we're not going super late with this composition necessarily. I don't love it at that later stage of the game. We'll see if that's enough for them to get it done. But ultimately, both of them...
It's such an oxymoron for DMG. They like want to pick someone with Ahri, Jhin, which is like great, but they kind of have to get them in the open stage of a lane. And not in a choke point, which is where those champions really excel at picking people.
Yeah.
Because the other team is so favored in choke.
Yeah, you open up for the pick and then Nocturne ults and both of them panic and run away in opposite directions. Like, oh my god, and it's... You gotta have some nerves of steel, I think, to commit for the play on the DMG side. Let's see if they have them, or if Vertex will be able to stand strong and get those dives off. For now, let's pass over to the caster desk before we get into the game. Let's get Mila in here to join Bloxer to take it away.
Hello. Hey, you here? That's a surprise. I didn't expect you here. What? How?
Who am I? What?
You made that so fast from the desk over here. That's crazy.
I know.
Hi. Welcome back. I'm so glad to be here again, and I'm so glad I'm not getting Karthus right now. Because the biggest note I have on my pad for today was, please no Karthus. And here we are. I'm very pleased with that.
There's no Karthus. I mean, I gotta be honest, as much as there are some question marks around the way that these compositions are gonna work together, I really do like what has been drafted. Specifically, I really do like what Vertex have. I think that this composition in isolation looks great. They've just put a ton of pressure on their early game, which hasn't necessarily been the single strongest point that this team has been showing for us.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree. I think individually, just looking at their draft, I really like it. However, I'm kind of scared, as you already mentioned on the desk as well. Once Neeko is in, she's in. And if the rest doesn't follow up right away, it's going to be disastrous. On the other side, I already mentioned last time, I'm not the biggest fan of Jhin AD carry, because in my opinion, it doesn't have the carry potential like a Kai'Sa has, where you could just move in and ult everyone and have fun and just get all the kills. For me, Jhin is more of a supportive AD carry pick that opens up team fights with the use of the ultimate. And I'm just looking towards who's going to put on the carry pants for that. You already also mentioned the Poppy pick. Now, Poppy obviously has been in Prio quite some time now again, with Worlds around the corner as well. Everyone picked Poppy on top lane, in jungle, as a support. How do you feel about this specifically? Because you already kind of mentioned the side lane problematic that might come up, where she's not a really good split pusher.
No, I do worry a little bit for this Poppy, because it works fine early on. Exactly as Temporal was saying, pre-level 6 in this Jax matchup, it should be fine. You shouldn't be dying to it unless something goes completely wrong, or of course you just get massively outplayed. And to be fair, Jax players usually are very confident in their ability, so that could turn into a lot of scrapping in the top lane. But later on, it just isn't properly congruent with the rest of the composition, you know? You're not going in the same way that everybody else is. You're kind of being used as a space checker. Can you get that first initial bit of space that then allows the rest of the team to move on in? And Poppy is fine at that. She's incredibly tanky once you get into the later stages, and that can work pretty well. I wonder also if there's a situation where you could just bop some people out of the team fight with the hammer and then allow your team to go in there. Maybe that's the way you try to keep your Neeko alive. But yeah, I just don't think it works quite as well with the composition as everything else does, and it definitely isn't gonna have a good time in the side lanes later on if things go the way we're expecting, if we get to 20-25 minutes once things are pretty even. Of course, Vertex don't want to come into that point even. If they are even at 20-25 minutes, it's already gone wrong, so the Poppy isn't necessarily the biggest issue for that. I think there are potentially top laners that could have been better, but I'm not hating it that much.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hate is also a very strong word. I guess it's just a little bit of a question mark considering what the rest of the comp wants to do and how Poppy can fit into that. Now, looking at the other side, we do get Volibear in jungle, possibly, probably.
I love it.
Yeah, same. Honestly, I think Volibear has been a really strong pick in the run throughout the year. I would say there have always been few certain people who like to play a little Volibear here and there. I really like that. I also quickly want to mention the Rakan as one of the strongest support picks in my opinion as well, next to the Rel, obviously, which is a very strong pick, which was banned. Now, how can Rakan help the rest of the team in team fight situations here?
Yeah, so once we get into the team fight stages, that's where the Rakan really should, in any normal game, be popping off. But I don't know how much you're really going to find those moments right now, because Vertex don't necessarily want to sit grouped. You're not trying to front to back. The Kai'Sa is as vulnerable as everybody else. You know, Pyke's not going to sit in front of you and body block. Nocturne will take one spell shield and then he's off into the backline, and so is the Kai'Sa. So it's not a situation where you're really able to group everybody up together, chuck them into the air, and then your team can wombo combo off of the top of that, because they're not going to be sat on top of each other. I think it's going to be a pretty tricky game for trying to find those angles, but at the same time, if you can get that moment where you do get the Kai'Sa isolated, she's going to be very easy to kill with the damage threats you have on your team.
Well, if that's going to happen, we're about to watch, because we're going into this first game of the day, Vertex against DMG. Now, if DMG end up losing here, it looks pretty dark for them, considering how they want to continue in the UKEL this split. However, Vertex, they could actually find some very nice positioning here if they end up going out with a win. But let's see if we get any early shenanigans in this situation.
I'd love some early shenanigans. I don't want to wait for the team fights. Let's get them right now. I mean, to be fair, that would massively favor Vertex. They would love to get things started immediately. I think something we've not really mentioned so far is fully talking about the Pyke. Pyke is oppressive in lane, but I think beyond that, there's a situation in which both the Volibear and the Jax really want to be trying to play around low health situations, and you've got to be very careful to not get too low before the Pyke just snipes you out. At the same time, you've got to be very careful as the Pyke to not use your ult just before the Volibear is going to heal, before the Jax potentially gets a heal, or just stops you in your tracks. It's a really interesting little back and forth matchup right there. It'll be pretty hard to keep track of in the middle of big team fights, but it might be something we end up pointing out later on, because it could change the outcome of a team fight if things are close.
Yeah, definitely. It's a big question when it comes to timing here. For the Pyke, you also already mentioned the factor of having to leave the Kai'Sa alone in laning phase, and that's probably not the greatest idea for you. However, against Jhin, you at least get to probably have a little bit of a farm lead here. But so far, so good. The one thing we see is that both junglers start on opposite sides of the map. Now, what can we make of that?
I'm not too surprised by that right now. I think that the Volibear can easily 3-camp to gank. I don't think that's going to be the situation here. I think instead you kind of want to be giving a little bit of support towards the top lane. Potentially try to get your Jax an early kill, because as much as we're saying the Poppy should be fine in that matchup, if you can get an early gank off, that can completely swing it. You can give your Jax a ton of lane pressure, and to be honest, it looks like Nefarious is getting a lot of lane pressure for himself right now anyway, perfectly happy to constantly be stepping up. Doesn't get to the level 2 quite as quickly as perhaps he would have liked, but now he's got it. Yeah, just going to keep bullying Sharpie around as much as possible. Needs to be careful. The Poppy does a surprising amount of damage early, but I don't think Nefarious is in a particularly bad spot right now. I think they're going to be happy with the way these early trades have gone.
For sure, and it makes sense to maybe try to punish that Poppy early on in order to make it even harder for her to step up in this game. And yeah, we do like a little bit of top lane action, even though for me, it's expected to be a little bit of a wet noodle fight where, you know, two top laners just smashing each other's heads and no kills coming in very early. Now we see that both junglers have finished their sides and started to go to the opposite side of the map here. Now, do we look for an early gank here from the Nocturne, possibly? Because the push on the blue side is pretty strong right now.
Yeah.
And maybe they step too far forward?
I think an early gank right here could be really good. You're obviously very reliant on getting that first ult gank off, but if you can get a gank going before that point, that would be huge. Unfortunately, the clear just isn't quite fast enough out of Harikari to be able to get into this lane. The wards have been re-established now, could potentially go mid lane, and Ahri pre-6 is pretty vulnerable, and looks like that is going to be the choice. Not stood anywhere nearby, though. You know, that would have been
Well,
a very far distance to have tried to make that gank happen.
seems like the Scuttle Crab might be a little bit more interesting here in that scenario. So moving back into the river, as we can see the Pyke on the hunt. Now, we have seen some very famous Pyke plays from our very own EU's Hylissang, and it's always a bit questionable. So let's see if Kachi can pull off a better performance here. Finds Ghibli in the bushes, but nothing crazy happening so far. I feel like everyone is playing it rather safe, considering that some of the last games I cast here were very, very explosive very early on.
I would be incredibly surprised if this game remains as tame as it has been throughout the first couple of minutes right now. I think things are going to pop off relatively soon. Once level 6 is a hit, that's the point at which a lot of these champions really come online, really want to start stepping up, fighting each other properly. Nefarious, though, is just
stepping
gonna...
up.
Is he dead?
Oh no, pulling the flash. I mean, it makes sense to pull the flash here, right? You wanna escape that. You don't want to die early on. However, without that flash, maybe that's a possibility for a gank and trying to, you know, give that Jax a little bit more of a head start.
And Nefarious could potentially have flash rolls and tried to finish off that kill, but it's always a risk up against a Poppy who could all of a sudden get a shield, slam you underneath the tower, keep you there. It makes a lot more sense to just get that flash gone, but that could really impact this top lane. The issue was that Nefarious had managed to go back to base, was up a longsword, and was just in a much stronger position because of it, where Sharpie hadn't gone back, was pretty far behind, was sitting on quite a lot of gold, and as such was not able to survive in that situation, just had to flash away. Bot lane are going to fight a bit. I don't think this is going to lead to anything, and indeed, no, they're just going to hit each other a little bit and walk back off again. Harikari hasn't hit 6 yet. We're really watching for that level 6 to happen, because at that point, you have to get a gank off. You have to get things going right now, because otherwise Volibear is just more useful than you are in these big team fights.
But it seems like junglers might be looking towards objectives first, Rigged, obviously pinging towards the Void Grubs that will be spawning in the next few seconds, but now first of moving topside a little bit, giving Nefarious the opportunity to maybe push out that wave in order to be able to secure these grubbies for DMG, whilst obviously the answer, it's the basic thing. You trade grubs for Drake. However, that means you would have to contest the second set of grubs for the side of Vertex, because giving up 6 grubs, if you have a Jax on a side lane, I wouldn't dare to do so.
No, I think that's the way in which the side lane goes from it's not the best situation you're in to absolutely terrible, and definitely not something you're going to want to allow to happen right here as Vertex. Instead, it seems like so far it's just going to be 3 and a Drake. At the same time, maybe you do just want a Drake stack. You know, giving over the 6 grubs does put you on a bit of a timer. Every time that you allow the Jax into a side lane, it's going to be so much quicker at taking down all of these towers. But maybe just Drake stacking and getting yourself to be able to threaten Soul Point quicker could be the play here for Vertex, because you do want these straight up 5v5s to happen. That's sort of where this composition can really thrive once you get into a choke point. Once you're in a situation where you don't really have the ability to dodge away from that Pot Blossom. That's where you really want to be playing this one out. So I could see a situation in which Vertex actually do abandon that second set of grubs, but I think it's probably a little bit safer to just go contest for them, try to get a fight off there, especially because you do have the strength of the Poppy right now. Obviously not so good in the 1v1, but once you get into sort of 2v2 situations, the Poppy does give you quite a lot of utility.
Yeah, and it is as to be expected. Wet Noodle fighting on top lane, but
Oh
you want to
boy.
go aggressive. You hit the stun and you find the first blood. Nefarious. Totally, you know, totally telling me I'm wrong. It's the most action-packed top lane ever, apparently. But
Yeah.
here we are.
I mean, it's just such a shame right there to give over that kill. And I think we were talking about it on the desk, right? We didn't love the Poppy pickup, and this is why. It's not so bad into the Jax matchup, but it's still pretty bad into the Jax matchup. You can stop the dash if you can time it correctly. If you can't, you just take so much damage the entire time. Nefarious hits level 7 first, does a decent amount of damage, and then you're just waiting for cooldowns at this point. Nefarious basically just walks at Sharpie. There's nothing particularly interesting that happens here. The flash into stun is cool, but it's not anything beyond the realms of possibility for the majority of players. This is cool though.
Well, we find an answer on the bot lane with the ultimate of Harikari being up. Finally,
Oh,
there
the
is
shield!
a possibility to look for a kill. The shield comes out, and no Void Seeker available means there is no kill on this bot lane, but 2 ultimates invested. That's not necessarily worth it, and definitely not the answer Vertex were looking for.
Was that the Guardian Shield that was the reason that Rhynek survived just then? I think that it might have been. That is... Oh, that's so unfortunate for Vertex. That first Nocturne ult, I know we've been talking about it a lot, but it is such a key factor in the outcome of this game. Harikari has to hit that, and you so nearly get that kill. Nectarius nearly gets that one, which would have been perfect. You love getting that kill on over to your Kai'Sa. You managed to establish a good amount of control over the bot lane, but you don't get that kill, and that is going to be huge. It's a long cooldown early on to be able to try again with the Paranoia. You used your ulti off of Noctarius as well, so you're not as strong in that bot lane. At least you do get all 4 of the summoner spells out of the bot lane, right? Rhynek, yeah, it is. It's the Guardian.
Gorgeous. Well played. Well played. I gotta say,
Ow.
this is why I love and hate Rakan in my enemy team. Because it's so great when it works, but it hurts so bad when you know just one more auto attack and I would have had that kill. Painful. However, now we have a situation here where the side of DMG might be looking for a little bit of counteraction with the Volibear moving down to bot lane, but we're obviously super stoked about what's going on top lane instead, where Sharpie and Nefarious are trying to hit each other in the head one more time. However, no real damage output. Nothing big enough to actually look for a kill, and it seems like the bot lane situation has resolved itself as well.
No, I think Nefarious would have made a bad decision trying to fight right there, had no minion wave of his own, was fighting into a decently sized one out of Sharpie, so instead just gonna allow his wave to arrive, and then you can continue on the regularly scheduled bullying of this Poppy in the top lane. We do have the next Drake spawning in just under a minute's time. This next set of grubs coming much sooner than that as well. Harikari is in the area. Just sure if he wanted that kill, but unfortunately it's just not going to hit the charm. And instead, it's going to be the grubs started up. There is a response though.
Oh, everyone wants to go in here.
Wait,
Lights
it's
are
just a
going
kill!
out. It is the kill onto Nefarious. However, with the attention of Harikari going towards the top laner, there is a possibility now for the side of DMG to pick up some of these grubbies as well. Everyone has to be very careful in this type of situation. Flash out of Sharpie has already been gone. Ghibli is coming in as well as Kachi. Now here is the Nico ultimate, but where is the follow-up? So far, no follow-up to be seen. Killing everyone. It is the double kill here for the Pyke, and therefore the grubbies for the side of Vertex.
Oh, what did we say earlier on? You gotta be careful as the Volibear right here, because you may end up not quite healing before you get taken out. Harikari doesn't get that kill off of the Paranoia, but it stops the vision, and it also gives him a way out of the back of that grub pit. It would not have been a good time if he'd have stayed. Instead, he gets to reposition alongside Sharpie. Watch the top of the screen. Sharpie and Harikari go so low, but you get a Nico into the back line. That's huge to just stop Chovy from being able to do any more damage, but Rigged just about gonna get another heal through as you then get that Pyke ulti come through. Gets on top of you, death from below twice. Sharpie doesn't even go down, surviving on no health and no mana. And you get a couple of the grubs too. It is going to be 4 grubs over to DMG, so Nefarious on the split push will be okay. But you then also get to turn around and pick yourself up the Drake. It's something, right? It's something. But you lose that team fight pretty badly, and you've given 2 kills over to the Pyke, which could impact on this game massively. You've now got Kachi with the beginnings of that first item well on the way. Now going to be even more of a threat in this bot lane, and just shows that you're going to be able to roam that little bit quicker around than you are as the Rakan. You know, the Rakan took a little bit longer to get into that team fight, and that was enough time for Kachi to be able to get in there and start doing damage.
And we can already see the first few gold differences here as well. Obviously, support gold difference, no surprise at this point. AD carry seems to be pretty even so far, but there have been minor leads across the map for either of the sides. Now that was a first little taste at what we can expect here. We also have Kai'Sa with the first item completed, going for the static shift build here. Makes sense. You could opt for a Kraken Slayer here or there, but static, obviously, especially in laning phase, it's just a lot more fun. But here we go again. Paranoia coming out. Harikari with the flash forward. Won't end up actually getting the kill, trading flash for flash, but 2 ultimates used again. Not the nicest trade.
No.
With having invested so much, but at least the lane push is again on the side of Vertex.
Yeah, you get a free reset pretty much for Sharpie. You're going to be able to get back to the lane right now, push this one in, and this is going to be a horrible reset for Nefarious. Doesn't have the teleport available, the wave coming under the tower. You've only got 15 seconds left on the... sorry, you've still got a couple minutes left on the plates even, so you're going to be able to get a lot of them right here for Sharpie if you want to stay in this lane and keep the pressure on. If not, you can transition on over towards this Herald, which I think is going to be the play instead for Vertex. So it does work out pretty well overall for Vertex, even if they don't get the kill. You managed to put a little bit of a dent in the lead of Nefarious, but it would have still been great to pick up that kill. That would have evened things up significantly more.
Now, as we watch bot lane, we can see that Jhin is being bullied away at least a little bit from the turret here. Voidseeker coming out once more, trying to poke there, but it's rigged. First to the objective. Rift Herald, obviously one of the more important mutual objectives to open up the map. I'm a big fan of putting it in mid lane, you know, getting rid of that mid lane tier 1 turret always seems to be a game changer for every team. So that's what I'm looking to here as well, especially with the next Drake spawning in 2.5 minutes. And it seems as if Vertex don't want to contest this at all. So we have the Herald for the side of DMG here.
Yeah, and it is going to be left right now. Yeah, you can put it into the mid lane. It's going to be a bit tricky to try to crack this mid lane turret alone. You have some decent wave clear onto Faulty, and the tower isn't particularly low, but I do still think mid lane is going to be the right option for the moment. This game has been pretty calm. We were talking about how we were really expecting it to pop off, but still, we're only 4 kills 15 minutes in. I wonder if we're going to get a bit of explosive plays right here, though.
There is a lot of damage coming out of this bot lane right now with ultimate going forward. This might be a kill for the Kai'Sa. There it is, but in the back we can see that the rest of the team has come to the party as well. However, no more kills in the jungle, but very nice proactive play there on the bot lane for the side of Vertex, especially with Harikari turning off the lights as well. And this could result in possibly the first turret here as well.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to step up to the tower right here as Rhynek going to be forced back to base, and that does mean that the first tower blood is going to go over to this bot lane. Exactly what you want to have happen. You can see there was an attempted collapse out of DMG, but Vertex had brought more members to the party, were able to turn Church of Chovy away, make sure that he wasn't able to get involved in the bot lane fight. And now you're going to get a ton of gold injected into this guy. So you can see the static shift was already completed. And now you're going to get some boots well on the way to picking up that next item. The Farius getting jumped here. I think you're just dead, unfortunately.
Yeah, but he might get some help from Rigged here. And Rigged tries to come in, at least tries to delay the team fight. Uses his manpower in order to make this work. Gold going just wide with the flash coming out of Rigged. Making it out in time. Jesus Christ, okay. We're getting to the action-packed part of the game right now, I feel.
Absolutely we are. I was just watching that little minion wander up to the top lane. We're going to have a quick look back at what happened to the bot lane. We were watching the kill that went down onto Gibble earlier on, so instead watch towards the jungle. What was happening right here? Harikari goes pretty low, but you force Chovy out. You get the ulti out of Rigged as well, which is going to keep this bot lane significantly safer as they're executing that dive. It was very crucial to win that fight in the jungle for Vertex. Otherwise, you had Nectariosis and Kachi in very bad spots if you wanted to make that play happen for a little bit longer. I don't think this should be contested right now.
Vertex are looking, but not really finding a way towards the river at this point in time. So DMG able to pick up their second Drake of the game. We will get an Infernal Soul, which definitely one of the stronger ones in my opinion, but it looks as if Vertex tried to look for something in mid lane instead, but no luck. Without the wave, no way to push it even further. Maybe
no, I mean,
Sharpie
was back in base, didn't have the teleport quite at that point. You know, it was just about still behind.
Okay, Nico,
How's
we're
Rhynek's
looking at
counting?
you.
How's the counting for Rhynek?
We're looking at you. Oh, I love the compilations of people being surprised with a blue buff walking up into their lane and absolutely
No,
demolishing
no!
everything. There is the ultimate, but you're taking so much turn aggro. This is not the way you wanted to play this. Nefarious on the side, picking up a kill here for the side of DMG. Now Harikari joining the fight as well, trying to do some damage reduction here. But the first kills have
Wait, Rigged?
already been happening. Rigged
Wait,
has to
Rigged?
take a lot of turn aggro. Kills being picked up here by Kachi. They're moving forward even further. The lights are still out. Harikari has to flash away, but ends up dead anyways. Now it's a shutdown for Church of Chovy and a possibility to maybe clean up the fight, but Kachi is so strong, has to be careful. The snipe comes through and it's a one-team fight for DMG and a shutdown into the bags of Rhynek. And on top of that, you get to pick up that important mid lane tier 1 turret. Jesus Christ.
It's a disaster. It's a disaster right here for Vertex. They got a little bit high feet. I think Rhynek is probably aware that that is faulty because the reaction time is very quick and you tank so much turret. You're absolutely right. Nefarious, thank you very much for that kill. More than happy with this one. And then you get a great Jhin ulti to just push everyone back. Now, this is the point at which Rigged goes a little bit too far in, and Kachi spots that, knows that they're going to be able to get that ulti off. Death from below. Awesome. Disengage. I do not know, even slightly, why Harikari goes in right there. And then you've pulled Nectariosis in way too far. All of a sudden, Sharpie's like, well, I guess I'm in the backline now. Hang on, we've got some more fighting. Rigged, I think it's just going to walk this one out. Yeah, indeed.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, that mid lane play was a little bit like watching two different Fnatic teams play out a fight, because they were both over-aggressive. You're like, stop fighting. You've won. Stop fighting. Stop. No?
I love
Nope.
that. No, I love that.
Just keep going.
That's-
Just keep going.
I think
Fine, okay.
that image in my head is just perfect. It describes the situation absolutely to the T. However, we can see that DMG, they are just getting out a lot out of that situation in mid lane. They are able
Yep.
to have pressure on the map. They are able to put down the Rift Herald on bot lane because they didn't need to use it for the mid lane tier 1. And now they have opened up 2 turrets on the side of Vertex's map, which makes it so much harder for them to step forward, especially when it comes to contesting the next Drakes. And it could be a possible soul point for DMG in the next 2 minutes. However, Nefarious has to be a little careful here. Yes, you are tanky, but, you know, you don't have to force these 2v1 situations just yet.
No, definitely not. And as much as DMG have come out on top in these most recent fights, have been having a good time, look at the gold. They're still down 2k in gold. And a lot of that is coming from just individual CS leads. There's a pretty big one in the bot lane, there's a decent one in the mid lane, in the jungle too. You know, it's very rare right here that DMG are actually in a CS advantage, and it's leaving them behind in gold, and it's translating into items. It's part of the reason why Vertex are able to scrap back and forth quite so effectively right now. You've got the 2 items completed bot, mid, jungle is getting on the way, but, you know, is still at least a little bit ahead. And yeah, your Poppy hasn't had the best time so far, but is still 2 items completed. You know, is on par right now. Isn't as far behind in CS as you potentially would have liked to have put a Poppy after you get the early solo kill. So, yes, the fights are going well for DMG, but don't count Vertex out quite yet. The thing is, I don't know that they necessarily want to straight up 5v5. It's not working for them right now. Thank you very much, production, for showing us the individual gold. Because, yeah, it's not as far ahead as I feel like DMG seem to be in a lot of these fights.
The one thing I'm a little worried about if I'm on the side of Vertex is who is going to kill the Jax? Because Jax sitting here with 4 kills is already pretty strong, if you ask me, right? That's already something that I, as an AD carry, look at and I'm like, ooh,
no, thank you.
I don't like that. Now, obviously, if you play Kai'Sa with this build, you're going for Nashers next. If I'm not completely wrong, at least that's what I do. But I'm also in very low elo, so don't ask me for itemization tips. That's not my specialty. However, I'm still not sure if that's going to be enough to kill off the Jax if the team fights end up playing out in a similar way than the last one. But maybe, possibly, we can see a little taste of that in this next situation as the Drake has been spawned on the map, and it's the sole point for the side of DMG, who are, again, first to the objective, have the river under control here, and Vertex seem to be looking for a way in. Sharpie stepping forward, Harikari as well, turning off the lights right now. He has to go in to find something in this
Poppy hits! He hits!
Poppy ultimate hits several members, however, here's the ultimate coming out from the Nico. Church of Chovy has to run for his life. It's several members already on the hunt, and with the Jhin ultimate from the backline, it's just not enough to bully Vertex away from the river. Very nicely played for Vertex as they deny the soul point.
I was really worried they're about to get collapsed upon right there, Vertex, but instead the fight works out, and it's all because of a brilliant Keeper's Verdict out of Sharpie. It lands onto a couple of key members. Reinegger, get on out of here. I think it was rigged as well. It might be Nefarious, I'm not entirely sure, but you managed to bop 2 people out, and then you catch Church of Jovi out in no man's land. You know, as mobile as an Ahri is, it doesn't matter when you've got absolutely no support around you. You're going to be able to pick up that kill, and once you've lost a member, you don't want a 4v5 up against Vertex. They're not far behind, as we were talking about just before this fight started, and so you pick up that Drake, and it ends up 2 for 2 in terms of the Drakes. Soul point is averted, and these teams are once again in pretty even situations right now. I wondered if Rigged was just going to go in there. That could potentially have been a good catch. Instead, just going to grab Rigged. That's bold. I would always be a little bit wary when just pulling a bear towards you, but it works out. It's all good.
You know, there is different types of bears. I've read somewhere that depending on what type of bear you're facing, you have to behave in a different way. Some of them you need to ignore, others you need to scream at. So I don't know what Kachi is approaching here, but I'm pretty sure...
I would run away.
You know... Right, but sometimes they would run after you. That's like playing with a dog. Maybe they think, oh, dude wants to play, I'm gonna run after you. And I wouldn't run away from Volibear because he's fast.
Yeah.
So, scary situation to be in. Now, I wonder who wants to commit for the next mutual objective first. Because we do have Baron on the map right now. We have a lot of vision around that from the side of DMG. However, I feel like both teams would hugely benefit from taking this Baron into their own hands, as there is still a lot of standing gold on the map. But so far, it seems like no one wants to pull the trigger. Everyone is kind of unsure. You don't want to force a fight when it's not necessary. So everyone's just wandering around a bit.
There are some decent Baron takes. I think Vertex is a little bit faster. Jhin isn't the premier of taking out all of these big neutral objectives. Hang on, this is a faulty in the bush.
Oh, here we go.
Okay,
interesting.
bye-bye. It's just
That was
a kill.
Oh, and Faulty doesn't even give the kill over to Harikari. Harikari pulling the ultimate, flying in. But there is no way this Nico is giving up a kill towards the jungler.
Failed. Church of Chovy has failed the math check. Did not count the minions. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Instead, back to base with you. Oh, I'm laughing quite a lot, but that is incredibly funny. Rigged, though, might just get a straight kill here. Yeah, Faulty just dies.
Rigged. Very nice angle to go in for a little bit of a solo kill here.
Boy.
And even Harikari has to be careful, gets stunned. Nefarious finds that kill, and now it's an easy Baron angle here for the side of DMG. However, Vertex may be finding an answer with the Poppy. Yes, not the greatest split push. However, you will be able to probably pick up that turret. Nectarius has to be a little bit careful. It's a bit on the wrong side of the rift here with Church of Chovy TPing in.
Really?
Has to be on the run, maybe going in for the 1v1. However, you can already see the damage coming out of that Ahri as well. And now Sharpie TPing towards this area as well. Poppy ult not doing the massive work that it needed to have. However, Church of Chovy going in for the solo kill. And there is the smite. And it's the blue team with Baron. And this is not what Vertex wanted to get out of this situation.
Oh boy, no, it is not. We're gonna have a quick look back at what was possibly the last happy moments for Vertex. Because this is hilarious. This is so funny. This is, you haven't counted the minions correctly. You don't even need the ultimate at all out of Harikari. But from this moment on, it's just a massive miscalculation out of Vertex. They step way too far forwards on way too low health. Faulty has no health right now, gets just one-cycled by Rigged. And then you're way out of position with your jungler. It's of course going to turn into a Baron, and once again, like I'm saying constantly while I watch Fnatic at Worlds, stop fighting! walk away!
Just
You have
walk
lost
away.
the fight. The fight is lost. It is gone. It is out of your reach. Do not blow a teleport to try to make this fight happen. Do not attempt to 1v1 an Ahri when you have no mana left, Nectarius. Instead, that's exactly what ends up happening, and you lose even more kills. The Baron goes over as well. And this game may well have just left the reach of Vertex.
Yeah, definitely not the smartest choices from the side of Vertex here. Also, Nefarious stepping up to save Church of Chovy in that situation. And yeah, I think you put it very nicely. Just stop fighting. I cannot count the number of fights I see when there's the objective not even on the map and people are just fighting for random reasons. You've already lost the fight. Just leave. Let it be. That's what I type in chat when I play. I'm always like, disengage. Go base. Leave it alone. We're good. Let's give it over. Let's regroup and start fresh. And that's definitely what Vertex should have done here. However, now with the soul point being given over to DMG and the Baron buff on their side, DMG can look towards the next few turrets. There is a top lane tier 1 turret still standing that should be necessary in order to move forward on this map. However, they are looking to possibly punish Sharpie here, being stunned. So be a little careful. Ultimate is back up. However, the root coming out here from Renek as well. Gibbo finds the shields. And we can see the Void Seeker is doing a decent amount of damage. However, it's just not enough right now for the Kai'Sa to have the carry potential.
Why are they... I get... No, I don't get it. I don't get why you're A-ramming right now. You're gonna get this tower, but you're...
Oh, Nico Ultimate coming out, lights out as well, and now maybe a possibility for Vertex to look for a little bit of a punish here. However, Harikari off to the side. It looks good for the rest of Vertex as they can pick up a kill here and there. Another nice hook coming in from the side. However, the kills going over to the Kai'Sa. That's the good news. But Baron buff still alive on at least 2 members on the side of DMG, and maybe they overstepped just a little bit.
They do. They absolutely do right here. They've blown basically all of their engage tools on trying to pick up Sharpie. Obviously, they're not particularly long cooldowns at this point, but it means you just don't have a way to stop Faulty when he goes in. I love the way that Sharpie just immediately responds, stun-locked, get the kill, Rigged dies immediately as well, and it's incredibly important in these fights to immediately kill the Ahri and immediately kill the Volibear, because then you've stopped a lot of the reset champions, and you can play out this fight a lot more calm and collectedly. They managed to get that done. It's just brilliant timing, and the fact that Faulty finds Church of Chovy as well is huge, because this Ahri at this point, look at the items, this Ahri does a ton of damage, so if you can one-tap her, then this fight becomes so much easier. It's great to pick up the volley too, and again, why are we A-ramming? Why are we A-ramming in the bot lane right now? Nefarious has teleport. If he's top lane, threatening that top lane tower, you don't have a 5-stack of Vertex bot lane, because I have to send somebody, maybe even 2 somebodies, to deal with the Jax being as strong as he is right now. Instead, you manage to get all 5 of them bot lane. They just have cooldowns up when that engage happens for Vertex because they tried to kill Sharpie, and it's those slight errors. Okay, all being bot lane was a large error, the cooldowns being down is a slight error that leads to them losing quite a lot of gold and just so much of the control they had in the game. Look at the gold. Again, they're back to being down a huge amount.
And they also lost a whole lot of tempo on the map, which I think is an absolute disaster. You had Baron buff, you had to look towards that top lane tier 1 that was still standing. Instead, you forced everyone down on bot side, and now top lane tier 1 is still there for you to pick up. And you kind of didn't use that Nash damage for anything good. Instead, you all died in a team fight that was not necessarily worth it. And now with Sharpie being here again, that bot lane, that top lane tier 1 turret will survive to live another day. But we do have a little bit of action possibly coming up a mid lane here, as the side of the MG are looking towards a possible Aram angle once more. Everyone,
why not? Run it back. Let's go again.
Yeah. In German, we say Mitte runter esports, and that's what we do. It's called, we're running down mid lane and hope for the best.
Hey, so that's how I play all of my games out. I respect that that's exactly how these guys are doing it too.
You know, it makes me feel better about my own elo. I look at this and I'm like, this could be where I'm at. So maybe there's hope for me. Who knows?
Okay, anytime Faulty's a minion at this point, I'm like, ooh boy, let's watch that one. Because Faulty, looking at the gold here, is massively ahead. When we look at the
Yes.
items too, has the death cap completed, had 2 needlessly large rods before the last set of team fights, has now completed that, has a great way into the backline as well with that proto belt, so just is in an unbelievably good spot. And it was Faulty's
Kind of-
ultis multiple times that have been the key, right?
For sure, and it's kind of a little bit of a match between the mid lanes for me right now, because both of these mid laners are really, really strong in the game. Yes, there is a large gold lead on the side of Faulty. However, you already mentioned how Church of Chovy does some decent damage as well, and now they are looking to find a fight. However, fighting in the jungle, never the best idea positioning-wise. Voidseeker coming out, but Gibble can obviously shield that. Now, with this Drake on the map, you want to contest this on the side of Vertex. You do not want to give up this Infernal Soul right away, and it's kind of looking as if no one is sure where and when to pull the trigger. Who will be the first one stepping up? Church of Chovy trying to stay off to the side, as well as Nefarious. Everyone split up quite harshly at this point in time, and I sadly cannot see the game right now. Now I
There
can
it
see
is.
the game again. Awesome. Roots coming out. And Sharpie has to be careful, has to move back. Charm coming out as well, Harikari now. Being
Oh,
charmed,
this has
and the
gone
engage
wrong.
from Gibble coming out as well. Now Faulty with
Ooh.
the ultimate. Lights are going out, and there is the punish for the side of Vertex. But are
Okay,
they a little
stolen!
too late?
Oh!
It's a stolen
Oh!
smite Drake here, but at what cost? As Rick finds Harikari and goes for the kill. Now it's on the side of DMG to clean up this team fight in order to make this all worth it. It's another shutdown in the back of Rinnek here, picking up a kill onto Nectarius. And you did lose the Drake, but you might as well just win the fight afterwards. You're looking towards Kachi, trying to find a hook
Wait,
here
ulti
and
lives?
there, but it's no way forward, and Gibble maybe have overstepped a little bit. Has
Yeah.
to look for a way out, but is stuck in enemy base, and that's an easy kill, obviously, to the side of Vertex, as the rest of DMG have to run for the hills and maybe run to the Nash instead.
I think this might actually be a situation where I think contesting is the right decision. You're only up against 3 members. It's going down pretty fast, so you're not going to have Harikari involved. Actually goes in.
TPs are coming in as well from both sides. Everyone wants to commit for this play. Root coming out, but there's another ultimate here from the Nico. Faulty doing so much damage.
no.
It's in the end Church of Chovy picking up the kill. It's a killing spree for Rinnek. And Nefarious picking up the kill onto Sharpie as well. And they do get the Nash. Now it's up to them to make
Oh,
it
no.
worthwhile and actually find something with this Nash buff this time around, because the last time it didn't go too well.
Never mind. I feel like at this point everybody in the audience can follow along with me here. Stop fighting, please. Every single time Vertex find a good fight, they then over-engage again, but so did DMG. It works out for them again and again, it feels like. DMG are now threatening onto these inhibitors. Should be able to pick this one up nice and easily. Going
As
in,
lights
though.
go out. However, Charm hits onto Harikari. This is important. Maybe the punish
Have
again
no
for the
follow-up.
side. It's rigged with another kill. And it's another engage here coming in from the side of DMG as they look to possibly end the game here. TP's coming in as well with the Nash buff and the wave on their side. They want to look to end their misery. Faulty's getting picked up for the double kill. Poppy ult trying to do at least something. But in the end, DMG pick up the kill and maybe put themselves back into this tournament. That was something.
Stop fighting! Please! Oh my god! I watch Fnatic at Worlds, they fight and fight and fight and lose, and then I watch these 2 teams, and they fight and fight and fight and lose! It works out for DMG. Fine, but there are multiple situations in that game where DMG, up against a better opponent than Vertex are, would have thrown that game because of over-aggression. Vertex did throw that game because of over-aggression, and egregiously at some points. I wasn't sure if maybe they could have found a way to at least try to delay the Baron on that second one. Instead, they go flying in, and then, once you've got 3 members dead, I'm Nocturne. I press Alt. Goes in with no support. You could have defended the base in that situation. Live to fight another day. You stole the Baron. That was really awesome. But that engage afterwards, it doesn't lose your team the game. There are a lot of issues with the way that Vertex played that one out. but that's the one that happened most recently, and I'm a little bit mad about it because that game should have continued on. And I feel like we've been robbed as viewers from what was a very interesting back and forth game because of some very silly mistakes.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like both sides have made their mistakes and have been punished for it. Now, I just want to quickly touch on to some of the things we were talking about in draft, because I feel like that Poppy may have been an issue, actually, because there was no big side lane threat for the side of Vertex. Is that something you would want to look at in the future and be like, maybe not go Poppy top again?
I feel like I say this all the time, but I feel like there's this one champion who works in all team compositions, and he's called Ornn. And just a basic Ornn would have been better. A
Yeah.
Malphite would have been better. These champions still don't have the best time in the 1v1, but neither does the Poppy, right? And sure, there were lots of dashes, and you're like, oh, I'm countering with the dashes with the Poppy.
Yeah.
Okay, but what else are you bringing to the team? Beyond stopping the dashes, what's the next thing that you're bringing to the team? The rest of the team goes flying in. The Poppy can't continue on. It just didn't work for me. I didn't like the Poppy in this situation massively, and I think it was borne out in the way that the game played. Vertex need to go back to the drawing board because I feel like both of these teams, actually, I'm speaking to both of these teams right now.
Yeah.
The foundations, like the way that they play the game is broken, but the skill of the players is there. If they figure out the way to play the game, it could work really well.
Definitely. Now, we have to catch our breaths real quick after this kind of insane, kind of overwhelming game, but we will be right back with the next matchup of the day.
Welcome back, everybody. We're being serenaded in by the singing of our producer. Having a great time on the beats. Well done. Welcome back to our post-game group therapy session with Max. How are you feeling after that one? Because it seems to have irked you somewhat.
It has indeed, and I think part of it may be that I made a mistake in 2015 by watching a Fnatic game, and I've been a Fnatic fan ever since. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, it's led me down many paths to this moment
Yeah.
here, where watching Fnatic at Worlds has made me a very, very sad human being. And there was a lot reminiscent of the way that Fnatic play. Obviously, referring to teams as, oh, you play in the style of a pro team would usually be awesome. However, it's the over-aggression that both of these teams were showing off that was actually crazy. And Vertex, there was so much good that they were doing, and they just threw it all away on basically two key mistakes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just looking around here. I'm a little distracted. I can find neither my chainsaw nor my billy can of gasoline to really let these guys have it. But yeah, absolutely.
No, it's good to identify the source of your trauma. It's important to understand that to help yourself process it. So we're making progress here, but let's talk about the game for a little bit instead. Let's talk about Vertex and DMG. So it was, as you had said, it's kind of, we were denied more of a very back and forth game. It was very close for a lot of it, and it seemed like the draft problems were rearing their head, but then it seemed like DMG were just executing much better around objectives, and the draft problems seemed to fall away. And we'll take a look at an early game replay first, where we have been watching the Poppy get a little bit clowned on. Nefarious Jax was doing very well, but we saw Sharpie start to stabilize, and then we saw Vertex really get their feet under them here. So Tempora, why don't you talk us a little bit about this topside play?
Yeah, so this matchup a little sort of flippy in the early, and Harry Carey does arrive in. It is still a solo kill for Sharpie, and this is kind of as strong as Poppy gets. The fall off coming through here. Rigged comes forwards. Setup not quite stitched together, but we still fancy it. Vertex is still going. Rigged responds in, coming up over the top, and it lets Faulty come in. Lots of space bought, lots of setup, and that allows the Pyke to come in over the top. We were really not sure about it in draft, but as sort of things got a little more degenerated and falling apart, I think the Pyke was the best pick to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, because we hadn't seen the Kai'Sa Pyke really get much of a footing in the bot lane. They were winning, but they weren't getting kills. They weren't getting gold stacked on, and that double kill really got catchy off the starting block, as it had been a bit of a slow one for them. But we then sort of see that Pyke get a lot more kills later on. And into that mid game, Vertex, they were looking a lot more comfortable. They started to get that comp going. They were doing some diving, they were doing some killing, and it looked like DMG. That's when I think the casters, you guys had started to spot the draft problems that were coming through, and we're going, well, seems very hard to play right now. And Vertex just have that ability to have the go button and to push for more. We also saw some great little catches, some Faulty as well. Shout out to the Faulty on the Nico, asking a lot of tricky math questions of DMG that the answers were very rarely discovered. But our second replay is a nice little move from Church of Chovy on the Ahri around this dragon when DMG had started to kind of clutch up and keep this game running a little longer. Block, so you can talk to us a little bit about this in the context of that mid game where DMG just really started to, even though they're behind, they started to manage the aggression of Vertex very well.
Yeah, I mean, the way that the early game went, especially with that fight that we just watched, it felt like, this composition's beginning to get online properly. But all of a sudden, it just doesn't work out for them in the same way. There's a very aggressive dive up in the top lane right here. Hey, this is nice. This is a great way to pick yourself up a kill. And is unfortunate right here for Church of Chovy. But it's the decision-making afterwards for Vertex and the recognition out of DMG that really gets them back into this game fully. You push just way too far forwards right here as Harry Carey and Faulty. Faulty's really low on health, and Rigged is able to get this kill just straight up. And Faulty is the main source of damage for your team at this point. Because you've also brought Catchy over into the area, you end up way out of position as just the rest of Vertex, and now DMG are in a great spot to pick up the Baron. Now this is the point at which the please stop fighting starts, because instead of just letting this one go, Vertex immediately are like, right, we can fight this in a 3v5, and it doesn't work. Doesn't work at all.
A bit desperate. and very reminiscent of some orange teams at Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate to see so many of the Harry Carry Nocturnots fly in kind of after the fact as
Yeah,
well.
it was
Maybe
like,
just
oh, it's secured, and,
yeah,
before I got there. Oh well.
yeah, yeah, just flying in to double check that the paperwork's in order, for this kill, and then I'll go back about my business. But
quick audit. It's like they're dead. Yeah.
just checking, double tap, yeah, little prod, yeah, they seem good, yeah, good job, back to work, everybody. So they didn't really have some of the cohesion, I guess, wasn't quite there for Vertex, and then it did show up a little later. Now, the last one that we have is from 34 minutes in. We have a dragon fight that ends up being managed very, very well by DMG, I believe. At least most of the way. And then Faulty kind of comes in to clean it up. So, Temporio can tell us a little bit about what it is that DMG are doing so well to kind of initially take control here.
Yeah, we've praised Vertex a little so far, and DMG sort of start to line up. They have this split, and this is sort of a bit of a neutral phase. Kaiser wants to keep this going as long as possible. More Void Seekers, more damage, better setup. DMG open up, call the curtains. Sharpie going to half and getting locked down here is kind of crazy. That Poppy is tanky, but no one can really start this fight off on 20% health. A charm to follow. Chovy's bought so much space, so much time. And even though Faulty comes back in over the top, they've already done more than enough damage than Ari needs to in the fight. The dragon is secured on the exit. Harry Carry is able to get back in there. But at what cost? The cost of them, the cost of Vertex fleeing out of their base. And in an insane backwards and forwards, that setup and that removal of health bars earlier on allows Rigged, allows Rhynek to push through, deal enough damage, and eventually close out the game.
Yeah,
It
Vertex
should
really had to
be.
win the 10% play there to come
It
away
was,
with not
was.
getting absolutely wiped in that fight, losing the dragon, losing the kills. They got fully shoved out, but managed to clutch their way in to keep that game going a little longer. But ultimately, it could not save them, and DMG ended up taking the win, ultimately executing better. And Vertex, they go to 2-4. DMG up to 2-4 now as well. And both of these teams, I believe, in the same group, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
They are, in fact. So they are now both even. And for context, these groups of 5, anyone who's not team 5 and who was not in 5th position will be able to move forward into the next stage and will then be playing against their kind of opposite numbers in the other group. So you want to maintain your position in 3rd/4th at least, with Venom Crest right behind them. Now, Venom Crest is the team we are going to be watching next. They have a pretty tough matchup. It is Venom Crest versus Ruddy Esports, who are the quintessential, yes, they are the best team in the group, or at least they are the joint best team in the group with Nuclear Vikings right now. But are they looking clean? Absolutely not. Do they care? Absolutely not. So let's talk about Venom Crest first, because they're 1-3 right now. They've gotten their first win. They got it last Monday, so they managed to get a win off the board. This is the reformed, repackaged D4 Gamers roster, but they really did not look comfortable in this new season. What the things that served them so well in Sunshine Showdown, the things that seem to now serve everybody well, maybe it's just that they're not alone anymore. No one is being caught out by this gameplay because everyone's leaning in. You can see the roster here in front of you, and we haven't seen the same plays out of Reeton. We haven't seen Hazard find as much success. Paul George has been up and down. But Temporal, why do you think it is that Venom Crest are now struggling in the same way? Do you agree with my theory that it is just everyone else has kind of gotten down on their level and it's not taking them by surprise? Or do you think there is any deeper problems that are holding them back at this stage?
A lot of this roster's wins, particularly in 2nd division and looking through Sunshine, was holding on and grit and determination. And if your opponents are just better at pushing through the game and not giving you that chance to hold on by your fingernails, to pull yourself back up, you don't get those opportunities, and your late game sort of super play through a team fight won't come to pass. I think that's been the main issue, has been surviving long enough for that style to come back in for that comfort zone to be appropriate.
Yeah, it's certainly a struggle for them. Getting that first win should at least help maybe build a little bit of the confidence for them. But going into Ruddy, obviously that confidence might be taking another blow here today. Now, Ruddy, despite the fact that even, we're coming off a fresh Crisis 15 kills in Zhao game, but it's you watch the game back and there's still a lot of dying, there's a lot of mess, there's a lot of debris left behind it. Even when the leads they're able to eke out are massive. You can see the roster here again with E-Roll coming into this roster, really being a consistent powerhouse in the mid lane to line up with Sin on that bot side. He's been arguably my best performer, I think, for Ruddy has been Sin down there. And then Akker's still doing a lot of impact on the tanks and the carries as their will takes them. So Bloxer, for Ruddy, I'm wondering if you think that this is going to serve them well for the rest of the tournament in this state, because yes, they are 4-1, and yes, when they do win, they do seem to win big. But do you think that given the state of the league and what you've seen off the rest of the games, does this put you in mind for a Ruddy championship, or does this put you in mind for a Ruddy playoffs fall off?
I think Ruddy finals is something I, at this point in the tournament, would be relatively okay with putting down. I think this team right now is in a good enough spot. Like you said, State of the League isn't that we're looking for the cleanest team. You don't have to be right now. And they are just hands checking their opponents. And if you are as good as these Ruddy players are individually, hands checking is a fine way to play the game. And it's not like they don't have synergy. It's not like we're saying, hey, half the team's fighting, half the team isn't. No, they are all down to get around and just go for this fight. You know, they know what they like to do. They are a cohesive unit in the disjointed playstyle that they're doing. It's a bit of an odd thing to try to articulate, but they know what they're doing. They are perfectly happy to just go in on these fights altogether. And I think specifically in today's matchup, they are in a very good spot to win this one out, because you're saying Sin has been awesome this split, absolutely true, and Matthew is kind of the best bit, I think, of what Venomcrest have. I really like Matthew. I think he's an incredibly strong player, but I don't know that he's better than Sin, and if your strongest isn't able to overcome your opponents, I just don't feel very good for them in this matchup here.
Yeah, I think that being unable to stand up to Ruddy in the clutch moments in the big fights is pretty key. And generally speaking, I would take them over anybody in like the lane 2v2s and in the early matchups. I think they're so good at finding kills, they're so good at punishing their opponents. They will not let you get away with anything in that early stage. And if they can all get behind Crisis like a kind of ballistic missile, then I think there's a lot that can work well there, because Crisis will be firing himself into the enemy team like a ballistic missile regardless of what's going on. So if they're able to, just like I say, just line up behind him, I think it works very well for them, and it does let them all just charge in. And they have only lost once so far right now, tied with Nuclear Vikings at 4-1. That's certainly a matchup I'm looking forward to, is that 4-1. Both of those teams love to get down in the muck and get fighting. But into Venomcrest, again, we're expecting chaos and fighting once again, but to level in on Crisis, just specifically, because this is the person that I think has garnered, on average, the most criticism from Ruddy, just because we've had the ups and the downs, and it's a very high kill, high death style, whereas players like Sin tend to perform a bit more consistently. Akker's a bit more consistently. E-Roll obviously has been 1v3ing since his first game, because everyone decides to gank him every game, but he gets away with it. So, Temporal, what do you think is the best way as we get into the draft for us to use a player like Crisis? What champions do you think we need to stick to? What kind of play style do you think is going to work out for Ruddy to get the best out of that very, very aggressive jungling style?
I'm a big fan of the like become unstoppable style, which is like Nocturne and your AP junglers right now. Like just by doing 3 rounds of farm, like you walk into a lane and you're the threat. Nearly always, there's very few champions that do not follow that dynamic. And while Zyra is more like, oh, I'm gonna lean a trade your way and let you know I'm here, so now you can't do anything. Stuff like you do on live is absolutely vicious. And just clearing through the jungle, showing up, and it's like, if I bear stand you, half your health is now disappearing. Not optional, it'll follow you unless you flash. Have a great time, and it's very ignorant, very powerful, and very uninteractive. I want to see that sort of thing out from Crisis, even if it's like a Xin Zhao, lead on kills, lead on farm, be the threat.
Yeah. So into the picks and bans, the quite meta dependent here from Venomcrest, the Skarner and the Aurora both removed. As Ruddy taking away the J4, the Ziggs, and the LeBlanc. So some mid threat, some jungle threat, and some bot threat as well. Though, of course, the Ziggs technically flexible, I suppose. With Syndra removed as well. So Venomcrest really trying to target that tier list. And Ruddy trying to take away a bit more of the specific side. Now, Venomcrest, with the first pick, has gone straight into the Ashe, not wasting any time. Denying it from Sin, I think, is a pretty good idea. And Matthew as well, this is the kind of the Ashe Brom, I think, was something that really started to hit very hard in SSSD for Matthew and Reeton. So I think it's a solid one to open up with. Is that a Lux?
Lux?
Oh, is that a locked-in
That's a
Lux?
Lux.
Yone, I
That's
get. I
locked.
mean,
Yeah,
everyone's been watching Worlds knows why Yone's been locked in, but
That's a locked-in Lux. So that should be a Lux in the
that
support
E-roll?
role, unless you're gonna move things around massively and you want the Yone top lane potentially. I mean, it's decent into the Ashe. It's one of the few things that can go toe-to-toe with the amount of poke that an Ashe can put down.
is this a Jamsu pick? This is like the anti-Jamsu pick. This is not
Hmm.
the Jamsu
think-
that I've... If it is, then all power to him
We've
for
seen
branching
a
out.
little of this from Jamsu, but it was back in the Caitlyn era. Because it still does hold someone still. You know, it's not a hook, but it's pretty close, and it's still banned to Q. Akali coming through, the thematic answer to Yone, does have issues with strength on the Worlds patch. Less so on live, but still relies on you taking over a side lane and potentially having a shadow, and there's few better in the game at that than Vi. You sneak up, push R, and let Akali do that.
I do have a lot of confidence in Cassandra, Paul George's Akali as well. We have seen it before. I think he's good on the champion. It's a good pick for him. So obviously into E-roll, if it is the matchup there, it's going to be tough. If Akers takes the Yone in the top lane, who knows? Because as we say, he has been showing us a lot more carry potential, but is happy to just slam the Gragas if needed as well, and fill in that role. As Crisis returning to the scene of the crime, pulls the Xin Zhao back out again, so potentially trying to be that kill leader, that farm leader that you had suggested, and with a Yone coming out with him, that's obviously a very strong, scary duo to be diving in. Now, with the Lux, it's going to be way in the back. Who's sitting way in the back with the Lux is my question. Is anybody at all sitting in the back? Are we going to be diving like Vertex, or are we going to be kind of having this two-pronged approach here with some ranged siege and some dive to threaten a kill?
I'm lightly worried that we're going to end up with a Caitlyn. I really hope not. It's not in a good spot right now. I mean, I could see a situation in which Ruddy can make it work, but I would really rather you don't go that route right now. But I just feel like...
Maybe just the Varus instead,
Oh.
if you want to play
That,
something in range.
that Morgana ban's a little bit odd there. I'm gonna
Okay.
put that down to some weirdness, and maybe the threat of a double mage with Lux farming in the bot lane. Caitlyn's not that bad. You got a lot of synergy going on with Xin Zhao and Yone, where you have a trap setup. Ziggs banned away. Jin, the last remaining member of the current bot lane trifecta, is still open and does set up all of this damage across his team. Potentially exciting.
If this was a Verdant game and we had Fuyu in bot lane, I'd be worried about the Lux farming bot lane. But if
Yeah.
if you're telling me that they've convinced Sin to play Lux farming bot lane, then I just don't know who's behind the scenes at Ruddy right now. I don't know what they've done
Always
to Sin
Blitz.
if they've managed to convince him to do that. But we have the Blitzcrank locked in, so potentially still protecting against a Lux down there to threaten onto that ranged pick. The Jack's coming in that top side, giving a nice general answer to kind of whatever's going on up there. And now let's see what we're doing. What are we doing, Ruddy? What are we Lux midding? Are we supporting? Are we double mage? What are you doing? Wait, where's the... So...
Sejuani top is playable.
Seju top, and then we do the R5 Caitlyn to just go back to Caitlyn. Okay,
Rally.
there's the Jamsu pick. Okay,
I think it's
I
farming
was-
Lux in the bot lane.
It's farming
Uh,
Lux. Yeah.
dude, Sin.
Yeah.
Unless you
Nothing
put the
done to you,
Yone
man.
bot.
Could be Yone.
Unless you
Yone.
put the Yone.
There-
What if they
Attack,
don't?
attack
Is the
speed
right
heavy,
question.
you know, ult dependent carry. That sounds like Sin's kind of
Yeah. More than the
I was
Lux.
wondering this. Why has there never been like a Yone bot movement in the same way there was a Yasuo bot movement?
There was. It just was really rubbish compared to the Yone top movement,
It was
and
just
all very secondary to the Yone mid
Yeah.
movement, which is very, very good.
Yeah.
I think that Venom Crest have gotten away with a truly wild draft because we're so baffled by the Lux pick. Because I don't think we're going in enough on the fact that they have for themselves an Akali, Vi, Jax, and Blitzcrank. That is horrifying for normal League of Legends. If you wanted to watch standard League of Legends, that doesn't exist with this composition. This composition is crazy. The Ashe is the only semi-normal part of it, and with an Ashe Blitzcrank lane, it doesn't stay that normal for very long at all. So much poke that you can really leverage, and if a Blitzcrank hits the hook, you better hope the Ashe doesn't have the arrow, otherwise you're just dead. The dive potential between this composition is crazy too. And I mean, as much as we're talking about the Lux, This is a composition sort of custom built for killing and mobile squishy carries like a Lux. I don't think this Lux is going to have a good time.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. You have to be pretty deep behind rail.
When we get confirmation production, can you show us what order the Ruddy picks are in, please? Because I need to know.
Just to be sure.
Okay,
It is
it's
Lux
currently Xin Zhao top lane and Seju jungle. With Yone mid, Lux farming bot lane, and Rel. So
Two things could have happened here. Either Akers is about to leak the EU West spice all over this official Four Nations game and show us something that Riot Games have maybe not intended to include on the patch, or Crysis set up the lobby and Akers is playing Sichuan, which I do expect.
Right.
So, much like the Poppy, the base damage is
Okay.
better in early levels. You know, Jax jumps at you, you jump at Jax, everyone stands still for a second. Has a bit
Sure.
of
I guess the casters will find out who's playing Sedge. So
You'll have to give us your review.
Yeah.
yeah. So the Lux is in that case. The point of Lux here is to be an Ashe lane answer. No. What else is Lux doing to this game that any other like normal sort of range like a Jhin couldn't do, or like an Aphelios couldn't do? Like what's the point of Lux?
It does follow
in
up
bot lane?
nicely. Xin Zhao top lane confirmed. What? No, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
Anything else lands from any of the other characters, and Lux does have like that hit confirmation, if you will, from over the top of a Yone ulti that like sets perfectly a position and holds it. And it will allow some long range blow up, and it does lane pretty well against the Ashe in a vacuum. Blitzcrank might upset that.
Yeah, the Blitzcrank threat there scares me, and the Akali threat onto it scares me a lot later on. I feel like it's hard to stop Akali just running at the Lux, simple shuriken or a speed walk past the bounding, and then who's helping the Lux out? You know, I don't think that's
You
the
don't.
use of Jamsu's
You-
time.
you
Yeah,
can't
just
get
leave
caught.
it.
You hope
No,
she
just-
gets to get her full combo off and blow something up, and then she dies. That is
Yeah.
unfortunately the way that this Lux's game goes, barring, something crazy happening.
We had been noted by production that Sin plays Lux a lot, so okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I
It'll be
hope
good.
it looks like
It'll
it.
be alright.
Yeah. Be
Venom
alright.
Crest, do you have this game in hand as well? This will rocket them up the standings.
I have
should
a
it
theory
be
on this
successful for
yeah,
them?
it will be. Yeah, it's definitely very winnable. It looks pretty winnable. The potential destabilizing factors are an E-roll Yone. E-roll, of course, is incredibly unflappable. It's been performing excellently so far. And if Sin is actually as good at Lux as our production hopes, then
Yeah, I
that could
think
be
it
big.
will.
Quickly, does someone want to talk about Xin Zhao top lane?
It
We
wins
get
in
into
very
game?
niche windows against Jax. If it's the same as it was in 2013, 2012 when I used to play this matchup, 3-point strike into counter strike is very rough, so your ability to proactive is quite limited. But when Jax ults, you do have a very easy get out of here button.
Just-
Forget about
yep.
it. Which does then lead to your favor once you push a minion wave. Because Jax's ability to push multiple minions at once is gated on counter strike. If he doesn't hold that in the 1v1, Xin Zhao will have the push on a wind becomes lightning through a minion wave, tagging Jax.
Sure. You know what? Sure. Okay, Akers.
Yep.
Let
Good luck,
us know.
buddy.
Hit us up with that one. Sin, good luck on the Lux, and Venom Crest. You've got a real chance here. You've got a real draft to deal with. So best of luck in the chaos. This is what you brought to this region. To be honest, you popularized it. Now we're all here. So have fun with that one, and have fun, Bloxer, on the cast with that one equally. Let's get Meal back in here and take it away for Ruddy versus Venom Crest Serpents. Go for it.
I have so many questions on so many different levels. However, let's start off with Lux bot lane.
okay.
So I remember a great time back in the days when you would play Seraphine AD carry and it would work wonders.
Yes.
Is this something that we could maybe put on the same level and be like, well, it's probably going to work in a similar way. You're building something like maybe Leandri, something like that, to have that afterburn in order to make life a living hell for the enemy. Because that's what I think has to be the angle here, because I do not understand what else you want to do.
You'd better get to ult once every 3 seconds, because that is the main way that you get to engage with this game post 15 minutes. Because post 15 minutes, you walk any closer than the very end of your ulti range, and you die. There is so much on the enemy team that can get on top of this Lux to kill it, and the Lux was picked so early on in the draft that you got to respond to that. You really got to respond to that as Venom Crest. It does so much poke. It is good into the Ashe. Like we were saying, like Trajan was saying, it's an Ashe counter. You are trying to stop the Ashe from poking you so much because you can poke the Ashe back. Beyond that, I think it's very much going to be on the skill of Sin to make us respect the Lux bot lane, because right now, I don't like it.
Well, as we talk about this a little further, maybe we are flying straight over the rift, ready to go into this second game of the day, Ruddy versus Venom Crest, with two very interesting drafts. Now, obviously, the other side has a bit of a more, let's say, meta type of draft with the Ashe Blitzcrank bot lane having a really nice engage tool with the Blitzcrank, and we can see that both teams kind of have the same idea here. However, they are not going to find much because no one is there.
Nope. No, they are not. Which I think gives us a little bit of insight into both the mentalities of these teams and a little bit of time to talk about what we expect from this game. And I have a theory, yeah?
Okay,
I have
give
an
it to
idea.
me. Tell me.
I think, possibly, Ruddy doesn't particularly respect Venom Crest as a roster. And as such, has decided that they can have a little bit of fun with this one and try out some different stuff. Venom Crest are sat at 1 and 3. They haven't looked like the strongest team in this Group A at all. You can get where they're coming from. Ruddy are a very strong team. This is not the correct scoreline for them. They are 4-1 right now.
Yeah, that's what I just wanted to say. It's the scoreline is kind of giving us a wrong lead here. They are 4-1 in the group currently. They have had some pretty decent showings. However, everyone is kind of talking about how they have a bit of a roster that's technically maybe too good for the UKEL. However, their execution, at least the last time around, was messy. It's not like they have been playing their most controlled kind of games. And with this draft, I don't expect it to be any different today. I feel like they have cooked for sure, but I'm not sure if they may have cooked a little too hot here.
As much as I think that their draft doesn't necessarily work together, I do still have a feeling that it's going to work out for them. The Ruddy are still going to be able to make this roster work, make this comp work, because they are so individually talented. This is such a strong team who do love the crazy games, the scrappy ones. And this is custom built for a scrappy game. And as much as it is hilarious some of these points, why do we have a Lux ADC? The core of this team does really work. I like a composition with a Rell, a Yone, a Sejuani, or a Xin Zhao, either or I would have been happy with, so why not have both, I guess, The Lux is odd, it very much is, but you can see that, right now they're able to get a great amount of damage onto Riton right here. Riton, I was wondering if they were going to keep going there, yeah.
They could have, for sure. I mean, the poke coming out of Lux already early on is pretty strong. We've mentioned it so far, but same thing goes for the Ashe, in my opinion. However, we're going to see some first little action here on the mid lane as well. What? No
Flash
kills here.
Sandy's flash gone. Bot lane, you take a huge chunk out of Riton. Ruddy are incredibly individually gifted, and so in the laning phase itself, that's the point at which these guys can really pop off. It's once we get into the team fights that the question mark have been popping up a little bit more, so, I'm not surprised by the way that this first 3 minutes has worked out at all.
Now, Hazard, together with Riton, looking to maybe find some invade angles right here. Yamsu is there to cover as well. But the good thing is that Sejuani ends up getting her buff. That's probably the most important part. However, Yamsu in a very sticky position here right now in the tri-bush, being picked up for an early first blood here. Hazard with the first kill onto this Vi. And Vi, I think, is an interesting take as well that we need to talk about later on.
Absolutely, she really wants to get early kills going in order to be able to make these fights happen, and that's a great early pickup to be able to make that happen, right? You get that initial kill onto the Vi. Hazard hasn't even gone back to base yet, so he's just in a very strong spot overall, and he's kind of that key component in making the life of this Lux miserable. Obviously, the Jax can jump in, so can an Akali, but really the Vi being able to just press ult on whoever you really want is going to be great. They might be going in again.
Yes, we gotta see who is going to be the target here as Errol drops pretty low, finds a little bit of a return damage onto Paul George, everyone's favorite mid lane. But it's really hard for anyone to put down enough damage here to actually go for the kill. Now tanking the turn and getting stunned, and it's going to be the return kill here for the side of Robbie. Now maybe they want to go for more, but they gotta be careful. We learned in the last game, just stop fighting. Matthew with a nice flash underneath the turret is getting stunned here with the root coming out. However, no kills there either. But it looks like Sin has found a lot of push here onto this bot lane with the Roam of Return going towards mid lane. It has been doing well for Ruddy on bot lane at least. Now, we have mentioned the viral quick with obviously the ultimate being a great tool to engage onto people. And I think that's something that equals the backline dive that we have with Errol on this Yone pick. And especially if we look towards the side of Ruddy, I feel like you have, apart from Yone, very immobile champions. Neither the Lux nor the Rel are necessarily the most mobile in my opinion. So Lux should be very punchable for the side of Venom Crest, no?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the Venom Crest should be able to make a lot of good proactive plays happen. They picked up that first blood kill, which was really nice. Shy is going to get jump right here, does have the flash, should be able to just get away from this one. Might not even have to blow the flash. Now, is just going to be able to walk that one out nice and easily. But Hazard made, I think, is a peak Hazard play, where had the Q up, was holding the Vault Breaker, and I really thought that they had managed to fight the urges to go in and walk away from that fight. You know, it would have been great to have picked up a kill right there as Venom Crest, but they didn't need to force it. Of course, Hazard sees the option, tries to go in, ends up getting stunned up. That doesn't work out. We're going to get another fight in the mid lane, though.
Another 3v3 situation as Paul George has to be very careful going back in onto the managed... What the heck? There was a Luxel from downtown. I was very, very confused by that for a second. However, the fight might not be over yet with Sin having moved into this mid lane as well. They kind of want to look for something here. Root coming out onto the enemy top laner who has moved in here as well. However, now tagging the turret aggro. It's a kill onto the Sejuani. And so far, this has been very even. Everyone's trading back and forth. And now Akers gets to pick up a plate here on top lane in the meantime. And I feel like it's continuing as messy as the last Ruddy game that I cast.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a Ruddy game, and it was always going to be like this. It's immediately a good fight right here for Ruddy. I know it looks like Jamsu's in a bit of threat, but you're gonna be able to live as long as you get away from the Akali. Doesn't quite work out for him. Still, it's a 1-for-1. It's not the end of the world. Sin arrives here, and I think Shy is over-aggressive in trying to make this fight happen. Shy should go down right here, but you can see Reeton just waiting. There we go, got the hook. Pulls in Crisis, and that is going to be the kill picked up nice and easily right there. 3 for 3, though.
1-for-1, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's even on kills right now. Really, the winners of that are the top lane and the bot lane, for two different sides. Venom Crest, Matthew manages to get a ton of damage, a ton of minions, doesn't manage to quite get onto the tower for the plating, so isn't quite as much of a winner. Akers, though, massive winner in that situation, doesn't have a top laner to try to fight against, gets plating, gets a ton of minions too, has established himself a great CS lead as well, and just is in a generally very strong position right now. It's going to be another 1-for-1 trade for the great Grubs and Drake trade. It's the standard trade of this year right now, and I don't think you're going to be too mad about giving up either one of these for these teams. It's all about the second Drake and the second set of Grubs to really determine the pecking order, I think.
Definitely. However, I'm kind of surprised that usually with a Sejuani, I feel like you play a lot more around the top side of things, and so far Sejuani more active towards the bot side of the Rift, and now Hazard
after the Lux.
Kind of looking, very true. Hazard kind of looking for a sneaky invade here. Not sure how sneaky it really is, but definitely going to pick up a buff here. as bot lane kind of in a rough spot here for the side of Venom Crest. Yes, you did have some alone time and you got to farm a little bit here. However, we can already see, obviously, the cooldown from the Lux ult is not that strong, but now ultimate coming out here. Very nice crystal arrow, but the damage is not quite there yet. Another root sitting on top of Matthew as Sin has to walk it out. Riton takes the kill in the end. It's another kill secured for the supports. I love that. Never kill stealer, always kill securer. That's how I see it.
Absolutely, and to be fair, in that situation, Matthew might have been able to get there for that kill, but there's no reason to risk it whatsoever. And that's a great pick out of the bot lane from Venom Crest. I really like this bot lane. I think Matthew's incredibly strong. Riton, great vision there. Jamsu, I don't think you want this fight. No, they're going to get collapsed upon pretty hard right now.
Yeah, but Errol also moving towards the rest of this teamfight situation. Stun on top of Riton, has to flash over the wall in order to make it out. And that's when everyone decides to disengage. But it's very action-packed, very, very, you know, kind of completely opposite to what we saw in that first game today, where the early game seemed to be extremely slow and extremely, you know, just radio silent here and there. And with these two teams, we have that early game action again, where everyone is just trying to farm up kills left, front, and center. However, sometimes that's maybe not the right point for your attention on the map, as Jamsu has to kind of keep that buff occupied. But now it's a nice counter invade here for the side of Ruddy.
Yeah, picking up another little bit of invade. The gold, though, super even right now. Kills, grubs, drakes. Things are not out of hand for either of these teams right now. And to be honest, the scaling's pretty even as well. It's not like one of these teams is just way better later on. I think bot lane was really emblematic of the way that the day is going to go for Sin, though. He used ulti in the face of the opposition, and they immediately went, right, kill. Let's go. And there was really nothing that Sin could do. Without a flash at this point, is just incredibly squishy. That ulti, though, was really good at clearing out that wave. That's another thing that Sin is going to bring to the team. You sit super far away, use your ulti, it's on a low cooldown already. That's only going to get worse and worse for Venom Crest as the game goes on. And that's just a great way to say, hey, mid wave is gone now. Establish a push. Make things happen from quite far away, steal away Drakes, potentially get involved in fights from downtown like we saw in the mid lane as well. But as soon as Sin steps up close to anybody on this team, every single member of this team has the ability to kill onto Sin, possibly even Riton. Maybe that one's a little bit harder, but possibly even Riton can still attempt for that fight, and as soon as Riton has anybody's, it's just so difficult for Sin to try play out.
Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely a big question coming in when we look at the positioning here for the AD carry of the side of Ruddy. As we're looking to see another play on top lane here. Stun coming out, and that's a pretty easy kill here for the side of Ruddy. And more alone time with the turret.
Ashe.
So Arrow coming through, going just wide and not managing to pick up anyone. Arrow finds the shield, tries to stay alive, is getting ignited as well. Has to be really careful, but it's Matthew in the end picking up the kill with a very nice roam towards the mid lane here. And that, again, a little bit of an error on both sides, in my opinion, being picked up here.
I mean, top lane, this is just really unfortunate for Shy. Akaz isn't really stepping up. It's kind of just hoping that Shy is going to decide to go in for a trade. Does indeed, and Christ is just in the bush. That's
just in the bush.
That's just unfortunate. This is nearly a great escape, because Jamsu hits a huge 3-man Magnet Storm right here that allows Errol also hitting the 3-man Fate Sealed. Unfortunately, just has to use the E, and as soon as you do that, you're going to be snapped back to your body. The kill does end up going down to Matthew as well. Not ideal in terms of who picked that kill up as well. In the end, you know, 1 for 1, like we said, with the plates, with the grubs going over right here to Ruddy. It's now 3 for 3 in terms of those. Errol does a ton of damage right now. Gonna have to dodge this hook, though. Doesn't.
Riton finds the hook. Errol, again, in a sticky situation, has no flash available. Therefore, easy pickups here for the side of Venom Crest. And we're reaching a point where I'm kind of starting to see what you mentioned earlier with maybe Ruddy haven't really respected Venom Crest as an opponent here and there. Well, we can watch the two top laners, again, facing off against each other. And Matthew getting some more alone time.
Yeah, Matthew's so far had a really good game, but so has Akaz. I mean, look at the item difference. You've got that Eclipse
Yes.
completed already for Akkers, where Shy is still sat on scraps and components, yeah, behind massively in terms of gold. Thank you very much, production. I think another thing to mention is Errol dying there isn't ideal in the mid lane, but that only works because that's a 1-item Yone. The second that's a 2.5 item Yone, that doesn't work anymore. Yone 1v3s that. And so
Yeah.
you need to get that aggression going early. I agree Venom Crest are doing the right thing so far in this game, but they need to be really careful. Sin is just
Flashing
dead.
over the wall. Flashing over the wall, finding a route again onto the enemy, and now pulling the ultimate out,
Still
but
dead.
ult going wide, and this
Still
should
dead.
be a kill secured. But you get to pull another TP here for the side of Ruddy, and now Akker's looking to punish the bot lane of Venom Crest, trying to find revenge here for your own 80 carry as Matthew goes down, and now another TP coming in. This team fight is just never ending, but we can see Akker's doing so much work. Another very nice Glacial Prison coming in as well, and it's a shutdown for Akkers one more time. And this Xin Zhao in top lane has been working wonders so far.
Absolutely is. We had questions coming in, but also it's Akkers. He plays it a lot, as we were told, and also he's just a great player and loves to just pull out the crazy stuff occasionally. I'm very much enjoying watching the way that this one is going out. Sin was always dead here. I know that Sin gets the flash over the wall, but Sin's still dead here. They are gonna dive him every day of the week, and it's this little step back up here that kills Sin 100%.
Yeah.
You step back up, you get tagged by the volley out of the ash, and you're slowed, you're never living. Matthew tries so hard to kite this one out, it's really unfortunate, but you're gonna get taken down by a very strong Xin Zhao in every situation right now. And then you've just teleported in as Shy, and I don't know that you're really going to be able to do anything in this fight. Hazard gets taken down, Shy at least lives, but that's a close thing as well. These team fights are incredibly scrappy, and the leads still aren't really there. You've finally got a little bit of a gold lead for Ruddy, but it took a lot of fighting back and forth for them to be able to establish this. And at this point, it's basically Hazard versus the world. Can Hazard make this Vi work well enough to get the rest of his team back into this game? You know, it's not like you're super far behind right now as Cassandra in the mid lane, as Matthew in the ADC role, but you're not super far ahead. You're not in a comfortable position, and there's a lot of threat on Ruddy that has been able to get those early kills and are in a good spot.
Yeah, that's definitely something to look at. Something else that we notice is that the mutual objectives, apart from the first set of Grubbies, kind of went over to Ruddy altogether, who have found themselves with 2 Drakes now at this very early point. They'd be looking for maybe an early soul point in 4 minutes time. And we're going to get a Mountain Soul, which is also very good news for the side of Ruddy if they end up picking that up. However, Venom Crest, they do really want to contest this, and we find a hook here. Very nice Crystal Arrow coming in as well. The stun on Yamsu. However, is that the target you want to catch? It's a bit questionable. However, Matthew with the kill, and therefore a numbers advantage here for the side of Venom Crest, who want to maybe look towards this Rift Herald, and Hazard going in very proactively. And Reton seems to kind of look for another catch onto Sin here. Matthew cleaning out that mid lane. And there is no contest coming in when we look at this Rift Herald, so Venom Crest should be able to pick this one up.
Yeah, it should be a nice and easy pickup right here for Venom Crest, and they are playing this game really well. It hasn't been throughout all of their losses that they've looked like the worst team. They've still shown promise in a lot of their losses. It's just not worked out for them. You know, they haven't quite been able to pick up those wins. They didn't quite know how to exploit small leads that they had potentially gotten for themselves. They're not in a lead right now, though. They're still down in gold, so I'm still worried about Venom Crest's chances at winning this game. But at least they are really showing fighting spirit. They're showing that they can try their hardest to actually get a way back into this game. Like that we were saying earlier on, if they pick up a win here, all of a sudden they're tied for, what is it? 5th?
Yeah, I think so.
Fourth?
No, they
They're
should be
tied
tied in the middle of the pack for sure.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'll open my document up real quick. Well, they end up being tied with both Vertex and DMG.
Yeah.
At this point in time, I think. So it's going to be very interesting. But in order for that to happen, they have to put in a lot of work in this game.
Yeah.
As Ruddy seem to have a lot of push
flat
going
stop.
for themselves. Shy has to be very careful, as now There is a Sejuani hiding in the tri-bush, gets stunned, and then the ultimate coming out from Sin, again from
Oh
downtown.
my.
Flash is being pulled, however, it's a little bit too late. You're at an absolute numbers
Wait.
disadvantage, and the kill is being picked up almost underneath the turret, but question is how much can you get back on the side of Venom Crest here as they spawn the Herald in mid lane, trying to find anything, something to make this worthwhile, while the rest of Ruddy keep pushing on to top lane and pick up a tier 2 turret and the kill from all this. So 2 turrets and a kill for really nothing at all in the mid lane.
Some gold onto the Ashe. Not even turret plating, because obviously that's been gone for a while, and you don't even pick up that mid lane tower kill. That is a huge play right there from Ruddy, and it really shows why they are one of our top teams in the league right now. The collapse, it takes a while. Potentially, Venom Crest could have harder committed to just trying to get that mid lane tower down, but you could see the worry that they were in, where, hey, if we stick around mid lane for too long, do we lose our inhibitor turret top lane as well? Do we lose even more back? Well, that's another massive injection of gold over to Ruddy. They're going to be up by about 5k right now. And the next Drake spawning in under a minute's time. They've also established a good amount of control around this Drake pit, and without a mid lane turret of your own for Venom Crest, it makes stepping up for these objectives increasingly hard, and Ruddy really are putting the pressure on right now.
Definitely, Ruddy are putting the pressure on the map as the Nash has spawned as well now. Shy has to be careful again. Yes, Hazard is in the area as well as Reeton. So far, I don't see a world where they can play this team fight. Errol looking to push that top lane wave and even further. Has the TP available, so possibility to move towards this Drake situation at any point in time. Now going for the reset, while the rest of Ruddy trying to push back Venom Crest from the surroundings of the Drake pit. No one really seems to be hard committing for this Drake so far.
There they
Akers
go.
going back down to bot lane to push out that wave one more time. Errol not having gone for the reset. Actually stayed with the Crystal Arrow going wide. This is not the
TP?
ideal situation for Venom Crest to be in. Both TPs coming in to the
Oh,
sidelines,
boy.
but it's so much damage coming out of Sin here, who is now being engaged in the backline by Paul George. Has to be very careful with the Akali being a little bit more mobile here in that situation, but it's kills falling all across the jungle. With both being picked up here for the side of Ruddy, this should be an easy Drake. Akers with the double kill, putting himself at 4-0 on that Xin Zhao. And this might be a pick you will never play again in the UKEL.
Yeah, possibly not. I mean, the way that this one is working out right now for Ruddy is pretty impressive, and this is a great bit of space taking up. You can see also earlier on, the amount of vision that they have is huge right now. Ruddy have basically all of the vision completely in their favor. It's only that flank ward available, and you have to pull the trigger right now. You have to teleport in, but the second that the teleport gets channeled through for Venom Crest, you immediately get a response out of Ruddy as well. And this is just a little bit of an overcommit, I think, out of multiple members from Venom Crest. Paul George, Cassandra has to go in onto Sin right here. You need to pick up a kill back, but Sin's done his job.
I love the
ulted.
comment. I love the comment in the chat saying Sin got taken out by half of the Beatles, which makes me wonder, where are John and Ringo? Maybe we'll see them at some point in the game as well, but so far it's definitely Paul and George having the pants on in this
Yep.
situation. But overall, Ruddy are just looking to find another collapse here onto the side of Venom Crest, who
They can
have
keep going.
no way to win these team fights. There's nothing they can put into the face of Akers, who picks up another double kill. Make that a triple if possible. Here we go. And then Hazard going back in over the wall. Quadra
Penta?
kill. They
Penta?
can look for the
Come on.
Penta angle
Go.
here. Paul George has to run.
Go.
There is no yellow submarine that
Come
can
on.
carry you to safety here. Running for their lives underneath the own turret. Completely
Oh,
ignored.
she's so
What
slippery.
are Ruddy doing? Ruddy are looking to run into the enemy base for
no.
a pentakill. There is no way that's going to work. An overstep here. And just one more turret shot would have been a nail into the coffin of Yamsu here. However, they managed to pick up the tier 1 turret, maybe even this inhibitor turret. But the Beatles are safe for now. British
Oh.
heritage has been secure. We're good, guys. We're good. Fun fact, I have a huge Beatles poster behind me in my room right now.
Oh my god, I love that. had points, but that was too funny. Okay, Reeton's gonna get jumped on as well. Reeton didn't die in that initial team fight. Apparently, it is his turn to pay the tax of death. It's gonna be a teleport coming in from Akers as well, and now you're just gonna be able to jump on top of Matthew. Matthew's gonna die too. They could go take the Baron right now, Ruddy, but do they even need to? They might be able to end the game.
They were looking to end the game here with turret aggro coming down onto Akers. He doesn't even care. He just walks underneath the turret like it's nothing. But with the TPs coming in, they seem to set their sights onto this objective instead of walking into enemy base one more time. Because that, in my opinion, was maybe a little bit too far. Now top lane's being pushed in a lot. And look at Jax trying to push in bot lane. There is no way they contest this Baron Nashor at this point in time. However, Shy trying to find some damage reduction by at least picking up a turret in bot lane. But it's just not enough to match the aggression on the side of Ruddy this far.
The top lane gold is it was genuinely double. Akers has double the gold of Shy.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He also has 9 kills, which I find disturbing, considering that this is not a pick I would have ever expected.
It's Akers. It's Akers. You've always got to expect something silly, and I mean, to be fair, it is working out exceptionally well right now. I kind of like it. Hang on.
I do too, but maybe we find a way to punish it now as Akers is being engaged on by the side of Venom Crest. However, there is just no follow-up damage nowhere as Hazard and Shy are both being picked up by Akers here, possibly while the rest of the team does enough work in the backline to make sure we will possibly get an ace here. If it wasn't for Reeton running away as soon as the fight starts, this would have been a clean ace for the side of Ruddy, who are now looking to pick up even more turret gold. With the Nash buff still being available, they have absolutely used it to the max in order to open up the base of the side of Venom Crest here.
Oh boy. This game has just gone completely sideways right here for Venom Crest. And Ruddy, as much as they are scrappy, as much as they do like to drag teams down to the mud, they know how to execute from that position. And to be honest, I think they've played an incredibly impressive game overall. Everybody has done their job. Even Sin, whose job was to die. Sin is bait. I've figured it out. The whole pick, the reason for the Lux, is that it's a juicy bait every time. Because Andy wants him. Hazard wants him. Shy knows that that's a kill you can pick up. But as soon as you blow any spells on trying to kill Sin, this is what happens to the rest of your team, because everybody else is so strong and able to keep these fights going.
But this could be a possibility maybe for Venom Crest to fight back. They're looking to put out some damage somewhere, but Akers survives and survives and survives. And even as Sejuani is able to just walk away from the situation. This is so illegal as Yamsu picks up a kill onto the enemy AD carry. There is nothing that Venom Crest can do. They have not made the right decisions in this game, maybe even in the draft, as the side of Ruddy, the red side, are looking to end the game right here, right now, in a very convincing manner.
I feel like I can sum this game up nice and easily, yeah? Akers, 12-0-5. That was an incredible performance from pretty much everyone on Ruddy, and I'm not even fully joking about the Sin being bait thing. Obviously, it was good into the individual 2v2 stopped the Ashe from pushing forwards too much, but beyond that point, it was just an ult bot. You ulted from downtown and you died, but getting to pull the Akali in every single time, because Andy was like, I wanna go get that fight. I wanna get into the backline. It meant that you weren't dealing damage to one of the true carries. Once the Lux has ulted, the Lux has done her job. She doesn't need to be extended damage. She has one big bit of burst at the start, and then you die, and it was absolutely fine. I'm even with the drafts being as weird as they were, I was pretty confident that Ruddy were going to win, but the just domination that they showed right here really does make me think that this team is going to be one of our best ones once we go forwards into the playoffs.
Definitely. I'm looking forward to see what else they are going to cook, because this was incredible, and I enjoyed this much more than last time around I was here, and I have a no Kartus day today, so I'm happy anyways. But what are there? What kind of positives could you take away for the side of Venom Crest? Obviously, they have put themselves in a very difficult position in the UKEL right now with this loss. Is there anything positive to look at from a game like this, or are you just completely floored and there is nothing to take away?
No, absolutely. There's a lot to be positive about. That first 50 minutes was good. They were fighting toe to toe. They made a lot of good proactive plays, and that's something that teams that are at the bottom of the standing sometimes run into, where they're not proactive. They're scared. They don't think they're going to be able to make these plays. It's gone wrong for them before, and they don't know what to do afterwards. So I'm glad that they were as proactive as they are, and I think that once we get to see these teams potentially, if they are able to squeak through in the cross group matchups or potentially against DMG, against Vertex, I think the Venom Crest could be in a good spot to be able to pick themselves up some more wins. It's just unfortunate right now that they came up against Ruddy, who are looking incredible at the moment.
Definitely. They have been looking very, very strong so far. Well, it's going to be very interesting to see who they will face next up. However, that's it for me. That last game was so crazy. My voice needs a break before having to go back on duty tomorrow in another cast in a different language. Thank you so much for joining to me. It was an absolute pleasure. I enjoyed it very much. And we will go to a short break before the desk will take it away once more to unpack what happened here.
Welcome back to the analyst desk, everybody. Ruddy taking a win over Venom Crest off the back of an exceptional Xin Zhao top performance. Not something I expected to be saying today, but here we are in the Four Nations. You never know what you're going to get. Now, as it is fair to say, as Bloxy was saying on that post game, a much better performance from Venom Crest for about 50 minutes. I think it was looking competitive. It was looking solid. Matthew and Reeton were back on form in the bot lane. They were punishing Yone in the mid lane. There was all sorts to like there. So, Temporal, from your perspective, how would you rate that kind of early game from Venom Crest? Is it just being able to manage their comp and then Ruddy coming online later? Was a bit more of the Ruddy mistakes? What do you think? We're actually seeing a bit of return to form from the Serpents.
I think they've been watching Worlds, and I think the Serpents have taken some big takeaways from the way Macro is done in Tier 1 right now. I wouldn't say it was perfect. There's a little bit of room to improve, but you're doing better than Fnatic, guys, and that's a big boon. You got to be proud of this. I think Reeton, I'm gonna praise specifically. That bot lane 2v2 is what you need to do with Blitzcrank. There was a kill that we'll review on replay in a few minutes. And it was like what that champion needs to do. It was like very thematic. And when you think of someone playing a champion, it is that sort of outplay, that sort of recognition that really goes the extra yards. Unfortunately, Errol is a fantastic mid laner. Pretty much everyone on Ruddy is a fantastic player in their role, star-studded here and in other arenas like EMEA Masters. And eventually that did come to overwhelm the Serpents. They can't kick themselves too much, though. That was a good show.
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty to be happy about for Venom Crest. They are going to 1-4, sadly. They'll remain in 5th place in this group, so they are still in the danger zone, as it were, but they're only 1 win behind 3rd and 4th, so very much in striking distance, and if they can get back on, if they can keep that form going, I guess, then there's definitely plenty of upward momentum for them to go for. Let's take a look at our first replay, where we saw a little bit of that play onto the mid lane. We saw the action coming through early on. And we started where we started to kind of prick our ears up a bit and think, okay, Venom Crest are here to play here. Really not going to get the free ride. Blocks, if you want to talk us a little bit about how Venom Crest were focusing on that mid lane and how give E-Roll a little report card after dealing with his usual amount of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, it was the right decision right here out of both teams to try for a bit of a scrap. You're in pretty strong positions. I really like Venom Crest deciding that they can go for this one because they can. Getting that kill onto Jamsu is really nice. It's kind of unfortunate right there for Kasandi that you get sniped from downtown by Sin. Otherwise, that could have been a pretty nice 1-for-1. I think this is the point at which it's a mistake. Shy going in here is over-aggressive. You don't do that much damage as a no-item Jax. And your basically best bet is being able to jump away and survive. It's the fact that you then get over-aggressive again from the rest of Roddy that means that they get a kill back. But I like this aggression. Specifically, I like this aggression right here out of Venom Crest because you are in a strong position with the comp you have right now at that point in the game. This is pre-Yone's online. That's the point at which you want to be fighting in the mid lane, and roaming a Blitzcrank around is great. The bot lane was vulnerable to ganks, was vulnerable to being killed if you want to just focus all your attention there. But actually getting the Blitzcrank into other lanes was a great way to unlock it and to get some more power into the rest of your lanes.
Yeah, we did see some successful play through there for sure. The bot 2v2 had their moments as well. Punishing, summoner usage, excessive ult usage by Sin once or twice. So certainly happy to try and punish an advantage if they see it as an opportunity. But let's talk a little bit more about that Blitzcrank, Temporal. I know you wanted to highlight a specific play from Reeton down there. Pulling out this Blitzcrank, of course, it is a bold pick, but he's certainly looked good on at times.
Yeah, so the Lux, who's favored in this matchup so far and is having a great time, is low on mana. Reeton moves up and around the wave, so he's not taking extra damage, and he's in position to split Jamsu's ability to see anyone. The Rel is sight-based. Nice hook, holding at max range for Ashe. Does make sure that this 2v2 can do enough, because it's the Blitzcrank on their own there, and they just sort of solo that. It's not enough. You have to keep your AD carry in mind, because Blitzcrank isn't really a whole champion on his own, much like Yuumi. Instead of being attached to someone as your platform for things, you got to move people into range of your carries and sort of treat them as your damage. Else you don't have enough to do on your own. And in that 2v2, that was all that was required to come back what was opening up as a deficit.
Yeah, and what were your thoughts, Temporal, on the Lux, the farming Lux Rel combo generally as after that game? Is it worth, was it better than just having an AD carry? Did it offer something unique? Do you think it was worth going down this slightly unorthodox path in the end? I mean, obviously they won the game, but
Yes.
reviewing it generally.
I think it was pretty good. I think Venom Crest correctly identified twice. There was 2 fights where it was just like, yeah, just kill Lux. Like, she has no defenses left. As soon as the Rel is not playing in front of her, or you find a flank, very vulnerable. Unfortunately, if you're not paying attention to Xin Zhao and Yone this game, that's almost a win on its own. So Ruddy is sort of recognizing it's not the end of the world. But I think the Lux from far away evaded what could have been a potential lost cause in the bottom lane with a traditional AD carry that the Blitzcrank would have been able to take even more advantage of.
Yeah. So there is obviously another element that we need to touch on here that became more important as the game rolled on, which is the Akers Xin Zhao top lane, which ended up going a little bit bonkers. We have our third replay that Blocks, so you can take control of here, just showing the levels that this Xin Zhao managed to reach in this game.
Yeah. So the Xin Zhao was in an incredibly strong position, and this fight actually kicks off with Sin doing what Sin did best in this game and getting jumped, but it doesn't result in an immediate kill, and the second that Akers arrives, you can see the rest of Venom Crest just scatter. They have to run. They can't keep making this fight happen, except Shy, once again, exhibits a little bit of over-aggression and gives Akers another way in, and you get to just keep running this one down. You pick up the kill onto Shy, then you get to pick up this kill onto Hazard right here. Sin, once again, he's so juicy. Everybody wants to jump on top of Sin. And this was and a really unfortunate runaway. Unfortunately, Akali is one of those champions where jumping on top of them and actually getting that kill for the Penta it's so tricky. You were never gonna be able to pick that one up.
Yeah.
But I really do respect the Ruddy boys for trying so hard to
They
pick that
went
one
for
up.
it.
I'm surprised they didn't dive the fountain in a desperate attempt to be able to pick it up.
Yeah.
But no, it was a great game out of Akers, and Akers was making it work really effectively into what could have been a bit of a rough matchup. We were talking about how the Jax can fight against you pretty effectively early on, but Akers was making it work without any real attention top lane. Particularly, there was one gank that you did get in the top lane that really helped to completely boost Akers ahead, but even before that had happened, he was still having a perfectly decent laning phase.
Yeah, for sure. Pretty much no notes for the Akers. Xin Zhao looks very comfortable, looks like a real threat. And the fact that they're able to pick it fairly early in the draft and then threaten a flex through the jungle, sure, you know, whatever gets you that extra bit of advantage. And in the interest of balanced broadcasting, Crisis had a very good Sedge game. You know, I do like to harp on Crisis a little bit, but it's mainly because Ruddy are so strong. All the pieces are so good together. Akers, Sin, Erol, Jamsu, everyone is such high performers. And Crisis, to his credit, had a very good Sejuani game. Set up the team very well for success. And yeah, I thought he was going to run it all the way to the fountain to get that Penta, but a bit of rare restraint shown and an easy win locked up soon after. So praises for the Crisis Sejuani. And Ruddy with that wrapping up their 5th win, moving to 5-1. Again, it was a little bit of a messy affair. Venomcrest showed us some good stuff early on, but ultimately the Ruddy comp, strange as it was, came out on top, and they did just look a cut above once again here today. So with that, we're going to go to another quick break. We'll be back for the next 2 games of the day. We're going to switch out some casters, switch out some elements, and then we will be back with more UKL, UK and Ireland esports action after just a few more minutes. So thank you, Temporal. Thank you, Bloxer. Thank you, everyone, for watching. Stick around, and there's more action to come. We will see you then.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the UKEL 4 nations. I can't even remember every single nation part of this league. What are you guys witnessing here? As you see me, Duckling, the number one Dane, number one UK hater on the NLC. I'm gonna have to say it here. And I'm joined by Rory for the final 2 games of the day as we are about to, emergency substitute. The Dane is here to take over. I mean, I just saw A-Roll play, so obviously one of my beloved Danes has found a home in the UK.
Yeah, and seemingly does very well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's a fantastic player. He's Danish, right? So
Oh, so
I'm
he's
very
Danish,
excited,
he's
Rory,
gonna
to
do
be
well, yeah?
here and go through the experience of UK League of Legends with you.
Yeah. So I wanted just to bring 2 things to you that really exemplifies UK League of Legends in the week prior. So how do you feel about Teemo Jungle?
I very much dislike it.
Yeah, how do you feel about hard ganking Teemo Jungle? We're talking like level 4 sprinting straight into lane, like blinding, dying,
Sounds
rinse
horrible.
and repeat.
Sounds
then-
horrific.
Yeah, it was. Then how do you feel about Ignite Cassante?
Oh, no way, no.
Solo killing a Gwen at level 3.
Jesus Christ. man.
Because
What have I signed
up
myself?
against today? Belfast Storms, top laner Synapse did that last week against Good Cheese Shin, and actually was straight into draft here, very early. There may be some misbans. We're not sure because some of the teams were late. We were told there may be penalties coming out. Whether that is in action or not, well, I'm sure production will let us know. But Duckling, how are you feeling about the strongest champions in the meta right now? I'm thinking like Syndra, Rel, champions like this.
I'm gonna be very honest, right? It like watching Worlds, I've just learned Yone, and more Yone, and then I mean Smolder's a response I see quite a lot, and obviously you know Smolder, he scales, he's strong when he scales, he's weak before that. I mean pretty alright in the late game, very dominant. Casante's obviously still got a place in the meta, but that's the previous patch, so maybe throw that out of the window as the new changes. I'm yet to really know how strong the new Casante is. You know, I have a team now in the Danish second division. Our top laner has brought it out in a few competitive games and looked good on it, but then again, I mean that level of competitive play in the Danish second division. I mean, even as a Danish bias, probably doesn't really compare to the level that you guys have here in your first division. So, not sure how that fares in high level of competitive play, or higher level, should I say. I don't want to say straight up high level. It's in the UK, guys. I'm going to have to be honest.
Oh my dear. You know what? I'm going to gloss past that because there's more important things. So, for all of you seeing, is there a misban on Broad and Friends side? No. They're receiving a sanction, and so they're losing a ban completely. Our production staff have informed them of this, and they've had to suck it up. So already on the Belfast Storm bans, we're seeing targeted bans coming out. Nemlis, Nico, Sparks, Cogmore, both champions they performed incredibly well on. And then Vixen's LeBlanc, she played that last week, went, I think it was 6-0 on it. Just quite a threatening pick altogether.
Yeah, I mean, the Scala ban coming out as well, which we have seen quite a bit in Worlds. So obviously, it is worth remembering the meta is a bit different from what we're seeing at the World Championship, right? With the changes coming through in the previous patch. But there are certainly still some similarities between them, as you know the graphics do take quite a bit to load. Broughton Friends versus Belfast Storm. Nocturne, I mean, I assume that is to be locked in. Yeah, it's already to the red side. So first pick Nocturne, I mean, has also had this spot at Worlds, you know, very much paired up with the Orianna, but that could be taken away now.
Especially with Don Losi's performance on Nocturne last week, realizing that Damage Nocturne wasn't actually the best way of taking the match forward, so actually went for Strybreaker into Randawinds, just causing chaos in the backline. Really helped influence those team fights, and now we're seeing Broad and Friends drift towards an early Rel. You don't generally see Rel, well, I at least don't generally see Rels in the early picks at least. Normally she filters through past the second wave of bans, but yeah, Broad and Friends putting a lot of prio on her.
Yeah, that's really interesting, right? Because he's normally a support you just see get picked up towards the end. Like, he doesn't go through the ban phase, you have some good tools going forward, gives that engage, gives some frontline as well. But first pick here, very strong commitment to it as hovering through different jungle champs, it seems, at the moment, as still yet to find out where it ends. But Dunlosia name you mentioned, you know, as you guys know, I'm coming in here on an emergency substitute. I haven't had time to read about the teams, but names that I recognize are being thrown all around. That Dunlosia one that I recognize as well. Very excited to see what you guys have. From a level here in the UK. I'm gonna find out if I have to be jealous of what we have in what you guys have compared to Denmark, but I'm excited to be on this scouting mission as the Viego does get paired up with the Rel. I mean, very good lockdown now if you pick out a target.
Yeah, incredible 1-2 for Broad and Friends, because you're really seeing big power picks taken off the board initially, you're going to assume they're going to move towards an AP mid laner. So that might just trickle through to R4 and 5 because there's so many in the current meta that are available. As we're seeing K'Sante now locked in after Synapse's performance last week, it doesn't shockingly surprise me. Also an incredibly strong blind pick paired with a Rakan. So Belfast Storm's damage is all getting put in the second wave of picks, basically.
Yeah, let's see now what Broughton Friends do, right? Because it feels like maybe picking a mid lane AD carry would be a really obvious choice and try and trim out the pool in that second ban phase. So many, strong mid lane are still open. You mentioned a few of the, specific target bans coming out early on, but in terms of mid lane champions, well, you've got the LeBlanc removed as well. The Seraphine instead locked in and throwing a variable into the range, right? The flex pick can be offered in multiple different lanes. I would assume this to be an AP
Nemly
carry, right?
picked this mid last week, and it didn't see the most success because it was paired with a dive comp, and basically everyone was diving away from Nemly's shields. Now with a Viego and a Rell, much more closer entwined team fight, which means Seraphine can get way more value. So I expect this to be going mid. And in the ban phase, I wouldn't be surprised actually if Rod and Friends ban Vix and Xerath, because Xerath can do a lot of work outranging Seraphine.
I mean, this draft is certainly spicing things up. Excited to see how the new K'Sante, or the changed K'Sante, a man who's had, I think, 5 different iterations and is just a few years lifespan of a champion. It is crazy, man. What were they thinking when they're cooking up that champion? It's crazy. Sometimes you just ask that question. A very obvious Orianna ban coming through, right? Taking that combo away from the Nocturne Orianna as the response from Belfast Storm is trimming out the top lane pool by taking away the Camille.
Yeah, just removing these power picks. Camille Viego, very great ganking tools available for... tools to help the Viego Gaze ganks get that ball rolling, especially with how much pressure Viego players in general are putting on Grubs. It doesn't surprise me taking this away. And actually an Ahri being removed as well. I suppose another diving champ to pair with the Nocturne. But not a champ I'd say necessarily is banned-worthy in this current patch.
I mean, what this very much screams, right, is that the Seraphine is going mid lane. Otherwise, I don't think you'd be target banning the mid lane pool that heavily, as the AD carry is very much open, and Broad and Friends have pretty much everything to choose from here. This is very crazy to think that you can say this on second rotation after the second ban phase has been completed, that you're still able to pick pretty much through every single meta AD carry that you could possibly want. So it's an open buffet right now for Broad and Friends to lock it in, but instead, I mean, they're prioritizing the top lane, not even using the counter pick. They're obviously going in against the K'Sante. They know what they're going up against, so wanting that counter pick down in the bot lane, or maybe they just want to keep the Seraphine wildcard open just a bit longer, right? To try and
is it like a bot lane Seraphine? You mean paired with the Rell?
I mean, theoretically, you could still pull that out, right? I mean, obviously, you very much think it will go mid lane, but there is still the slight up possibility that if Seraphine now gets hard counter pick in the mid lane, you say, I mean, maybe the best choice is just to put it bot lane and make it work. Although it is not what I expect, it's certainly something that could be the wild card there. As the Jinx, very high priority recently in lower levels. I've seen. I mean, I don't want to say lower, but I've seen it a lot in the division I'm covering in the Danish second division. So certainly something that has found its place.
Well, Mr. Freeze plays a ton of Jinx in solo queue. It's like a 80% Jinx, 20% every other champ kind of deal. So it doesn't shock me. Cassio being hovered here, I don't love it. Into the Seraphine. I think Seraphine just has hard push on you all lane, but okay, locked in, sees the short range of Viego, Shen, and Rell, and says, you know what, I can do some work here.
I mean, a good W, right? Could certainly stop a lot of engage angles or make the flanks way harder to execute. Certainly something to keep your eyes on when we get to the team fights, how that will be executed, because with such great power comes great responsibility, right? You really have to be careful with how you put that down that miasma and affect the battlefield, you could say, as Broad and Friends. Now have to counter pick the AD carry. I don't think I've ever seen this before. A last pick AD carry on red side, as the Kai'Sa does get locked in. So very standard in the end, but
into Jinx though
gives the extra engage angle, right?
Yeah,
not engaging, but follow-up angle, you could say.
Yeah, follow-up angle. It's looking a lot more like a reactive Shen. Like I'm saying, like proactive Shen is ulting on top of something like a Nocturne and dive bombing 2 champs into the enemy backline. This one seems far more supportive, helping out the Viego survive, basically. Or if Kai'Sa gets jumped on, bailing her out a little. overall, looking at these comps, I'm struggling to tell which one is inherently stronger. I want to say Brod and Friends because they're so hard to cut through in total. It's going to take Cassio a long time to actually build meaningful items to cut through all this shielding and tankiness, but I don't know, maybe Jinx just does that job for her.
I'm honestly very excited to see how this will play out in game. Especially for mainly, I want to say Brod and Friends, right? Because it feels like Belfast Storm have to be very coordinated from the way I see it.
Yeah.
Because if they aren't, I mean, let's just say you have Rel roaming around, spotting, looking for picks. Shen can instantly jump in, and if Kai'Sa's somewhere in the area, very quickly it's a 3v1. You're done. Or same could be said if it's the Viego, right? Who's looking in the jungle, trying to maybe counter jungle or something. You can very quickly be 3-4 members there if you play your cards correctly. So if Brod and Friends are on the same page and Belfast Storm are not, I mean, I think it's going to be very easy for Brod and Friends to just, death through 1,000 needles, right? And pick here and pick there, then maybe a turret after that pick and a Drake, and slowly just accumulate a massive lead that will eventually just, snowball into something that is insurmountable for Belfast Storm.
One cool interaction, though, is when Nocturne uses that Paranoia, Shen can't ult. And we may see a lot of power coming off of that. If they're able to get a snap pick, say Kai'Sa's face checking a bush and Cassio ults, Nocturne comes in on top, it's going to deny Synapse's ult completely. And that could really flip a teamfight around.
It certainly could, and I think that's a very good point, right? Because you might end up having like the Nocturne ultimate and Shell ultimate really just be in this pendulum between who will get the use out of it, right? Well, the Nocturne uses Paranoia, which is one of the, I guess, if there are ultimates that define champions, I want to put Nocturne's Paranoia near the top, right? You normally, same with Twisted Fate, you look at how would that first Paranoia or Destiny work out? Will they be able to get a lead they can snowball? Because then it's a sign the game is going in the right direction. And let's just say the first 3 Nocturne ults are not being used proactively, but reactively to just stop the engage. I mean, or stop the potential Shin ultimate. Very peculiar or interested to see how that works out, because it is a very peculiar situation to find yourself in, having to decide between, do I want to go on the aggressive or do I have to use my key ability to simply try and stop or make these fights harder to execute for Brod and Friends.
And while Brod and Friends do have the ability to just meat wall with the Seraphine shields going over the top of Rel and Shen, I actually think they're going to struggle a little in these team fights to make meaningful engages. Because it's basically all on the Rel, right? Unless Seraphine gets a massive ult off, which it's a relatively slow ability. So I'd say it's quite easy to reactionally either move out of the way or flash it. So unless you're getting a huge Magnet Storm, I really struggle to think how, if they're late to an objective, they're going to retake it.
Yeah, I mean, it's very situational engage, right? I mean, obviously the Shen has the option to find as well, but yet again, it's not something you say, this is the easiest way to engage. There's not this own ultimate or Nautilus ultimate depth charge you can just throw out and say, we just walk forward, we're gonna CC this target regardless of what happens now. And I mean, the Viego, you could look for the Flash W, the Spectrum Orb could connect, and you have a chance of getting a singular pick, but it's again 5-minute cooldown then on the Flash, and you're only really getting on one, right? It's something that you could look for picks with, but it's not a lot that just screams this is the perfect teamfight tool. So that's also adding another dimension to how will the teamfights be played, and will Brod and Friends prioritize those, or will they instead just try and split the map, go a 1-3-1, or whether, right, to try and really just split up Belfast Storm and not allow them to have the teamfights, because I mean, I see a lot of good teamfight abilities and a setup really on the side of Belfast Storm that is way easier to execute in that sense of the matter.
What I am interested to see is Mr. Freeze Jinx, whether we're seeing this lethality build, which has really popped up in solo queue specifically, or whether we're seeing more moving towards that crit build, because obviously Infinity Edge is so much more expensive now. It really delays your power spike on this patch specifically, that either Jinx is going that nerfed lethality opportunity build and trying to just obliterate someone with W, or she's going to take a long time to scale, and when both your Cassio and your Jinx aren't really online until 30 minutes, I think you can really get snowballed upon with Drakes. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Belfast Storm dropping the first 2 or 3 Drakes.
And that's a really good point as well, right? And adding to that scaling point, we've been discussing the fact that there is very good pick potential on the side of Brod and Friends, and I mean, a Jinx, very mobile, The Cassiopeia, very mobile, won't even be able to have boots, you know? So if their flesh is on cooldown, all of a sudden, if you overstep once, very quickly, you can be caught out and punished. And then maybe you have to waste your Nocturne ultimate, your Paranoias, to just try and stop you from dying. Or
That never feels good.
Nah, and it never feels good, as you say, right? You're in a very tough situation then. So if they survive that early game and they get to the late game team fights, I'm going to be looking at Belfast Storm and saying, I mean, 30 plus minutes, if you're not more than 3-4k behind, you should all of a sudden see yourself as someone who could actually get a lead in the game and get a good stranglehold and end out with the W. Whereas Broad and Friends, I want to see them be proactive early on. I want to see them look for the plays. I want to see them find the picks and, you know, make the lead insurmountable before the Jinx and Cassiopeia really starts taking over.
Right. We've got about a minute left on the clock, Duckling.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to give you 15 seconds to try and pitch which team is winning and why.
Okay, I'm going to make it very simple. I think Broad and Friends are going to be the ones. They have easy time to pick it out. The carries on the side of Belfast Storm are very immobile, and if they don't snowball early on, Belfast Storm could be in huge trouble. They need so much time, whereas Broad and Friends, they just need a few early picks, and then a few turns, and then snowball that.
Okay, no, honestly, 16 seconds is a pretty good discipline right there. I respect it. So, great call out. I'm not going to bother giving my prediction in 15 seconds. I'm going to waffle on for a bit longer because, you know...
You're the color caster.
Actually, never mind. It doesn't matter. We're less than a minute, it seems, as we are getting into our third match of the day. Belfast Storm versus Broad and Friends. There's a little frog. Good on you, friend. As we're looking at the early summoners, heal for Rakan, not frequently seen. Normally an exhaust for the Kai'Sa, but, you know, not out of this world. Apart from that, I wouldn't say anything is out of the ordinary.
I'm very excited to get in. I'm not going to hide it, but I mean, looking at the rosters for the first time, some names that I do recognize, Dunlosy, Sprint, or Synapse. And then Pulp as well. Can't remember where I've seen him from, but hasn't he played like in... He's played it. I recognize that name. The question for me is simply where Pulp...
I'm not familiar with Pulp's game. Actually, Pulp is subbing in for Trizzy today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm far more familiar with Trizzy. So yeah, I'm waiting for Pulp.
Singular. I mean, Pulp. I've just gotten the answer, right? I've just relooked his OP to GG here. He's played in the Aurora Cup in NLC 2022. That's where I recognize the name from. He even managed to qualify to the main event. Didn't have a standout tournament, let's be completely honest. Right. But also played in the NLC RPS in summer where I did cast that tournament. Obviously, Denmark not performing well at the NLC RPS, I'm going to be honest. The UK have been outperforming us, but you guys haven't been exceptional either, right? So let's just agree, we're both
we haven't been the greatest. We can both be, let's say, B tier.
Yeah, we're being smashed by like the other Scandinavian countries. Maybe we need to start teaming up, right? Because none of our countries have really reached the highest we've both probably wanted them to.
True. If we just combine forces, that's the true democratic way of winning NLC.
The unlikeliest of friendships being formed just one game into my time on the UK EL. This it feels weird, but it feels exciting as well.
Yeah, you're already building bridges continentally, and that's the reason we have you on. Just the pure value of bureaucracy right there.
Never mind. I'm being called up by a producer as well. That's crazy, man. That is absolutely crazy. As Synapse, I mean, very aggressive at level 2. The K'Sante, if I recall correctly, having tried to read the essay that is the K'Sante changes, the Q damage early on is actually a lot higher, but it scales worse. So that's why maybe it feels like there's so much damage now in the K'Sante early on. I might be wrong on that, but I'm 95% sure, and I've been told in the past that if I'm less than 90% sure, I shouldn't say it.
So the payoff is really, K'Sante damage on his Q is slightly up. His W is much clunkier to use.
Yeah, that's a really big nerf.
Anymore. Great trading here from Synapse. Once again, you're seeing him dominating this early lane. Gov taking a lot of unfavorable trades. Shen, until you really hit level 3, you don't want to do extended trades, especially with a K'Sante who has so much beatdown. To pick up on your K'Sante point a bit more, his Q damage is higher, but in all out, it's considerably lower. So that is the payoff you've got there.
This is a small sidetrack question, right? And I'll have to cut you off if we get some action here. But like the thing I'm seeing with K'Sante, right? Over the time, as you mentioned with the W, you can now only go in the direction you're looking at. Yeah. Like they're removing the skill expression from the champion who's supposed to be the highest skilled skill tank. He has been relevant in the meta pretty much ever since he came out, but do you fear that if it gets too simple... Oh, let's see this engage first. As I think Mr. Freeze might just be called out here. Flash already used heal as well. But now the turnaround, good damage from the Jinx. The Rockets really working with their stack of 3 together. Oh, this could turn into a bloodbath. This could turn out horribly for the side of Broughton Friends. The TP and not really mattering as Mr. Freeze is cold as Cole Palmer, man. One more, the W?
Has barrier, has barrier.
Right. Oh. W, or not the W, the double kill rather.
Yeah.
Great start for the Jinx that we were wondering, could she snowball?
And wow, okay, all my points about Mr. Freeze needing some time and some extra gold to scale up, yeah, completely gone now. An early double kill for a Jinx, and off the back of really Dunlosi joining that fight, and Pop just getting caught out. Like, sure, Viego's a good duelist, but in an early 3v3 like that, especially into a Rakan, just gets knocked up and taken down. Vixen now caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, might have a way out with the flash, but I mean, you can flash into the waiting hands of Dunlosi and through that way find your way to safety, and that is exactly what happens. A bit more action than I expected earlier on. I really wanted to hear your opinion on the K'Sante. Do you think they'll remove the skill expression overall, and he'll just like lose all his personality, which is the hard to play tank champ, and just become like just your own but different?
So I have seen an interview by one of Riot's lead champ balancers, basically. And they did state that it's much easier to overload a champion's kit, release them, and then take things away than releasing them underpowered and having to add more things to the kit. It takes a lot more resources to do. So I'm not surprised K'Sante had his W hard nerfed like that. And you say removing skill expression. I'd say having to dedicate your W to one direction is a lot more skill expressive than being able to use it for any escape or any offense.
I mean, I can see that, right? I think it kind of ties back to the same thing that happened with the Akali Perfect Execution, which then had to become Honor Champion. You couldn't just use it as a free escape tool because it was abused in pro play. And I mean, I can certainly see your point in having to, or at the very least, be smart about when to use it and use it in the intended way, right? As an offensive tool rather than a defensive tool, or not add this wildcard factor to it. Regardless, though, very interesting conversation there that we might touch on later if we have the time. Let's see here, though. Pop sitting in the bot lane bush. Mr. Freeze, obviously someone to keep our eyes on. 2-0, looks to go for the Kraken Slayer. The AD carry changes have been different. I mean, I'm going to be honest, right? Static Shift seems to be back in the meta all of a sudden. But I'm not exactly sure what it does anymore. I mean, I get what it does, right? It's Static Shift. But it's being changed so much that like the minute details of how does it work now constantly change.
So Static Shiv is incredibly favorable right now. Firstly, because Jin's in the meta, so you're always seeing it built on Jin because it's great wave clear.
Yeah, extra wave clear, right? Yeah.
Its damage was also significantly up with it doing an extra lightning proc on kills.
Oh, wow.
It allows you just to chase down opponents. Oh, okay. So Pop's patience in the bot lane actually pays its dividends there. Mr. Freeze getting caught with no summoners after that early double kill and skirmish in the bot lane. And yeah, that's just a great free dragon here. Dunlosi has been power farming, now on the grubs as well. Has hit level 6 significantly earlier than this Viego though. So we should be seeing a Paranoia dropped sometime soon, I expect. It's going to be hard though, and honestly at this point, who are you using on? The Rel is the only champion who's flashless currently.
You talked about the Drake scaling earlier as well as being an avenue for Broughton Friends to play through, right? Or now they've got that first one already in their pocket. Maybe a sign of things to come as now I think Arise, as you mentioned, Dunlosi, level 6 Paranoia available. I mentioned this in Champions League as well, but one of the champions where that first and second ultimate really defines how that game goes. Can they get that snowball rolling? So we'll certainly be keeping our eyes on him and see when darkness falls. Very fitting for the month of October, right? Spook up the rift just a bit. As level 6 starting to come through as well on the side of Broughton Friends. There is the Stand United available. Just a Metal Storm and Heartbreaker needed now. As Paul paying a visit up to Synapse as, K'Sante will forever be K'Sante regardless of what they do to him. Very tanky.
Yeah. So Vixen has been able to immense a 10 CS lead here. And first push on the wave, as you see, mostly because Nemli was forced to TP bot in that 3v3 skirmish when Mr. Freeze got that double kill. Ultimately, saving Spark's life, yes, but it meant Vixen got to keep her TP and also got to crash the wave. So she's up in a bit of XP and she's significantly up in gold currently. And when that's Cassio, when you're really rushing for that Rod of Ages plus Tia combo, that feels awesome.
Sets up. Looking for the play here, Mr. Freeze.
Oh,
They don't
shut
have
up.
any sums. The flash now just coming up, but I think there is no way out. Good at counterplay, rather. Mr. Freeze might have enough of the tank. Barely doesn't the spark. Finds the final auto first. Way closer than it should have been. The help of Gov coming through. Clutch there as Spark barely picks up the kill. He had the barrier too.
Yeah. Spark has things made of steel. Not using barrier while surviving on slithers of HP in both these close fights. Paranoia goes in. Ooh, I'm not too sure about the flash there. It was a really good Paranoia forcing out the Seraphine flash, but now you're trading with her. Doesn't feel great.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great, right? The Paranoia crucial ability, you don't really get anything back except for the flash, but you won't be having the easiest time to punish that with your own flash being on cooldown for the exact same amount of time as a small temporary lane drop comes through here. Rory, as we see Spark moving up to the top lane, and with the 3 Void Grubs being taken down, obviously normally being traded when the Drake is gone. We haven't mentioned them yet, but be aware those are in the pocket of Belfast Storm, as now Spark has completed that static shift. And yeah, you can see the waves are very efficient. The cooldown on it is so low now.
Yeah, it's incredibly low. Spark getting these 2 kills on Mr. Freeze must feel so amazing, because look at Mr. Freeze's items. Rush those boots too, which means Spark has a massive wave clear advantage. Yeah, significantly slower, but if Zeta is doing his job well enough and able to peel from Dunlosi's Nocturne, I think Spark's winning this trade every time in terms of items.
It's certainly more complete for the full, just straight up damage if you take out many of the variables of where you have to position yourself,
Yeah.
right? Just straight up slam at each other, you'll win it out if you're Spark. Synapse now not having the best of times up here. He had a way better time against Gov, who's so far just soak up what he can down in the bot lane. How long is he gonna stay here? I mean, I do see the Void Grubs are coming up sooner rather than later, so might want to stay for those before he heads out, but
Paranoia is up soon.
that's
But
worth
yeah,
mentioning.
we're seeing the rotation here from bot lane. They initially went this 2v2 to get some extra plays before 14, but now they're both here for grub spawn. Nemli's been able to push in, well, cancellate this
Three
wave.
members, Paranoia coming through, no flash on Nemli. Remember, the Seraphine could be taken down here. The Encore comes through, connected 3. Pretty much no one is moving. They're all hit by CC, but the AoE damage is phenomenal from the side of Belfast Storm. TPs don't matter at all, as Spark is only able to clean up once. It's a slaughter in the jungle as 3 die, and Belfast Storm keep their heads held high.
And Dunlosi making pure profit of blowing Nemli's flash earlier. Vixen able to come in with that amazing flash petrifying gaze. Doesn't get the stun on all of them, but significantly, I believe there was a stun onto Pop, which meant no resets were coming through. And then the super mega death rocket from bot lane coming over the top to do so much extra damage on stunned target in a group. It was such a well-planned out fight. That's really impressive. Still, unfortunately, they don't have the tempo advantage from their bases to really be able to contest, and it means they won't be getting their 6 scrubs.
One now taking for Broughton Friends. Looks like they might want to fight it, so they could get 4 or 5. The Stand United already coming through. The Heartbreaker used defensively. Nemli now caught out. Still no flash, remember. This time no Encore as well. So they won't get 6 Void Grubs, but they will get 5. Still able to summon those little Void Grubs when they start hitting those turrets. TP now straight into the bot lane. Vixen won't be cancelled. Pop committing hard to that as he wanted to give Spark more gold on the bot lane on the plates. Instead, that won't be happening as Vixen manages to complete that teleport.
Yeah, ambitious from Pop. I see the vision, right? It's really nice. Spark would have been able to get a few more waves, a few more plates, but yeah, that doesn't feel good for Viego, especially as you're such an immobile champion outside of your Heartbreaker. Getting a Nocturne ult onto you now is terrifying. Synapse, who's still trading really well, but if you see the item advantage, you can tell why.
Yeah. I do agree with you. One thing that I do want to mention from before, right? You did also mention the Jinx rocket, but I'm pretty sure Free still stayed in the bot lane, and he's a very high KD ratio here in terms of kill participation as an AD. Was able to get a few plays down in the bot lane before, so I do believe the goal to be very even down towards these 2 AD carries now. as that first item has been completed as well. Yeah, pretty much dead even 100 to separate those two. The Drake is up as well. I do want to see if Broughton Friends can get their hands on that, as we have really committed ourselves to keep our eyes on it at the very least. Hard still not completed for the Shen. Interesting choice. I'm not sure that's the right decision in this position, but it is one that Goff has taken regardless.
So, yeah, I noticed this earlier, but before I was able to bring it up, we saw a massive fight breaking out. I don't love the Heartsteel here, mostly because K'Sante can push waves with his AoE so powerfully that going Sunfire allows you to contest the wave. Also, how often, realistically, are you getting these Heartsteel stacks? Yes, I know it means your passive shield is bigger, which in theory means your shield bash does more damage. I just don't love the Heartsteel altogether. I think going Sunfire into something like even Randuin's second wouldn't have been the worst, or you can go towards a Spirit Visage.
Now, Drake, as you discussed the item choice, I think the item, I wholeheartedly agree with you, right? The Sunfire likely to have been the better choice. That would have been my shout as well, as the Drake did get taken by Baleful Storm, so no quick soul this game. Could obviously still come through relatively quickly if it is the next 3 Drakes for Broughton Friends, but it's been I don't know if I should say slower, because I did expect quite a few kills, but it has been a less successful early game for Broughton Friends, which compared to what I would have initially expected. Like, I would not have expected to see this 40 minutes in the Jinx flashing forward, but this might be a bit too much. More than Mr. Freeze can choose. He gets taken down by Zeta. Now, outplaying the fight is Spark as he's looking for Baron. On the other side, Dunlosy, though, able to take down Paul 1-for-1. And this Rakan, slippery and tanky, takes quite a lot to take down as the final few autos coming through there. Spark picking up 2 kills, 4-0 now on this Kai'Sa. And that is the main target that Belfast Storm needs to kill.
Just really ambitious from Mr. Freeze. As we're seeing a Pinsir come out here. Dunlosy used his flash just now.
Spark level 10, Stand United coming through as well. 3v2 in favor of Broughton Friends. They could get so much here if this works out successfully, but the Petrifying Gaze is phenomenal. The Stand United is denied. The kills are falling into the hands of Belfast Storm. It's a play that Broughton Friends wanted, but they get absolutely hammered in it.
That is a great call out about the Stand United. Yes, Synapse was able to interrupt Gov's Stand United somehow. It seemed under tower, so it must have been a Q3. Really influential because Spark still hasn't used barrier or flash.
Saving it for next day, you know.
So, yeah, must be allergic to the D key a little. But honestly, in that situation, maybe you're asking, am I ever getting out? If I'm staring at Cassio in the face as she ults, maybe it's just a little bit of a reactions difference there. But yeah, really nice by Vixen and Dunlosy. Really solid Pinsir.
And the Petrifying Gaze, phenomenal from Vixen. I did like the idea from Broughton Friends to turn that around, but
yeah,
simply a bit too coordinated. Nimble TPing in a few seconds too late. The ultimate from Stand United obviously being cancelled doesn't help. As now Gov, without a Stand United to try and get away with, is trapped underneath the turret. I don't think he's got to wait on this one as well. Goes forward, just looking for those Heartsteals. Like, you know damn well he isn't getting anything else out of this one. As Synapse able to get the I think he did get it on Mr. Freeze. As now the Herald is being taken out. This game is crumbling. Let's be honest here. We discussed we needed a good early game for Broughton Friends if they wanted to win this. Like, they are in the trenches right now. 4k behind. This could be something they could work with, though. Very aggressive TP. It is from K'Sante, though, and he does whatever he pleases.
But they're just going to take tower. K'Sante doesn't have the all-out right now, up in about 5 seconds.
Can he just sprint out? He might just be able to walk out. Dude, this champion is dumb, man. Look at this. The Ghost is good enough. The Killer Instinct might not really be a Killer Instinct. He's so tanky as the auto isn't enough. Do you believe it? That is the most disrespectful TP I've ever seen. And it manages to work out. And look at the mid lane. The base might even be broken open here. What are we witnessing, Rory? League of Legends, man.
We are witnessing a bit of chaos sneaking into Broughton Friends gameplay. They saw the K'Sante coming down, but K'Sante almost has his Jack show already, had Coast up, so the TP just didn't matter. Spark, even though had an item and a half, didn't have the Rage Blade yet, I believe, which is so powerful in taking down tanks because you get all those plasma stacks on top. Zeta really not contributing anything to the damage. So, yeah, it was just so ambitious. I really like the heads-up play from Belfast Storm, recognizing, wait, they're all committing onto Synapse, who, if he dies, it's completely fine and only gives away like 200 gold. The tower was gone anyway. And just using the Herald breaks down 2 towers. And our Broughton Friends are so much on the back foot.
And I can't believe he managed to survive it. That is the most disrespectful thing I've ever seen. The Ghost just walks it off. Now, though, a phenomenal engage from Baron. The follow-up seems to be there as 4 members of Belfast Storm charging down the members of Broughton Friendsetter, sacrificing himself as Spark is able to get the recall off. The tower is being killed in the bot lane. This 5k gold for Belfast Storm, it's growing by the minute, and sooner rather than later, these wallets will be too heavy for Broughton Friends to deal with.
And I was about to say, oh, it's not too bad. Dragon spawning soon. We just used Rakan ult. No, Rel ult was also used in reply. So it feels pretty bad. And now Broughton Friends just don't have an avenue into this Dragon Pit. Unless you want to face down this Cassante and 2-item Nocturne. Vixen, she's now completed her Seraph's Embrace. So she is massive. And honestly, at this point, I think you just sack the Dragon Pop. Ambiguous.
Yeah, Pop, very ambitious here. He's gonna go down. The engage will continue to happen. I want to keep my eyes on Spark because he's the only real hope that they have if you're Broughton Friends. But on the side of Belfast Storm, so many members to look out for. Synapse continues to walk forward, charging down the remaining members of Goth. Instead of finding themselves on different flanks, can they, corral into a singular member, maybe Mr. Freeze or Vixen, but instead, no. They're able to get out, unscathed somewhat as the Drake still alive. Spark, the only real hope. The eyes locked on him as the fight begins, and I think that goes for both sides, right? Broughton Friends wants to keep him up. Belfast Storm, they've got one target in their sights, and that's that Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Broughton Friends healing up using the Seraphine and the Jungle Fruit. Really nice play by Spark earlier, using the Supercharger Invis to cancel Cassante ult. It was really nice as he's caught out now.
Silent Sprinter is tanky, but he can dive given enough time. Instead, though, it is Seta who's way too far forward. The Stand Unite, I don't think it'll come through in time. It does, just barely. Instead, though, it's now Goth caught out. The Flash, petrifying gaze is good, but not good enough, though. Spark still taking out the damage. Can he get the resets alongside Pop as the kills now coming through for the side of Kai'Sa? It's simply just Spark doing it all, but Mr. Freeze has different plans now. 80 carry, the 80 carry. The range difference is too big as the Losi seals the deal. The ace is phenomenal as Broughton Friends keep fighting, but Belfast Storm slammed the door in their face.
And I saw the dream, right? I saw the dream with the Shen respawning saying, I have Stand United, but when Zeta's engaging, none of Nemli Spark can get in range to really make those abilities and those autos count. And then you've got Vixen just flashing in, pounding down some poison, and it was looking great. Spark almost clinching it out. But no, Mr. Freeze with the Get Excited has so much attack speed with that Phantom Dancer as well now. Just able to, well, continuously shoot faster than Spark really is the easiest way of saying it. In the AD carry battle, wins it out.
Oof, that was way too intense. I really thought Belfast Storm would win those teamfights more convincingly, but a few good counter moves from Broughton Friends to make that closer than it should have been. Baron on the Rift though, and if you lose one more of these fights, despite it being close, I mean, Belfast Storm should then be able to take that Baron, and with that, really solidify their space in the driver's seat, maybe even put on the seatbelt because they know they're starting to drive off soon towards the victory boulevard.
A 5k gold lead for Belfast Storm right now. We've seen the Seeker's Arm Guard come out on Vixen. A little bit of trading won't amount to anything. As the Jack Show's picked up by Synapse. And look, I'm sure it works well in scrims, otherwise it wouldn't be bought. But I do not love Nemli going this super defensive Seraphs into Rylai's build. We saw it on Thursday when Nemli was also building Seraphine. You're just lacking so much AP damage in your team until Kai'Sa completes her Nash's Tooth.
Yeah, that third item spike desperately needed, but time is of the essence here. Very expensive to buy more of it, you could say. It's gonna have to be fought hard for Spark. Caught out. Killer Anthony is good, but you still end up fleeing on Losi. Too far forward, though, taking down the follow-up. Not quite there yet. Next target is Synapse. He's taken down as well. The Petrifying Gaze is good, but the resets from Pope. He wants more. He knows this is their time to shine if they want to get back into the game. The Baron is up. That could be the prize if they win this fight cleanly. But look at Mr. Freeze. He's untouched. Vixen, though, goes down before any reset can come through. That is 3. All for free. That's the Baron as well. Over to Broughton Friends. This game potentially just flipped on its head.
And Dunlosi and Synapse kind of just dive bombed 2v5, maybe forgot about the Shen ult, but Vixen there's no way you're stealing this. I'm sorry. Maybe getting vision for Mr. Freeze, but
You can't
anyway,
make the Danny
yeah,
play happen here, man. I mean,
the
they've got too much HP.
No, okay. The Nocturne, ambitious play with the Stride Breaker, maybe thinking I can lock them all down and we can get our champs in. But remember, Cassio is relatively short range. Mr. Freeze was way too far away to do anything considerable. It was just way too overly ambitious. And now that's Baron, we might see this goal lead actually equalize.
Belfast Storm, man. The fact that the later this game goes, the more those important friends are scaling into it is not how I expected this game to be unfolding in front of our eyes. But regardless, still very clear to see who the main man is of this Broughton Friends roster. It is Spark who has to make this work. Namely, simply just to support at this point as Pulp. He needs the research to really do a lot of the work here. But on the side of Belfast Storm, I mean, yes, Mr. Freeze has damage, but he's not the only hard carry. Vixen just as important, if not more so, right?
Absolutely,
Those
yeah.
petrifying gates have been phenomenal, so yeah, those two are the ones to keep their eyes on, but Belfast Storm, they need to be coordinated. They cannot afford to not be on the same page. You can't be reading different books when you're trying to go on the same adventure here, buddy. Because that engage before, simply too uncoordinated, and that was what they had to pay the price for, right? You can't be 2 screens away from your teammate when you're going for a pick on the opponent's AD carry.
Oh, now Spark with that Nash's Tooth and needlessly picked up. Those Prey Seekers are doing a ton of damage. As we're seeing this, I do like this 4-1 push with Baron as you have your top lane already pushing for Broad and Friends. Dunlozy over the
It
side.
feels like he's looking, but at the same time,
Nah, it's
I
way too
very much doubt it. Could still be though, maybe they fancy the 4v4, removing Goth from the equation as he's now fighting Synapse Sniper. I see a lot of commitment down here from Broughton Friends though. I think Synapse, yeah, needs to be very careful. Can he TP out in time? The equal on is too long.
yeah.
He's gonna get no. This man, that's so disrespectful, but he makes it work.
don't
Don't
think
walk
that's-
back into your demise now, buddy.
I don't think that's disrespect. I think that's incredibly good
Yeah,
heads
it's
up
incredibly
play.
smart, but it just like, I mean, it looks incredibly
It
cool.
looks funny, yeah.
It looks
but,
insanely cool. As this could
Oh,
very much be a
that
fight.
is
This TP
ambitious.
might have come through, but they're not able to take it. The engage, more than perfect. It is simply unstoppable. Spark, Nemly, and the rest of Broughton French chance in this game dead. Triple kill for Synapse as that engage from Baron. Wow.
And Broad and Friends fall for one of the best baits I've seen in a long time. Trying to burst out that tier 2 tower before Vixen can arrive just means Baron gets an insane quickness off. And that's the dragon to Belfast Storm. That's a very close-up Nocturne.
I didn't recognize that is actually impressive. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I think it was the Nocturne, just from the color patterns. But Spark not even able to use Flash because I'm pretty sure that was a quickness charm into a knock-up into Vixen's ult because Baron was able to charm them and drag the direction they were looking into the Cassio.
Man, beautiful, beautiful engage. This game is flipping back and forth. Are they playing tennis? Like, this is... Like, the ball just continues to go in each other's court, and they keep pushing it back to each other. This time, though, it now... Belfast Storm, who are looking to create that storm over the Nexus and take that third win of the split. Both tied in the standings, so... Important game here for both of these teams. As Group B, when I looked at the standings real quick, very tight, except for Yavern, you're just chilling. But the other teams, they are sweating bullets for every win.
Yeah, Group B especially, everyone has 2 wins. So this
it
is
is tight.
so hyper competitive right now. I'm seeing Gov pick up this Abyssal Mask, which normally I would love if you had... Oh, actually, we're seeing Broad and Friends maybe sleeping a little. I think they'll get their recalls off before the wave hits tower, but nice plan from Belfast Storm. Anyway, this Abyssal Mask, it would be great if your Seraphine was building damage. Right now, I don't know if Spark has that much AP where it makes that much of a difference. Maybe they disagree with me on that matter, but yeah, look at this.
Yeah, the base.
Yeah,
Now
Belfast-
broken open Paranoia. Could be the final engager of the game if things go to plan. Instead, they'll use it just to take down the inhibitor. Now putting back the reset though. From Mr. Freezes on the flank is Pulp. Let's see what they can find here. The on-call. Not able to find anyone. The disengage now good. Potential re-engage opens up as well as Varyn. Looking
Flash.
for with the quickness. It is so beautiful, man. My eyes I'm enjoying every single second as now the re-engage comes through. Is Spark still alive? That's the question. The answer is yes, but just for now, as they're still looking for the kills. Haven't found one. Mr. Freeze. Mr. Freeze in the front line. He's taking it all up. That might have been too much though. As they could have stopped the engage, but remember Vixen, so strong as well. It has to be all on Spark. The barrier still alive. The Flash as well. He's 1v4, trying to do what he can to keep this game alive. Synapse unable to take him down. He's still alive. He can save this game. Oh, the static is the item. The Losi doesn't die to the turret. Oh my god, man.
Wow. So, first of all...
Can they get the backs off? Will they be stopped? Like, do they
Varren...
does he know they're there? Oh, he does not. Go on.
Yeah, Varren deserves all his laurels this game. That was such a nice engage with the Super Mega Death Rocket on top. It was gorgeous. Then we saw actually Zeta and Gov have quite a decent counterattack there. Shamesy seeing a lot of Belfast Storm, but it felt like Mr. Freeze was basically, I was going to say able to slap his wallet on everyone else, but Spark actually has more gold now. It was just
the problem,
Jinx's
right?
range.
Like, Mr. Freeze slapped his wallet on those he was richer than, and then he walked a bit too close to Comfort, and Spark was like, buddy, my wallet is even bigger than yours. And then, you know, won that exchange, which was very close.
Yeah, I think we better stop comparing sizes as we're moving towards this skirmish over the mid lane. A bit of an ARAM right now, as what you'd expect really with a Seraphine comp, just trying to deathball as much as possible. Really controlling the vision of this area. Currently, neither team are really clearing out the other's vision. It's that much on a pinprick, and they know Dunlosi has that paranoia to catch anyone out if they try and clear wards alone. Spark has no flash, Nemly has no flash, Pop has no flash. It's so scary for the side of Broad and Friends right now.
I've talked so much about the carries and why we need to keep our eyes on them, because obviously they're dealing with the damage and blah blah blah. But for now, I want to keep my eyes on Baron. Yes, he doesn't have the flash, but his engage has been nothing short of perfect. And if he finds one more of those times, well, either carry doesn't have the flash. No barrier as well on Spark. I mean, if you find the right engage, the prize will be the victory, as there's not much left at the base.
Am I going crazy? Or did Varren sell his locket for a redemption?
I could have
sworn Varren had a second item locket. Because I was going to make a point about how he was a locket ahead of Zeta. So I need to check the VOD for that one, but I'm pretty sure Varren just up-traded his item.
Yeah, see that someone who's found some, as you mentioned before, a decent re-engage in the last fight. He needs to find a brilliant one here.
Lovely!
I mentioned him, Varren on the flank. Again, nothing short of phenomenal. Eyes on Spark now. Can he kite it back? As he finds one initially, Mr. Freeze flashing forward. He wants to end the game right here, right now. But the Stand United, too strong. He's taken down. Vixen, though, still alive. Same goes for Synapse. The fight, the game still undecided. It is inches within each other here as the game is oh so close. That sounded very wrong.
It really did. Now, Dunlosi and Mr. Freeze making and forcing this play in the mid lane. You didn't have to go for this play, but it means you don't get this Chemtech soul. And honestly, would Broad and Friends? No, I was going to say maybe they can go Baron, but the minions are pushing into the mid lane, so definitely can't go Baron here. The only reprise really for Belfast Storm is that they took that early inhibitor. But yeah, Mr. Freeze, very, very passionate, I think, of killing Spark in these fights. It's just not working out. You're against a Seraphine, you're against a Shen. No one on your team has a Serpent's Fang. So thinking you can 1v3 there is just... I've seen Mr. Freeze do it twice. We're approaching the rule of insanity, where Mr. Freeze keeps expecting to win these fights.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Baron still on the map. I'll start changing my battery on my headset so I can't hear what you're saying for the next 40 seconds. The Baron fight, though, now in the cards. That was the time to time out. The game time could run down as well. 4k on the Baron is dropping ever so low, secured without a real fight. But now the re-engage coming. 5-man encore. It's brilliant. But Synapse finds a massive W as well. Eyes on Spark. He's down to half. He's the one who has to carry. He's CC'd up. Taken down on solo. But still out for now. Vixen in the front line. Blown
Mr.
up
Freeze.
by the rest. But Mr. Freeze can get the resets here. Look at the HP bars there. Oh, so low. Pop. Dead. Nemly. Spark. All that remains. But it's enough. They're still alive. The game still keeps going.
The game just keeps going. I was half expecting Spark to fire more Prey Seekers out into those recalling members of Belfast Storm, try and pick something up. But back and forth. Yes, Belfast Storm have a 7,000 gold lead, but it seemingly doesn't matter as they're only just inching out these fights. Mr. Freeze doing so much work into the front line there of Brod and Friends, but my lord, Nemly's encore was glorious. 5-man. Unfortunately, I don't think
Spark?
it really came to a huge amount.
But Spark is very alone here. Has to cut this out. Does have the killer instinct available. The quickness is not quite there, but I mean, Spark, you cannot be this far forward without your team in the area. He needs to stay alive. Full items now on this Kaiser. As if he doesn't die instantly, they have a chance of winning the fight. Just before, I said he was down to a sliver of HP, or sliver. Do you say a sliver or a sliver?
Slither,
I mean,
yeah.
It's a slither. Okay, yeah, I mean, that's what I get from being on the UKEL broadcast. I get to improve my English language. That's phenomenal. I've called it a sliver all my life. Like, you've genuinely changed it there. A slither of HP, able to turn it around, obviously, as you mentioned, namely. Great shout out for the encore. 5-man. It looked absolutely beautiful. As maybe we start singing a lullaby next because we are still one big fight away from the game going to either side. This could be the engage though. Instead of taken down to half, Vixen and Mr. Freeze very confidently walking forward. Now Dunlosi with the engage. Mr. Freeze is the reset and in goes Varen. He's looking for the carries and they're really all that remain is now ultimate now coming through the Stand United. I think it has to be over. It is only Spark who has to do something here, but there is nothing to be done. When it is Mr. Freeze with the triple kill. He could look for the quarter, but Spark barely survives. He gets time. Like, I don't know if he can recall in time. It's him and Guff against 4.
The Grubs allowing a bit of extra damage onto the tower now. Wave is coming in. Spark just recalling now. It's going to have to wait a second to get the health
Losi,
back.
low, Vixen full, Synapse is full, Mr. Freeze. Quite a lot of HP as well, the Baron buff buffing up the minions. Mr. Freeze though in a duel, straight up with Spark, who wins that one very easily. But the all-out now from Synapse with a sentence in his eye. It is their demise. Brought and Friends sent into hell as Belfast Storm reign terror in a back and forth battle against Brought and Friends.
And wow, it felt at some point like that game was never going to end. As everyone was just trading objectives. And honestly, I feel like I didn't do her justice. Vixen put out so much work in these team fights, doing concerning amount of damage to both the Rel and the Shen. And I've got to say, maybe this R4 Shen pick just didn't have the success that Brod and Friends were hoping. It felt a bit like a damp squib all game.
I mean, a lot to be said about that game. A lot of different opinions. I mean, my opinion on the game just continue to change every 5 minutes at the very least, maybe every couple of minutes. But I did see some consistent performances in there. Mr. Freeze, a bit too overeager at times, very easily got sold into the hype, but had a few good fights as well. Varen in particular, though, immaculate decision making from this Rakan. I am someone who, over the course of my league career, has played pretty much every role, some more, some less. Support being one of the ones I've played most throughout my time. Rakan being one of those champions that I've really enjoyed as well. And this was a treat for my eyes. Do you say a treat for sore eyes or whatever? There's a saying around with sore eyes. What is that?
Sore eyes is a sight for sore eyes is an insult.
That's a bad thing. Okay,
that's a bad
I'm learning
thing.
all about but it was a treat for my eyes to watch that Rakan. That was absolutely phenomenal. And I'm gonna be honest, like for Belfast Storm, he has to be my MVP, the most consistent performer on the team, and then Vixen in a close second.
Yeah. I get what Brod and Friends were doing, putting all the resources into Spark. Because Spark played these fights so incredibly well, but just wasn't able to take over But enough about Broad and Friends, because after this break, we're going to be moving on to Good Sheep versus Paragon to see who joins Belfast Storm in the 3 wins on the table. We'll be right back. And
Welcome back.
Oh, both of us.
Ladies
Okay,
and
fair enough.
gentlemen. Okay, Rory. I mean, okay.
I thought I'd take the initiative, much
it's
like
like
Don
it's-
Lucy in the last game.
yeah,
You
I mean, he
just
was
diving in no matter what.
yeah, head first, very committed. Now, I mean, it's all right. It's all right. We're still working this out, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
I am the outsider, and I mean, I understand if you want to keep it to the home crowd.
Well,
Regardless, though,
Home
would
crowd as
you,
much as yeah.
Would you mind elaborating what we're about to see next?
Of course. So we got Gucci versus Paragon, and last time these teams matched up, Paragon really good early game, and then Gucci really got the advantage during these mid-game team fights. Shin was able to find some amazing flanks as Gwen, but really the last time we saw Shin play kind of let the side down, getting solo killed by Synapse's Cassante at level 3. And from there, I believe went 0-3 out of lane. It looked a bit shaky. Now, as far as Paragon go, they really interest me because Snepex is mainly a jungler, but playing mid for this team right now. Had an outstanding Zoe performance. So it's got me scratching my head, but at the same time, really invested in what they can bring out this week.
Okay. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. If game 3 of the day or game 1 that you and I
Game
had
4.
together here was something to go for before. I mean, looking back, I mean, we're certainly in for a treat, right? Because
Yeah.
as I was asked when I went behind the scene, behind or into the green room or whatever we want to call it, right? This was an experience. I mean, very back and forth. Obviously, there are mistakes at this level, but there are also
Yeah.
very good outplays. And I mean, it was a roller coaster of emotions and some genuinely good performances in there as well. I do want to mention this one more time. Varen, phenomenal game on the Rakan, but if game 3 is anything to go by, game 4 is certainly set up to be an interesting one as well. Although I would like to see a team better at closing out the games because it felt like both
Absolutely.
teams had a chance of closing out the games way earlier than they needed to. Not that I'm saying I want a short game, but in terms of the confidence of this league as a whole, being able to close out game, I think is a pretty crucial ability you need to master.
Yeah, and what I'm more invested in is teams having the basics of understanding which primary objective you want to go for, early game especially. Do you want grubs? If you're not a split pushing team, if you're a team fighting team, why are you really prioritizing grubs? It feels a bit weird to me when you can just be stacking dragons and then force the enemy before they've scaled when they want to split push into a 4th dragon team fight at like 27 minutes. Right,
Yeah, I
I
mean-
really want an identity of a
Yeah.
comp just solidified.
I can certainly get that point. Yeah, I think that's good, right? And that's the thing about the gameplay at this level. As I said before, there are going to be mistakes, and there are things to learn, right? So we're also at the level where we can actually sit here and discuss, you know, what do we think went well, what the positives, and I mean, obviously, I am a big Denmark supporter. I want, especially when we come to the NLC RPS, right, to see my Danish teams, you know, not just better you guys, but all the other Scandinavian countries out there as well.
Yeah,
But
of course.
but the main point, as an NLC caster speaking, is, you know, I want to see improvements not just to the NLC Division 1, but to our national league as well, to us the second division. You know, I have a team now in the Danish division myself as well, to learn more about my own little ecosystem there and see the new up and coming talent that we have. And that's one thing that, you know, just watching a few games in here, first of all, some big names in here like Erol, we saw earlier today in the second game of the day, but Varen in game number 3, I mean, I'm seeing some genuinely good performances in there as well. And I mean, that is a positive thing, not just for you guys, but for our region as a whole, right? Because at the end of the day, remember, we're on the same side here in the NLC, right? We're all battling for our own glory, and that's a very positive thing for me so far.
Yeah.
That there are some, you know,
Someone's got to be
genuinely
down
good
the French and the
performances.
Spanish.
Yeah, I mean, if we could do that, man. I still think back to 2021 when we had back-to-back finals, man.
Oh,
Oh,
sweet times.
the good old days. And now we can barely make it out of groups. We didn't even make it out of groups this time.
Don't worry.
We can't actually. We don't barely make it out of groups. We can't make it out of groups. We become the NA of the ERLs.
Oh, don't.
That's a horrible thing
Well,
to say.
we might have become, let's say the 100 Thieves and not the Mad Lions after today's
Yeah.
performances.
Jesus Christ, man.
Um,
You can always bet on them to disappoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really comes to a point I really want to make, which is you can practice champion mechanics as much as you like in solo queue, but it takes a lot of effort to learn and reinforce good macro into your game. And if one team gets very good at macro in these divisions, it's going to force everyone else to improve. So I really want this push. As we're going into bans. We can't see them quite yet. So maybe okay. So we see one Viego ban.
It's coming.
So Paragon,
Oi.
I've got the notes here. Paragon have banned Sejuani, Oriana. Okay, it's on the screen now. Sejuani and Oriana, and then Viego and Aurora taken off by Gucci. This seems less targeted banning and more just these champs are good in the meta ban.
What I'm very excited to see, right? Because obviously there were some system changes, but in terms of champions, not many champions were touched. Tristana, one of them being touched, who was, I mean, Riot wanted to buff her in some senses of the word, but also at the same time, kind of ended up nerfing her instead. But they did say they want to kind of unleash her in average play, you could say, or in normal play, as you know, in competitive she was just way too strong.
Oh, yeah.
So they had to nerf her into the ground. Maybe we'll see that. I think the Yone as well hasn't really been nerfed because so few champions were touched in the last patch. It was simply system changes around them. So I am excited to see how much those item changes did affect champions, but also how much they've affected the meta as the Syndra ban. So the mid lane pool very much trimmed as Paragon put their sights on the good cheese mid laner.
So I'm kind of expecting. Oh, it's just a Yone lock-in. I was wondering if it was going to be the Talia lock-in for Scouse because he.
Oh, that was
loves
banned. Yeah,
champion.
the delay on
sorry,
the ban
it was late.
scamming you there.
There we go. Okay, so the Yone lock-in makes so much more sense now. With the Sejuani self-ban, Yone loses a great jungler to go. Paragon loses a great jungler to go with Yone, which is the Sejuani. Which I'm scratching my head at a little at these bans. Ari, yeah, pretty basic lane bully onto Yone. We've been seeing a lot pop up in Worlds right now with the Grasp build. Not going to write home about the champion, but it is decent enough right now. As like Gucci, either looking for, I'd say, a support or a jungler currently for their R2. Oh no, just go for the priority pick of Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, I actually like the change. I like the Kai'Sa very much. I think Jhin is a cool champion, but I often struggle to see him using comp play. There are specific situations where he works out really well, but to me it feels like he's such a niche character that if you pick it very early on, I mean, the opponents would likely just draft one or two very tanky champions, and it would be very hard for the
and it's
for the
so
Jhin,
hard
yeah.
for Jhin to play.
The Ashe as well, a good option. I think the Kai'Sa saw it last game strong as well. I think there are just so many better AD carries in this current meta that you can choose, like the Ashe and the Kai'Sa. So happy to see those locked in. Potentially a very quick rotation if a Paragon as that Skarner is locked in on top of it. So yeah, the two main carries locked in and the jungler as well. I think it's a very strong fleet rotation, to be honest.
Yeah,
but Gucci's also looking good.
Early. These are three completely strong meta picks right now. You've got the amazing pick tools of the Skarner and the Ashe. Yone's going to bring so much damage over the top. Now, Gucci, really wondering, are they locking in a jungler here? Because Kai'Sa's going to get some of her best supports pinched out here, I expect, at least. But yeah, Gucci going for this massive commitment to a dive comp with the Ahri Kai'Sa Nocturne.
Very interesting to see, as you say, right? Will the support pool be the pool pinched out, or will it be the top laners as well? Because none of those have been locked in, so there is also a world where that happens, but very likely, as you say, we could also just see four supports banned away. Two that's good with the Ashe, two that's good with the Kai'Sa, and then that might leave the supports scrambling. Seems like Gucci. Is it? How do I pronounce that team? Is it Gucci?
So I say Gucci. If it's Gucci, that's a great pun, and I really respect it here. Yeah, really good heads-up play by Gucci with the Taric ban.
That's a target ban, right?
No, I think it's because
Is he just very good with the Ashe?
So Gucci, I'm just checking my notes. They might have watched Verdant win with it because Verdant were playing into Broad and Friends dive comp last week, and Verdant were able to bring out the Taric and completely nullify anything Broad and Friends want to do. So honestly, into a dive comp, I think it makes a lot of sense. And then the Braum as well. These two disengaged champs getting pinched.
I think
picking up top laners.
I personally really feel right that the second ban phase is always so interesting because it's very clear what the team has as a priority now, right? For Paragon, they really want to give themselves a good matchup with the top laners that know they will likely be counterpicked there, so they're removing some of the strong counters to what they properly have in mind for they want to play. But we will see if they continue that as two good supports with the Ashe pinched out. Obviously the Braum, as you've mentioned as well, very good with that Ashe, and a few meta supports still left open. The Rel, the Rakanza, there are certainly still supports you can make work with these AD carries available, regardless of what Paragon have done here. The Nord is very quickly locked in, regardless though, as Gucci had the rise on them and getting the support pick very quickly.
So the Nord doesn't surprise me in any way. Yeah, rail band makes a lot of sense. But it basically guarantees Nocturne has a dive buddy with that guaranteed plasma stacking from the Undertow. Now we're seeing Gwen being hovered here. Okay. I think this is a read by Paragon saying Gucci have to pick a tank top laner. I'd say it's probably a K'Sante or an Ornn. I'd be more expecting an Ornn, and Gwen's just a very good matchup into that.
Yeah, I do agree. I think it's a very smart blind choice here, right? Because if you go for something like the Ornn or K'Sante yourself, like you're just being having a Gwen thrown against you, so at the very least, you might force Gucci out to something different, or just accept that they, even with a counter pick, might be in a matchup that isn't ideal for their top laner. Here's the Leona locked in with the Ashe. A very good lockdown between those two. It's a hot and cold bot lane duo as the Ice Queen, or I guess that's Lissandra, but a Freljord champion alongside a very warm Leona. But enough about the little chit chat, as I do really want to see what Gucci has up here. The Gragas locked in instead, certainly adding more spice to what we could see from the top lane. Is it okay?
Fine.
Is it good?
I think it's just fine. I think Gragas can really go into anyone. He loses lane to Gwen, but you're at no point where you're getting solo kills. And it's incredibly easy to avoid Skana ganks as Gragas as well. So while I don't love it, and I feel like Gucci probably just had to sack top lane and pick Ornn and just say, your life's going to be miserable for the first 20 minutes of the game. Gragas, I can understand why they picked it.
So the composition's now rounded out. I want to make sure I grab myself a nice little screenshot of that to keep that in mind, as don't want to miss anything of that. I think what Paragon have done in the second pick phase is good as well. I don't think it's as phenomenal as their first three. I really think they hit the ground running there. But then when I look to Gucci, I think they've got some of the most expected and good counters, or good responses, I want to say, in terms of the meta into it. So it's hard for me to look at this and say that I see a team that has particularly dominated the draft. I don't think Gucci got that much value out of their last pick, though, which is certainly a caveat that they could fall into the favor of Paragon. I do favor Paragon here, though. I think the Yone just seems so strong, and the only thing to me that has really been beating the Yone or look good against the Yone is the Smolder, and that is only if you manage to go to 35 plus minutes, where you've just heavily outskilled any other champion in the game, really. So I think that's just such a strong power pick. The Scanner, to me as well, certainly able to play well with the Yone, Ashe, Leona. I'm on the side of Paragon here with that draft, but I don't think Gucci are out of it yet.
So Paragon have drafted two forms of non-committal crowd control, which is excellent. You've got the Ashe Arrow and the Leona ult coming over the top. What Gucci have to be incredibly cautious about is getting those timers, and also not diving straight into the backline being like, this is great, and then Skana just comes, Ishtal impacts into Impale, and then your Nocturne's immediately smushed, or your Kaiser is immediately gone. And then you've just thrown so many resources into what you thought was going to be a winning play, but it's actually just, well, pure int. I love Paragon's draft. I think they've got a great mix of tankiness. It's a lovely front-to-back team comp. I think they ticked all the boxes. And Gucci, it's stylistically a dive comp, but I think they're lacking a little.
In what way in particular do you think they're lacking? Like, I
think they're lacking a bit. Like I said, the long-range engage, I would have liked an Ornn. A K'Sante wouldn't be the worst. So, everybody, we're just getting word that there's a bit of game delay. So we're just going to give our final opinions of the draft. Then we're going to go to a quick break. So, Duckling, Gucci, if they're wanting to win this game, where are you expecting the focus to go early?
I mean, for me, I don't think you need to do too much early, right? I think you wait for the level 6, and then you take the Nautilus Nocturne together. Those are the two champions with go buttons, and then you look for a play to say, okay, we go. And that should likely be towards the Ashe, which is an easy target to pick off. The Gwen could be an option as well. I think the Yone a hard champ to kill unless you really play that well, but that's a possibility as well, right? I just want to see them take jungle support, a bit of good macro where you go to a lane and you say, this is time to go. Likely towards the mid or bot lane to get your AD carry on mid lane rolling, because the Gragas, I mean, while a fed Gragas is nice, it's not going to be, likely not going to be the game deciding factor. So that's what I want to see from them.
Yeah, and on Paragon's side, what I'm really wanting to see is them not panicking when everything hits level 6, right? Like, you know, the Ahri and the Nocturne are available for a lot of roams, and they just need to be calm, collected, scale up to these earlier levels, and that's how I think they're really going to master this and control objectives. Anyway, like I said, we're a little delayed, so we're going to head to a quick break, but we'll be right back with our 4th game of the day, Gucci versus Paragon.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rift. One final time here today in the UKEL 4 Nations. If you're just joining us at the short break, it is not Broughton Friends against Belfast Storms. It is rather two other teams that it was Gucci. It was Gucci versus Paragon, I remember correctly. But Paragon being on the left side.
Yeah, Paragon being blue side, Gucci on red side. There we go. Thank you, production, for that. As we're getting straight into the game, anything that takes you aback, Duckling, as we're seeing all the summoners and the runes coming up?
I'm looking at players that I recognize from my time. You know, I did start my casting career in the UK scene, actually.
Oh, really?
I mean, I did it at a local LAN in CSGO, right? But my first league tournament was the good old Square One, if you heard of that back in the day. It was an amateur tournament that was set up, and I mean, some of the players I think is still playing. Like, did you know about the player Vanguard?
Yes.
Yeah. So he was playing in the first bit of the Square One in 2019 spring. I think they managed to have quite a few splits and actually developed into quite a decent tournament. Like, it was really, really good. I think someone like Namera as well and Initialize has worked in the tournament before.
Oh, okay.
And then it got shut down by Riot. Yeah, because, you know, passion projects who've worked hard to deliver good product and develop a scene, just punish them. Like, right? Yeah, good choice.
While we don't vent about Riot, let's talk a bit more about these comps and how they're built up. My apologies earlier. It seems our schedules were slightly mistaken. I was saying that Snepex was in the mid lane piloting the Shone. No, indeed, in the jungle this time.
Timotubber. I recognize the name as well.
I
recognize him and Snepex. Those are the two ones that I really have my eye on now from Paragon here.
Paragon have very good names on their roster indeed, as we're seeing early pushes in the bot lane from the Kai'Sa. Not surprising when she has like Reign of Acacia, and then Chova just doing the most obnoxious RE trading pattern ever of heat-seeking W's.
Oh, did you see that?
That was rough. Yeah, I saw that. I wasn't going to comment on it, but yeah, it was.
I mean, sometimes, right? We've got to call out the players. I mean, it wasn't his mistake. I thought that would have connected as well. Not sure the hitbox matched up there, but regardless, you know, it is what it is. League of Legends do be League of Legends.
Don't worry. I main Blitzcrank for like 2 years. I'm all aware about how dodgy hitboxes can be sometimes.
Dude, some of those hooks, right? Sometimes you feel like, I got him for sure here, and then it doesn't connect, and other times you're like, yeah, that didn't hit, and then you just...
Yeah, you just laugh to yourself, just like, I shouldn't have got that, but hey, here we are. Yeah, thank you, observers. Snepex and being
good highlight, yeah, good highlight.
As that ward. Does that Raptor die? Oh, no, it does. Okay. Snepex able to clean it out. Yeah, both junglers going to be meeting bot side right now. Waves meeting at the center. Laps, yeah, just using that range advantage to his favor here. I've got to say, as far as a 3v3 goes, I'd much rather take the Ashley owner Skarner over a Nocturne Kai'Sa Nautilus.
Was holding my breath just for a second there to see if the charm would have connected from Chova instead, though. Timothy able to just get this wave underneath the turret safely. Again, level 6, as we mentioned before the break, that's the big break point I'm looking for, especially for... Sorry, I'm Scouse. I mean, that's in Liverpool, right?
Yeah, it was. Scouser is someone from Liverpool, yeah.
See, I will say, right, as someone who watches quite a lot of the Premier League, I do get some of the UK joke. I haven't whipped out much of my UK accent yet, but I'll bless your ears with that later if the opportunity arises.
Oh, excellent. And because it's Sorry, I'm Scouse, I'm expecting the Liverpudlian accent to come out of you, obviously.
Oh, the Liverpool... Dude, I don't... like, I know what it sounds like when I listen to someone who's Scouse, right? But I can't actually repeat any of the words because it just...
Yeah, I could imagine very far off what the Danish language sounds like.
It is very far off, though. But I mean, my general understanding of the English language is obviously quite good, right? After this many years. But the Scouse accent just always... has eluded me in terms of adding to my own vocabulary. It's just too weird, mate. Too weird.
Yeah, well, as long as you throw in mate every other sentence, you're halfway there.
So, all right, mate.
We actually saw a very early base from Snepex, identifying that, yeah, Nocturne's going to clear a lot faster. So Sorry, I'm Scouse able to pick up both Scuttle Crabs. Massive experience lead as these two junglers are desperate to get 6 as early as possible. Sorry, I'm Scouse is going to get 6, I think, a camp and a half earlier than the Skarner, which is huge in terms of the matchup.
Yeah, that is certainly quite nice, right? And just to zoom out a little bit as we still wait for those level 6. I want to talk with you. I know, Rory, you're not the one who's been covering this league the longest either. But in terms of Paragon, right? I mentioned there were a few names I recognized in both Snepix and Timatopper. Not that I'm able to recite their whole career history, but it's names that I've recognized before, which is to me someone who just comes into the league. Obviously, making me lean towards that side in terms of who's the predicted favorite. But who would you say, just if we remove the draft and everything, is the bigger team? And like, who's more disappointed sitting with a 2-2 or 2-3 pick?
So, I think Paragon are feeling a bit happier because I believe they went 0-2 in the opening week.
Okay, so they're on their way up
So
again.
they're on the rise right now, and they've got to be feeling pretty good about that because it means only improving. Ari getting...
Talk about feeling good. A feel-good play here from Paragon. Very nicely done. Yes, Trova gets out, but the flash means that if you do that again, it could turn out differently as Kenji very close to finding the solo kill there, forcing the flash out of Shin. So action across the rift now as we are starting to reach those level 6 marks. The Fate Shield used in the mid lane, and Kenji using the needlework up at the top lane. There we go. As now instead it is Scouts. Sorry, I'm Scouts who turns it on towards the Drake, as he will be backed up by... What do I call? Is it LSD? I mean, surely that's not the thing I can say on broadcast, right? Like, what do I call this guy?
Okay.
XTC?
Yeah, it's Marrow.
PCP?
It's Marrow.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think
come
we
on.
get
I mean,
in trouble if we list that all three of those names. It's
are
kind
they
of like-
are all three things bad things?
Well, it depends who you ask, but at least.
Rory, I've lost you. Oh, you're back now. You're back now.
As far as it goes, I'd say schools wouldn't advise it.
Oh yeah. I mean, I have been a substitute teacher, so I do have quite an idea of what schools wouldn't advise. And certainly the last two things. I'm not sure what the first thing is supposed to be, but this is probably not the place to ask that.
Yeah, it's probably not the place. It's probably not the time to Google it either.
I'm probably not gonna Google. What do I call them then? I mean, what
just
did you say?
Marrow. Marrow.
Marrow. Okay, I'll try
Yeah,
to remember.
Marrow.
Quite a few names I'm learning at the moment, so otherwise it will just be the Kaiser as I will keep this family. I mean, I'm being, dude, you're sitting having a team that is almost, was it Gucci? Like,
Yeah, Gucci.
yeah, Gucci's the name. That AD carry name, and then sorry, I'm Scouts in the jungle. Like, they've been
Honestly-
cooking up some puns here.
Yeah, it just tells me just the stylistic humor of the team is really collective. And
is,
I
yeah.
can rate that.
Very British humor.
Yeah, really,
Oh.
really enjoy that.
I don't know if it's good, but it's British humor. Like, right, that's the category. I don't know if it's bad or I don't know if it's good. You just put it in there.
Yeah, you just accept it. As
Is-
we're seeing a few trades in the mid lane, even with Chova being flashless now
Keep
has
your eyes on
some-
Scouts.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I'm just thinking.
Just in the air, right? Paranoia available, but he could also be passing to the bot lane. That's a bot lane that is pretty far forward, pushing in the wave. The window might have been found. Can they jump through before it closes again? Not spotted out on the wall, but it seems like they were smelling blood in the water as Paragon retreat their bot lane. Very smart read there, and I think genuinely that is a big read, right? If you're not aware of the map, you would have just been caught out there.
I think Chova, even though it was the right thing to do to move down to join Sorry I'm Scouts, might have given the game away a little
I
by
agree.
last, but the positioning of the Kaiser and Nautilus with the wave right in front of their tower, Paragon have to be terrified right now. They need to call Snepex down, say, skip your Krugs completely, we need you here. Chova once again moving down river. Look at this zoning! Yes, Timatopra is getting pushed on the mid wave, but Chova just using this wave clear advantage that Ari has over Yone to perfection, just putting so much phantom pressure down, right? She may not be there, but she could be there, and that's scary enough.
To compare to what I've seen before in this... oh, never mind. I wanted to make a...
Never mind, you
fun
got
reference there.
to shut up for your
As I
point.
get completely cancelled as a very unexpected enchanted crystal arrow comes through water. He's not dead as he makes it out to safety, the re-engage. I didn't think he would have that much damage, but last forced to flash to safety. No first but still to come through. And with that, I can go back to my very extravagant point about the UKL. From what I've seen before, which seems to have been a chaotic, kill-hungry league. But this game, way cleaner as the teams don't want to make that first mistake, the trigger then finally being pulled, but still both teams backing out before anyone dies.
So, I do want to touch on the fact that in draft, I said, in draft, I said, Gragas wasn't good into Gwen, but he was fine. I was wrong. Gragas is not performing well into Gwen. 20
That's a counter pick
times
as well,
CS
right?
down.
That's the crazy thing. You chose this matchup, buddy.
Yeah, completely chose it. And if you're going to counterpick, like I said, and still be down this much, why would you not play more for your team and just agree to sack? As we're going to see Gucci pull their bot lane to mid here, going to heavily contest these grubs, it seems like. Already a dragon up, so if they can get these as well, it spells really good for the future 10 minutes of Gucci's game plan.
Let's see if they can continue to pull that out with the grubs in their sights. Shin in trouble up in the top lane. I want to make that very clear. Snipix is there as well. I think they are way too far forward, to be honest. Sorry, Scouts will be sorry for giving up first blood shortly, as that now comes through Rasp. Looking to chase down even more here. The Kaiser trying to deal some damage in return. The flash over the wall. Sack are out. I mean, Paragon look very coordinated here. Careful not to give anything unnecessary up. As now, though, as I say that, the caster curse might have come through, but a solo kill found in the top lane, not a solo kill rather. That happened in the mid lane. How did that happen? As now Water taken down instead. Chova looking for something in return, but there is nothing to be gained. The health bars are blinking, but the kill's not secured. Could dash over the wall if he wants to be optimistic, but instead he can't get anything in return. It's 3 kills and grubs into the favor of Paragon.
It was a collapse.
Oh,
by
TP?
Gucci right
It's
now.
not
Another
done.
TP. It
It's
keeps
not
going.
done. The paranoia, they want this fight to keep going, but they get nothing. They get nothing. Yes, I mean, they get a singular Void Grub. Unless Shin finds something here. And it could be on Snipix, but no, they knew he was there. He reads it brilliantly. He didn't have the vision. Snipix, you beautiful, beautiful man. Oh, they had that ward, though. They had that
did
ward.
have that one ward.
Still good timing, though. Still
It
good.
was it was still a guess on whether the Gragas would walk through, so it was still very well played. And concerning fight from Gucci. It really felt like Sorium Scouse went, we've got the advantage, I'm going grubs. But meanwhile, Shin was getting decimated by the Gwen Skarner combo in the top lane. And yeah, Water just wasn't able to peel Yone coming over the top. And Sorium Scouse, unfortunately, only has 1 spell shield. Had a lot of things thrown at him, and yeah, a lot of them landed and spelt his death.
I really love that analysis. It was very true, because it was how that fight unfolded, right? Simply just too much in too short of a time for the Nocturne to deal with. And this feels like it could paint the situation pretty dire for Gucci as an early game lead over to this conversation. I mean, we all know how strong the Yone is, right? The top lane matchup, a counter matchup for you in terms of, you know, your last pick this, you chose this matchup, going horribly wrong here. Timotupper feeling confident enough to look like he's aggressive trade. He could even get the kill. Oh my god, it's brilliant. And in the top lane, it goes even worse. I mean,
Another solo kill.
the darkest pit of hell has swallowed to suck down on Gucci here, because they are being dragged down into oblivion, destroyed across the rift, and solo kills galore now.
And yeah, Yone got full build with that blade
Waters in
of
trouble
missing
as well.
another fight.
No flash. Look at the CC chain, the damage coming through as well. They could even look for the Kaiser too, as instead he's out to safety. The kill safely given over. The turrets being taken. The plates
First
being
tower?
destroyed. The score lead is growing by the minute.
So we're seeing a 5,000 gold lead as we're approaching 40 minutes as the plates are about to fall. And another
the
fight.
paranoia. They need this to go their way, and I
nothing.
think this one kill will do that. Scouse gets on the board. Same goes for Chi. If you're from Brazil, I can see the tears forming in your eyes. It's 7-1
Oh no.
on the scoreboard.
Oh no, that's an old throwback. Jeez.
I mean, I still mention it every single time. It's more than 10 years ago now, by the way. That's crazy.
Yeah. I remember being at school when that was happening.
Yeah, like, exactly. It's one of those things where you remember where you were. I was in Thailand at the time with my family. I remember waking up at 3 a.m. to watch the game. And after the first half, it was 4-0. You're like, yeah, I'm going back to bed, Dad. I can't handle anymore. Being like 10 years old. Now, though, Timotupper will have to make an outplay. I'll remember
Go
as
back.
well where I am in 10 years to make this work. But instead, the fate is sealed for him, as the soul unbound became bound to reality. And oh, there goes gravity. Great into the grave.
And even with that massive shutdown going over to Chova, Timotopra is still 1.5k ahead in gold. And that's brutal. Yeah, all those plates in the mid lane. I didn't touch. Well, I touched on it for a sentence earlier, but yeah, these 5 grubs that Paragon were able to fight over and get meant so much. Like the extra plays going over to the Yone. Gwen got an entire tower at 13 minutes, which is nearly unheard of. Solo, might I add. And now she's going to get bot tower as well.
I'm gonna be honest, and this statement might be bold. I don't know every single game in professional League of Legends history, but
Yeah.
I think this is the worst R5 I have ever seen in the history of my time commentating. I have never seen anything get dumpstered this badly. You
So-
chose this matchup.
So I will say, last week I did see Brod and Friends pick Leona into a Taric as an R5.
Dude,
that
why
was
are you
rough.
guys so bad at abusing
That
the R5?
that was rough, and we did talk about that. As we're seeing another skirmish, good and pale.
Yeah, Sarium Scouts will be sorry for being alive because he won't be that much longer, I assume. Good little charm there in Timotop,
Surviving.
denying his engage early on. Yeah, he survives for now, and it seems like maybe all of them do in the end as Gucci. They're all Gucci, you could say. That's a horrible pun. I'm sorry, lads. As the fight that continues last, though, caught out now, potential re-engage. The Fate Seal comes through, and it's actually a fight. They're winning. Gucci are winning this. Can Timotop turn it around? It's 1v4, but they're also low. The soul unbound as what just happened? A quadra kill?
Shin's chasing down the Gwen, but I think it isn't gonna go well. Okay, you know what? It's fine. Even Stevens. What? How? Sorium Scouts diving back in on 30% HP. Turn that fight on its head. And Timotopra needs to be punching his desk right now, wondering how did I not kill any of them? But yeah, unfortunately, this Yone with the components for Stridebreaker just doesn't have the full damage that a crit Yone would. And that's the difference right there. It's just the small amounts of AD and crit making massive, massive implications.
Jesus Christ. And now, it feels like we're kind of back to the games that we had in the third game, right? We have this one Kaiser that is Giga Fair. Kill the Kaiser, you win the game. Don't kill the Kaiser, the game will keep going. So much gold back in her pocket now.
So Maro is approaching a 2k gold lead over Lasp. The good news for Lasp is he's an Ashe. So he always has value, but currently Kraken Slayer versus Static Shiv Rageblade, that's just diabolical right there. Like, there's no way you're making anywhere near the impact that Kaiser is in a fight.
Yeah, the Kaiser, so strong, 2 items already. Drake hasn't been stacked to either side, so you don't really have that going for you. Paragon still in the lead, but no longer growing by the minute. It has hasn't been growing for quite a while now, or a few minutes, because it has been closed a bit by that phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal, I do want to say. That's honestly a phenomenal re-engage. The ability to pull that off and the confidence as well. As the Paranoia comes through in the mid lane, it is not Last in trouble. It is Zac who's able to flash out of harm's way.
Chova, the predict!
But Chova, yeah, looking for the predict. Good flash as Zac is so low. The potential re-engage, though, still on the cards here. Stepix is in the area. Timotop, as you say, yeah, coming from below. Drake spawned, Herald up in the top side. A split situation that leads to not much for anyone. Timotop, though, caught out, and the CC chain is on. The soul unbound. The fake seal is good, but now they no longer have the damage. They can't kill anyone here. They're gonna die. Paragon. I mean, it's falling apart.
Oh, and yeah, the Gwen didn't commit TP there, and without the Yone, you know how much of a deficit your Ashe is. I think that could have been, if Kenji just TP'd there, I would think it would have changed everything, because now Chova's going to answer this split push. Yeah, okay, it doesn't matter because it's a Gwen.
I mean, it's still a silver lining, right? You lose 3 and a Drake, and the momentum you lose on the map as well. Make that mistake in a minute's time, where the Baron will then be taken instead, and then the game is really wide open again now.
So
the door is open, but it isn't wide open.
Yeah, exactly. Good She got some great kills. I feel it was very I don't know. I think Timotopra underestimated or even overestimated how much damage he could put out, because you can just ult out of that situation and be fine, right? But decided to fight heavily, and it really cost them every objective open. Well, sorry, every neutral objective open on the map right now, because Now Gucci have been able to claw back Vision. They're putting wards down. They're clearing out these control wards. They got Dragon. And even though Paragon both have 2 TPs on their side, what are they going to be TPing to anytime soon?
That's a good question. For the side of Paragon, the TP on Kenji and Timatapa, as you say, no TP on Gucci. The lead is still in the favor of Paragon. And one of the things that I think is the general trade I've observed down in the levels of National League I've been able to watch is when you feel confident, the plays you make often aren't the greatest. It feels very quickly people get in their own head and feel like, I'm so strong, I can just do this.
Yeah.
As you say, right? Timatapa there sees the opportunity, and had he been on full HP, then maybe the fight would have worked. But you were 200 HP, and you're not that kind of guy, pal. I mean, you aren't that fed. You're not 10-0. And regardless, even then, you know, maybe the best decision would just to play it safe. But because, as you say, you lose so much tempo, not just your own death, but the Drake, the vision around the Baron, and so much control of the map, really, as this gold lead has remained within a few thousand gold for the past 5 minutes. But at a state where Paragon were snowballing it like quicker and quicker, I thought this game could have been over by now had Paragon gone down the right route.
Yeah, definitely gone down the right route. And frankly, the person who's really keeping Paragon in this match is Kenji, who the entire gold lead of Paragon is on Kenji right now. Which is great if you're actually able to pick up any towers. But Shin, now with that Luden's Companion, is able just to keg the wave, and you're just bouncing waves back and forth and not actually getting any purchase here. As we're saying,
Let's talk about being in trouble. Let's see what he can gain from this. He's able to gain another day on the Rift, able to survive with half HP. He does have the TP if they potentially want to re-engage. Quite a few ultimates
full catch on
burned
Snapple.
in that exchange. As I should say, yeah, Snappix might be caught out here. The Scanner, a bit of a, I don't know if I should say slippery, but a chamber that certainly has ways to escape. But this time, though, there is no way
Baron.
out. As you say, 40 seconds without a smite that could lead to a Baron. TP not available for Kenji. So, I mean, Kenji can't be there. Why not just go for it, right? Can't just TP in.
Gosh, no, Kenji used TP.
Yeah, he can't TP in. He has to walk here. It's 10k, and now they have to fight a 3v4. Shin is walking as his TP is also on cooldown. 6k and dropping. If you want to fight it, you have to do it now. The game so close to flip him back into the favor. Solo as well though on the tank. It is Scouse who gets it before he should eventually fall with one more auto. If the fight goes into the favor of Paragon, the game should be that back in their favor as Chova. Oh my god, Kenji the damage. That is insane, but the needle wave not enough. The Kai survives. That's almost an ace. Snapex back up alive, but I mean, this game is not back in Gucci's favor. That is... How did they bring this back? I'm just reimagining the past 10 minutes. A dire situation now. The door wide open, and potentially it is. I mean, Gucci leading the game now.
Gucci are leading the game. They have Dragon advantage. They now have Baron. There's 2 side tier 1s as well, which is just standing gold. Shin is going to be able to pick that up and get some more impactful items. Yeah, I don't agree with this pen damage build for the Gragas who's been so put far behind, but that's whatever. That's for a different conversation. Wow, Snapex, such a blunder getting caught there. But why is Kenji using TP just to get to side lane to push a few more waves of minions? It's kind of baffling to me. And you saw how close it got. Really clutch Sonya's from Chova denying Kenji any healing from the passive and from the Rift Maker at the end of that fight. But look at the steamroll. You could just run down, taking tier 2s now. Timatopra trying to get some standing gold from minions on the side. It doesn't matter. You've now got Saurium Scouts putting in the mid wave. And then you can go towards the Dragon. It's so nice. It's really nice macro that I hope someone at least just answers the Yone pushing tier 2 so he doesn't get 600 gold. But if they do that, I'm incredibly impressed with this rotation.
And look at how strong the Kaiser is, right? Level 14 to level 13 on last. And Timatopra, yes, should be able to get the shirt. So they'll get some gold back, but let's see how much you're able to get here. 1. Should be 2 church left, unable to clear this wave alone. The Sky not offering much wave clear either. Kenji without the needlework is good, but oh my god, they've got the Kaiser, they've got the Kaiser! He's dead, the TP's in behind, Timotopper can find the fight here, double kill already for Lasp. How did they just pull that out of nowhere? Triple kill for Lasp. Why are you guys so good at playing tennis, man? The games keep going back and forth.
So, Maro didn't have cleanse from the Baron fight. Last launches a clutch arrow, and then Sack just drops the sun down upon him. And yeah, look at this, they have 5 grubs. So it means just get hit by 1 tower shot and you're going to be able to do more damage. Because it's going to spawn the boys. But no, well, they could probably just solo Dragon here, SnapX. And now the lead means so much less as, yeah, the game flips back in Paragon's favor as they have the gold lead, massive shutdown. They're even going to get Crab, maybe even go for stealing a blue buff if they're bold enough. No, okay, they're just going to hit recalls now and buy. But yeah, Lasp is just back in this game now. I know Maro has 3 items, but Lasp got so much gold from that fight. It's going to be so impactful now.
I'm shell-shocked from that, man. How do the games keep going back and forth? I mean,
UKEL, baby!
I am shocked, man. Does this happen every week? Like, how can you handle this? I thought for sure just cleanly close it out, get the turret there, then back off.
That question. It doesn't feel good to say yes. As we're now seeing Vision being put down in the top side jungle, Shin just clearing out what he can, knowing he can't approach Kenji on the wave, especially with a 3-item Gwen is just going to run you with that ghost up.
Oh, arrow connects the found. Sorry, I'm Scouts, but the 5 plus up. Lesp caught out the barrier, unable to save him, but keep your eyes on Kenji. He's got the Revenant's Death Cap, 3 items, and he can cut through anyone he wants. The needlework doing just that. Death by 1,000 cuts. As the Kaiser's down, Chova running for the hills. I wanted to mention it, that 3-item spike, massive. Level 16 as well now on this Gwen.
Yeah, Kenji does so much damage, but it comes back to that non-committal long-range engage that the Ashe brings at the end of the day. Able to catch out Soriam, Scouse. The spell shield did come down in time because I believe terrain hides the arrow. Is what I've been told by ADC players, is that if you fire the arrow through terrain, it's not as clear that it's coming towards you. I'd love to be fact-checked on that if it's not true, because then I've been lied to, and very embarrassing. Oh no, Shin may have overstayed here actually.
He has overstayed.
All collapsing, can't TP out at all.
That's like, you know, not leaving when the host make it very clear they don't want you anymore. When they do,
4
like in Denmark, we have a thing where you're like, you say no, and you know that's kind of a way like, yeah, I mean, we're done with what it was lovely having you here. Fails the flash as well. Shin, you overstayed your welcome, buddy. You deserve that punishment.
Shin, it's 3 a.m. in the club. The DJ's played Robbie Williams' Angels. You need to pack it up. The lights have come up. Unfortunately, uses the flash.
The dance floor is empty, buddy.
Yeah.
Just head home.
It's just the people passed out in the corner from preing too early.
That's the best way to go out, though, because you save money.
I completely agree with you.
But I mean, I don't recommend passing out in the club. Please take care of yourself while you're out having fun and indulging in those activities. That is my final point on that. As the Baron is now back up, though, we're about to reach the 30-minute mark. I can't believe this game hasn't ended. I've thought 2 times now. Both teams have had opportunities to win it. Instead, they had the opportunity to go for another Baron. I want to say, though, just make this very clear. TP in from behind and Shin looking for the flank. He has the ultimate level 15. This should be it. The paranoia popped. Last, yeah, you're dead, buddy. Nothing to be done there. Flash is alone, but Chova caught out its eyes on back. That Gwen is not okay, man. The HP bars deleted within seconds. Now Shin and Scouse will have to try and make something work. That explosive cast is not really explosive. Shin, I mean, yet again, buddy, you've overstayed your welcome. You're not gonna get anything out of this, buddy. Just go home. It's 4 a.m. now. It's bright outside. Just go home. As that is it for this fight. The sun's come up, buddy. There's nothing more to get here. The Baron will be there as well. Kenji, a man of honor, buying the Medjay Soul Steal as well. He knows he has to carry, and he's doing just that.
So I believe he just bought that and immediately has 24 stacks. Like, just picked
this
up
game is so
14 in that
stupid,
fight. And actually, it initially looked pretty decent for Chi. Sorium Scouse and Shin with the flank, both able to isolate Lasp. But Lasp is not where the damage is. And you can't Nocturne alter Gwen when she has the Hallowed Mist on top of her. So, it's so rough. It looked great. They were like, great. Team, we're above the Baron Pit. We've taken out the AD carry. And then they just pan over and everyone is dead.
I mean, what if that very much felt like, right? You've seen the Hydrogen Bomb versus Coughing Baby meme, right?
Yeah.
This very much felt like you have the choice. Which do you disarm or which do you stop? Let's just see this fight. Oh, actually, he's just caught out.
What was Arrow?
But instead, they decided to all in the Coughing Baby and not disarm the Hydrogen Bomb, while the Hydrogen Bomb was exploding their whole backline. And we just saw another example of that. I do want to say, good arrow from Last who caught out the Kai'Sa. This could be the game-ending play. Baron buffed up. How many ultimates are there to say this is explosive cask already used? It's Chova and Water with the ultimate to try and stop this. The wave clear is horrible. They can't really cut through it as Timatopper now dashes forward with the Q3. Kenji needs to be a bit careful. The snip does a lot of damage, but if you die, well, maybe the game continues. Never mind, you can just decide the game should continue as they back off instead.
They had no wave.
That's true. They don't want to enter
Just
the game.
saying that, but they still have Baron buff. They can now just take Dragon here, get third Dragon, maybe use that Baron buff to get the bot tower as they're just removing the camps from the jungle. Yeah, I feel you're heightening up this for a game end, but Paragon are doing the right thing. Even if it's a bit slower, they're methodically closing out. And we've seen
Paranoia, I mean, it's
never
Timatopper.
mind.
He's way too far forward here, but Yone is a horrible human being as he's able to escape, even being caught out by the worst misplacements I've ever seen. The arrow connects. It's absolutely brilliant. As Lasp is the American sniper this time. Certainly not the one who got after Donald Trump, though, because he's connecting all these arrows.
I'm going to breathe faster. Yeah, amazing catch by Lasps there onto Chova. Chova not even flashing. Sorium Scouse losing the flash on the engage, trying to catch out the Yone now. And with this Baron buff, with the super minions beefed up, yes, you have a Kai'Sa, but the Gragas isn't doing much in the terms of wave clear. And there's two beefy boys in the Skarner and Leona facing you down.
Marching towards victory is Paragon. They want that positive scoreline in the split. It is only on Macro to stop this. The Kai'Sa has to have a wonderful fight here if he wants to keep this going. Zac is low. Kenji has taken a slight bit of damage. Good engage on the supporter who is easy to one-shot. As you say, yeah, dead instantly. Can you get more now? Chova up in 5. Do you have a ward you can TP in behind and flank with? No. It's the emphatic answers. Now you have to look forward with the Paranoia instead. Sorry, Scouts. Can you find the right opportunity? This has to be at the TP. Not quite a flank, but it's something they want to push their luck here. They know this is their chance, but instead they're stopped by the minions. The threat has been disarmed, but only just for now, as Paragon can see the victory in their sights. Just one more fight between them and the win.
And honestly, the difference that allowed Paragon to get out there were the double Cloud Drakes. They got so much out of combat move speed there that they were able to stroll off. And yeah, Chova committing TP there feels so rough. Excited to get those shutdowns, especially on Kenji, but no. It's to no avail now. Gucci are fighting with the world on their backs, it feels like. 2 inhibitors down. Kenji is pushing in that top wave. Timatopra has the teleports if he needs to bail out the Gwen if anything goes wrong. But honestly, I think this Gwen can 1v5.
The Gwen can certainly 1v5. I'll make that answer very clear for you. The Kai'Sa has a chance of doing something, but it has to be played perfectly. Good bit of damage on Timatopper, who's very aggressive, but his damage return is even better. Now look at Kenji. He does exactly what he wants. Down goes the Kai'Sa. Down goes any hope that Gucci had of winning this game. Snepex now in from behind to make sure this game and this deal is sealed. No more throws. No more tennis to be played here tonight as Paragon will march towards the Nexus. Their third win of the split. A positive scoreline to boot. It was back and forth, but in the end they got the job done when it matters most. Kenji will stand atop the hill of this game and claim that this victory was his.
As Snepex just bullying Chova to end the game. The Nexus getting smacked, exploding. Paragon on a 3-game win streak and joining Belfast Storm at the top of the tables.
That was League of Legends. I think that's my point here. It's been fun to watch. It certainly has. I've been entertained,
It's
and I've been
little
impressed,
clashy.
and I've been disappointed. I mean, I've been all over the spectrum here.
But that's what we do at the
Yeah,
UKEL.
that's what
We
you guys
really
do.
give you the broad variety of tears into laughter.
Yeah.
That they do.
Sometimes I didn't know if I wanted to laugh or cry. Sometimes
Yeah.
I just, had a big grin on my face, but I certainly did enjoy this experience, Rory. You've been phenomenal to be with. I'm going to
Been
be honest,
great
though.
to have
It
you
is,
here.
it's almost 12 a.m. in Denmark, and I have uni tomorrow morning. So I
Oh,
am
dear.
quickly going to round this out. I do want to say, though, Rory, it has been a pleasure. I am last-minute emergency substitute, and you've been a blast to be with for these past 2 hours. Even if I was tired and the games were scrappy,
Yeah.
you made it worth my time to be here. I'll make that very clear. Thank you so much to Casual Cutie for the production as well, keeping it going. It was absolutely phenomenal job they put out there. So that is it for tonight in the UKEL 4 Nations. It has been a pleasure being the imposter in the caster crew as the Dane, visiting to see what you guys are doing here. Certainly exciting. I'll see you guys at the NLC RPS, and I'll be hating on you guys then. I will always be hating on you, but thank you for allowing me into your phenomenal scene tonight. And let's keep the friendly banter going. Thank you so much for watching.
Good night.